Chapter 2449. To Yang Kai's slight disappointment. The two supreme sources only collided for less than a cup of tea's worth of time before they suddenly stopped and retreated. However, he could feel that although the collision just now seemed to be evenly matched, in fact, it was the Phoenix True Fire that was slightly inferior. His golden divine dragon source seemed to be slightly stronger than the Phoenix True Fire. This discovery excited Yang Kai. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and urged his golden divine dragon source to wrap around the Phoenix True Fire. The Phoenix True Fire was caught off guard and was engulfed. It screamed in anger and struggled madly, its violent power terrifying to the extreme. Yang Kai quickly formed a seal with his hands and summoned the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead opened leisurely and directly sucked the Phoenix True Fire into the sealed world bead. Then, he mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to suppress the Phoenix True Fire. After doing all this, Yang Kai staggered a few steps with a pale face. He was sweating profusely, as if he had just been fished out of water. He hurriedly immersed his consciousness into the sealed world bead and checked the current situation of the Phoenix True Fire. He found that although it was struggling fiercely, it could not escape from the sealed world bead. Only then did he feel relieved. A feeling of exhaustion washed over him as Yang Kai fell to the ground on his butt. Taking something like the Phoenix True Fire into the small sealed world almost drained his spiritual energy all of a sudden. The consumption was even greater than taking 100 embodiments into his small sealed world, which showed just how heaven-defying this Phoenix True Fire was. It was just that things went so smoothly that he was a little surprised. He was just giving a try just now. He did not expect to succeed so quickly. The credit for this was probably due to his golden divine dragon source. Without it suppressing the Phoenix True Fire, Yang Kai estimated that even if he had the sealed world bead, he would not have been able to take it away. How could one of the top supreme sources in the world be so easy to take away? A figure suddenly appeared from somewhere not far away, looking at the person sitting cross-legged on the ground with a pale face. Yang Kai, who was also pale, had a look of disbelief on his face. Chi. No one had expected that while everyone was chasing after the mountains and rivers bell, Chi would actually use a concealment secret technique to quietly hide. However, when the two origin forces collided with each other, he was also slightly affected. Judging from his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some minor injuries. He probably knew that his whereabouts had been exposed, so he decided not to hide anymore. Instead, he revealed himself openly. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, but he didn't step forward immediately, nor did he show any hostility. He just stood there quietly. Although Yang Kai was meditating to recover, he was still paying attention to Chi-Hi's movements. Chi-Hi's slyness was refreshing to him. If it wasn't for Chi-Hi's groan when he was injured, Yang Kai didn't expect that there was someone else here besides himself. The reason why Chi-Hi had secretly stayed behind was obviously because he had some unknown plans. Yang Kai guessed that it was most likely related to the Phoenix True Fire, or that Chi-Hi already knew that the Phoenix True Fire was suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell, so he didn't chase after it. For a time, the two of them were speechless. The temperature of the dark red stars seemed to be dropping rapidly because the Phoenix True Fire had been taken away, and because of the difference in temperature, there was a continuous crackling sound. Half an hour later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. After half an hour of meditation, although it wasn't enough for him to fully restore his spiritual energy, at least he wasn't as exhausted as before. Yang Kai still had the 7-colored soul warming lotus, which was constantly nourishing his soul, so there was no need for him to deliberately restore his spiritual energy. He turned his head and gave Chi-Hi a meaningful look. This guy had been standing here all this time, not disturbing his recovery, and had no intention of leaving. Yang Kai didn't know what he wanted to do. However, Yang Kai could see that he really didn't have any hostility. On the contrary, because of his shocking actions just now, there was a strong sense of dread in his eyes. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Chi-Hi's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists carefully and said, "This one is Chi-Hi. I think this friend should know this one. May I know this friend's name?" Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hide his name because he wasn't very famous right now. He couldn't compare to the fame of the top disciples of the great sects, so it didn't matter if he reported his real name. So, it's Brother Yang, nice to meet you. Chi cupped his fists again, puzzled in his heart. He kept recalling the names of the elite disciples of the great sects in the 4 territories of the Star Boundary, but he found that none of them matched Yang Kai's name. Brother Chi, is there something you need? Yang Kai asked lightly. Chi smiled awkwardly and said, There is indeed something. This Chi has a presumptuous request. Yang Kai snorted and said, Since it's a presumptuous request, don't bother. Chi was suddenly choked speechless. He had only said that out of politeness, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to give such an unreasonable answer, leaving him helpless. I'm a little curious. Yang Kai looked at Chi calmly. Everyone else has gone after the mountains and River's Bell, so why did Brother Chi quietly stay behind? Could it be that you already know something? Now that he thought about it, Chi was knowledgeable. He knew many secrets that others didn't know. He was the one who had revealed the information about the great emperors, so it was understandable that he didn't say anything despite knowing some inside information. Chi raised his brow, and instead of answering, he asked, What about Brother Yang? You left and came back, do you know something? Yang Kai said lightly, I just suddenly had a stomachache, so I came back to go to the toilet. Chi-Hi's face darkened when he heard this. Yang Kai continued, Brother Chi-Hi has been hiding nearby all this time, so didn't you see that I made a big hole in the ground as soon as I came back? I was going to take care of it there, but I didn't expect something like that to happen. Chi-Hi's mouth twitched. Brother Yang is really lucky. He had a look of disbelief on his face, but Yang Kai didn't mind at all. He grinned and said, Brother Chi, if you know something, why don't you tell me? It's already like this, so there's no point in continuing to hide it. Chi-Hi's face darkened slightly, looking a little lonely. After a long time, he sighed and nodded, I do know something. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This one is listening. Chi-Hi said, I know that the Phoenix true fire is suppressed under the mountains and River's Bell. Yang Kai asked curiously, This matter puzzles me. Didn't the Yuanding Great Emperors and the Yinwu Great Emperors join forces to deal with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Why did the Yuanding Great Emperors use the mountains and River's Bell to suppress the Yinwu Great Emperor's Phoenix true fire? Could it be that they are enemies? Chi shook his head and said, Brother Yang is wrong. The Yuanding Great Emperors and the Yinwu Great Emperors are indeed companions, and they joined forces to deal with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. There is actually another reason why they used the mountains and River's Bell to suppress the Phoenix true fire. May I hear the details? Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Chi pondered for a moment and said, The heaven-devouring Great Emperors are omnipotent, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest person in the Star Boundary. However, although he is one of the great emperors, he is not immortal. In his era, no one could surpass his cultivation, but he wants more. Brother Yang, take a guess with his strength and status. What does he want? Yang Kai was not a fool, so how could he not guess after hearing Chi-Hi's words? His eyes flashed and he exclaimed, Eternal life? Chi nodded and said, Yes, the heaven-devouring great emperors want to live as long as heaven and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. What a big appetite. Chi chuckled. You and I have not reached this realm yet. If you and I had the ability of the heaven-devouring great emperors, perhaps we would also consider this matter. However, how could it be so easy to achieve an immortal and indestructible body? It is said that there's a kind of treasure in this world that was formed at the beginning of heaven and earth before the chaos separated. That thing is called the immortal tree. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched slightly. Chi continued. According to ancient legends, if one can obtain the immortal tree, they can achieve immortality. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Could it be that Brother Chi actually believes this kind of rumor? Chi looked at him with a solemn expression. Why wouldn't I believe it? Yang Kai said in a deep voice, A tree can make a person immortal? This is only a lie to deceive children. Brother Chi is a master. so don't believe such nonsense. Chi shook his head. In this world, there are very few treasures, and every one of them has an incomprehensible and unimaginable effect. The immortal tree can indeed make a person immortal. Yang Kai put on a surprised look and said, "Is this true? Then does Brother Chi know how to use the immortal tree to achieve immortality?" Chi smiled bitterly. "I don't know. How can the immortal tree be so easy to see? Since ancient times, there have been no more than 5 people who have seen it." Yang Kai thought to himself that this was nonsense. When he obtained the immortal tree, at least 6 or 7 people had seen it. However, Chi actually didn't know how to use the immortal tree, which inevitably disappointed him. He had thought that with Chi profound knowledge, he might be able to inquire about some information about the immortal tree from him. After he obtained the immortal tree, Yang Kai had tried to refine it to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. But no matter how hard he tried, he found that he couldn't refine the immortal tree at all. At that time, he was only an origin-returning realm master, so it could be said that his strength was too low, but now that he was in the third-order Tao Source realm, he still couldn't refine it. The biggest role of the immortal tree today was to bring vitality to the small sealed world, allowing the spirit herbs in the medicine garden to grow faster and shorten their growth cycle. Yang Kai could occasionally use the rich vitality emitted by the immortal tree to heal himself, but other than that, it had no other effect. As for how to achieve an immortal and indestructible body, Yang Kai had no clue. Chapter 2450. Back then, for the sake of immortality, the heaven-devouring great emperor had once sought out the immortal tree. He had even broken through the passageway between worlds and visited countless star domains in the lower planes. Every time he visited a star domain, he would devour countless cultivation stars and plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. It was precisely for this reason that he had incurred the wrath of both man and God. Chi said leisurely, but unfortunately, even the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't find the immortal tree. Yang Kai felt a lingering fear after hearing this. He was sure that the heaven-devouring great emperor had never been to the Hung Luo star field. If he had been there, he might have been able to find the immortal tree. However, his arrival would definitely bring an indelible disaster to the Hung Luo star field. Chi continued. Since the immortal tree couldn't be found, the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor could only think of another way. It is rumored that the reason why the great emperors besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor in Shattered Star Sea was because his actions were intolerable to the great emperors of the world. In fact, this is only part of the reason. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he asked, "What other reasons are there?" "There is another biggest reason, which is that he wants to attack another great emperor and steal something from that great emperor." Hearing this, Yang Kai's mind turned sharply, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he exclaimed, "Could it be?" Chi nodded and said, "Yes, it's exactly what Brother Yang thought. Great emperors would never fight if there was no irreconcilable enmity between them. However, the actions of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor had undoubtedly touched the bottom line of all the great emperors. If they didn't pay attention to this kind of thing, then the next unlucky one might be them. Therefore, they joined forces and declared war against the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. That battle was earth-shattering. The universe collapsed, and that was the Shattered Star Sea. And what the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor wanted was the true phoenix fire of the Yin Wu great emperor. Chi expression was solemn. The phoenix true fire is the inheritance of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix will die, but the phoenix true fire will never be extinguished. It even has the heaven-defying divine technique of nirvana reincarnation. Therefore, the true fire of the phoenix was also known as the true fire of nirvana. It was the number 1 heavenly flame. The heaven-devouring great emperor wanted to obtain the true fire of the phoenix in order to comprehend the mystery of eternal life. If the heaven-devouring great emperor of the great emperors really got it, then he might really get what he wanted. In that battle, the Yinwu great emperor, who was heavily favored by the heaven-devouring great emperor, was the first to fall, and the true phoenix fire was also beaten out. In order to prevent the heaven-devouring great emperor from obtaining the true phoenix fire, the Yuan Ding great emperors used their mountains and rivers bell. Suppressing it was also a helpless move. Without the mountains and rivers bell, the strength of the Yuan Ding great emperors fell sharply, and they followed in the footsteps of the Yinwu great emperors. However, the mountains and rivers bell and the suppressed true phoenix fire were sent away by another great emperor in the chaotic battle. Since then, no one knows where they went. Over the years, countless cultivators have entered the Shattered Star Sea in search of the treasures left behind by the great emperors. But very few people know that the true phoenix fire is suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. After listening to Qi Hai's words, Xianxia immediately understood why he had secretly stayed behind. He could not help but grin and say, "Brother Qi Hai really knows a lot." Qi Hai said, "This Qi has been paying attention to the news of the true phoenix fire for some special reasons, and has even looked up countless ancient books for this reason." Special reasons? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Qi Hai cupped his fists and said, "To be honest, this Qi's wife was seriously injured 20 years ago. She is unconscious, and although this Qi has tried his best to prolong her life, it is not a long-term solution. If you want to save her, in this world, apart from the immortal source liquid on the immortal tree, there is only the true phoenix fire." Xianxia's face sank, and he coldly snorted, "Brother Qi Hai, are you looking for me to ask for the true phoenix fire? If so, then this Yang has misjudged you. I had a good chat with you just now, but I didn't expect Brother Qi to have such intentions. Farewell." Brother Yang misunderstood. Qi Hai hurriedly waved his hand. "Can you listen to me one more time?" Xianxia looked at him coldly and said, "I am not related to you, so why should I care about your trivial matters?" Qi Hai was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead as he said, "If Brother Yang is willing to help me, then this Qi is willing to pay any price. As long as Brother Yang asks, this Qi will definitely do it for you. Even if you have to die." Xianxia grinned, revealing an evil smile. Qi Hai's expression changed slightly, but he soon smiled freely. "If Brother Yang really saves my wife, this Qi will kill himself in front of you." Xianxia was slightly moved, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "You're crazy." Qi Hai smiled and said, "I wonder if Brother Yang has ever met a woman that he could rely on in life and death and never leave. If you have, then you will definitely understand this Qi's feelings." A few beautiful figures suddenly flashed in front of Xianxia's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He was thinking, if those people encountered such a situation, what would he do? Suddenly, he somewhat understood Qi Hai's feelings. "Although it's a pity, I can't give you the true phoenix fire." Xianxia shook his head. The true phoenix fire was too precious, and he wanted to leave it for Lu Yin. He couldn't give it to him just because of Qi Hai's words. Who knew if Qi Hai was telling the truth? Even if it was true, he had no friendship with him. Qi Hai said, "Brother Yang, you misunderstood. I don't want your true phoenix fire." Xianxia frowned and said, "Then what do you want?" Qi Hai replied, "I just want to know if it's convenient for Brother Yang to come with me. You only need to use the Nirvana divine technique of the true phoenix fire to save my wife without any loss to you. That's all." Xianxia was surprised. "That's all?" Qi Hai nodded seriously. Xianxia pondered for a while and said, "What kind of injury did your wife suffer? Why does it have to be the true phoenix fire to save her life?" Qi Hai's expression darkened and said, "Rather than an injury, it's better to say that she was poisoned by a cold poison. Outside the borders of our eastern territory is a vast, desolate, ancient land. Very few people set foot in that desolate, ancient land, so opportunities and dangers coexist. Many masters in the eastern territory like to explore the desolate, ancient land. My wife went there alone 20 years ago, and after a month, she returned with serious injuries and has been in a coma ever since. According to the diagnosis of my Qi family fort's alchemist, My wife was poisoned by the heavenly frost earth rain. Heavenly frost earth rain. Yang Kai's face changed, and he cried out, one of the 10 great poisons. Qihai looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, Brother Yang knows about the heavenly frost earth rain? Yang Kai gently nodded, I've heard of it. Qihai smiled bitterly and said, since Brother Yang has heard of it and knows that it's one of the 10 great poisons, then you should know that there's basically no cure for it. That's true. Yang Kai sighed. One of the 10 great poisons. If there was no cure, then it was basically waiting for death, unless one encountered some kind of treasure, such as the immortal tree. However, the Phoenix True Fire with the Nirvana Divine technique may bring my wife a chance of survival. Qihai looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes and said, my main purpose in entering the Shattered Star Sea this time was to find the Phoenix True Fire. I originally wanted to bring it back to Qi Family Fort, but after seeing what happened just now, this Qi realized that I was too naive. With my current strength, let alone subduing the Phoenix True Fire, I can't even get close to it. Qihai had naturally seen Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source power erupting and fighting with the Phoenix True Fire, and that terrifying battle had made him tremble all over. Brother Qi thinks too highly of me. I haven't subdued it, so I'm just temporarily suppressing it, Yang Kai explained lightly. Suppressing. Qihai gulped. This sounded even more unbelievable than Yang Kai subduing the Phoenix True Fire. He murmured with admiration, Brother Yang is really a god. Yang Kai frowned and said, although Brother Qi's feelings for sister-in-law are touching, please forgive this Yang for not being able to help. Qihai's expression darkened. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Yang Kai hadn't subdued the Phoenix True Fire yet, so even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. This was the truth. If Yang Kai wanted to save his wife, he had to refine the Phoenix True Fire first. Otherwise, once the Phoenix True Fire was summoned, not to mention saving someone, it would burn them to ashes in an instant. Then when Brother Yang has refined the Phoenix True Fire, can you go to Qi Family Fort in the Eastern Territory? Qihai looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression and said earnestly, now, this is the only way for my wife to survive. Brother Yang, rest assured that this Qi will never spread what I saw, or I will be struck by lightning. Qi Family Fort in the Eastern Territory? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes, if it's the Eastern Territory, then I may make a trip there. Yang Kai nodded. This time, whether or not he could inquire about Xianxia from Yin Lisheng, he had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory because Xianxia was most likely in the Eastern Territory. Really? Qihai was overjoyed when he heard this and said somewhat helplessly, that's great. Right, Brother Yang, if you go to the Eastern Territory, just ask about the ancient wildlands. My Qi Family Fort is nearby. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Kai didn't immediately agree. This kind of thing wasn't easy to promise. Otherwise, if he didn't fulfill his end of the bargain, Qihai might hold a grudge against him. Qihai obviously understood this, but now that the initiative was completely in Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't force him. He could only take out a communication bead from a space ring and carefully hand it to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this is this Qi's communication bead. It may be useful in the future. Yang Kai took it and threw into his space ring, cupped his fists, and said, then let's part ways here. Qihai nodded with a complicated expression. Before Yang Kai could leave, Qihai suddenly said, Brother Yang, wait. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked back at him. Qihai said seriously, Brother Yang, do you want to chase after the mountains and River's Bell? Yang Kai grinned and said, how could I miss the treasure of the great emperors? I should at least give it a try. Qihai said, the Yuan Cauldron Great Emperor's Mountains and River's Bell is infinitely powerful. Basically, no one in the Tao Source realm can successfully subdue it unless they gain the approval of the artifact spirit and have it choose a master. Yang Kai heard this, flicked his hair, and said confidently, I'm so handsome, it should take a liking to me. Qihai's face darkened. Chapter 24:51. Brother Yang, you are a dragon among men, but if you want to subdue the mountains and River's Bell, you can't just rely on your handsomeness. Qihai braced himself and said, now that he had a favor to ask of Yang Kai. He couldn't speak too bluntly lest he upset Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, does Brother Qi mean that you know how to subdue the mountains and rivers bell? I naturally don't know how to subdue it, but this Qi has a piece of information that I can provide to Brother Yang. Oh, let's hear it. Yang Kai immediately became interested. Qi Hai said, the world only knows that the mountains and rivers bell is the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors, but they don't know that the mountains and rivers bell is actually not the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's artifact, but an ancient exotic artifact. Ancient exotic artifact. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Indeed, Qi Hai nodded and said, the Yuan Ding Great Emperors were able to become great emperors because they obtained the mountains and rivers bell. It can be said that the mountains and rivers bell made them famous as great emperors. There's such a thing. Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. This was really a secret. If Qi Hai hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about it. Otherwise, how could the mountains and rivers bell suppress the Phoenix True Fire? After suppressing it, even the heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't break its defenses. If it were an ordinary emperor artifact, it would be impossible to suppress such a divine fire for tens of thousands of years. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt that this made sense. The Phoenix True Fire was extremely overbearing, but it was still suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell for tens of thousands of years. If the mountains and rivers bell hadn't flown away on its own this time, the Phoenix True Fire might not have been able to see the light of day again. Then what is the information Brother Qi is talking about? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Qi Hai's expression turned solemn as he said, according to ancient records, back then, the great emperors of Yuan Ding had ventured deep into the savage, desolate, ancient lands of the Eastern Territory. At that time, the Yuan Ding great emperors were only ordinary people in the emperor realm. They wanted to subdue the mountains and rivers bell, but they didn't know how to do so. In the end, they had to endure the 81 bell rings to gain the mountains and rivers bell's approval and bring it out of the savage, desolate, ancient ground. The mountains and rivers bell actually came from the savage, desolate, ancient ground. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Previously, he had heard Qi Hai mention the savage, desolate, ancient ground, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. However, now that he heard that the mountains and rivers bell actually came from the savage, desolate, ancient ground, he realized that it was an incredible place. He secretly decided that if he had the chance, he would go there and take a look. However, the great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron realm had actually withstood 81 rings of the bell to obtain the recognition of the mountains and rivers bell spirit. It was truly amazing. Yang Kai had also experienced the power of the mountains and rivers bell. When the cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source realm came into contact with it at close range, he was shocked to death on the spot. He wasn't confident that he could withstand 81 rings of the bell. Qi Hai's words undoubtedly provided Yang Kai with a way to subdue the mountains and rivers bell, but it was also extremely dangerous. Brother Yang, if you don't have the confidence and opportunity, I advise you not to pay attention to the mountains and rivers bell. There's still many good things in the Shattered Star Sea. You and I can travel together. Not waiting for him to finish his words, Yang Kai interrupted him. I still want to go and have a look. Qi Hai's face darkened. He said, in that case, this Qi won't persuade you anymore. Brother Yang, be careful. Many thanks, Brother Qi. Until we meet again. Yang Kai grinned, and as he spoke, his figure leapt up into the sky. Qi Hai stood in place, staring at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed heavily, found another direction, and left alone. He didn't have much of a friendship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai promised him that he would go to the Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory to take a look if he had a chance. If it were someone else, not only would they ignore him, they might even kill him to silence him. After all, Qi Hai had just witnessed Yang Kai suppressing and subduing the Phoenix True Fire. If this kind of thing were spread, Yang Kai wouldn't have a good time in the future. It was because of this concern that Qi Hai took the initiative to swear that he would not tell anyone what he saw. However, he had no confidence that Yang Kai would go to the Qi family fort to find him. If Yang Kai didn't go, his wife would undoubtedly die, but even if Yang Kai went, his wife would only have a slim chance of survival. Yang Kai chased in the direction of the mountains and River's Bell for half a day before suddenly sensing the soul imprint he had planted on Lan He. When Lan He had passed by him earlier, Yang Kai had deliberately patted her on the shoulder in order to plant a soul imprint on her so that he could track her. As for causing Lan He's displeasure and suspicion, that was unavoidable. Without this soul imprint, Yang Kai certainly couldn't track the whereabouts of the mountains and River's Bell. Flying in the direction of the soul imprint, Yang Kai finally saw Lan He somewhere in the void after another hour. However, what surprised him was that Lan He was fighting with someone at this time and was being besieged. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that the two people besieging her were from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Their cultivations were quite good. Lan He was fighting against two people by herself and looked quite embarrassed. She had suffered a lot of injuries and was stained with blood. Glancing around again, Yang Kai found that almost all of the dozens of cultivators who had appeared in the dark red stars were here. The mountains and River's Bell stayed in the void, motionless. Everyone looked at the mountains and River's Bell with greedy and covetous eyes, but no one came forward to compete for it, which made Yang Kai feel very strange. He didn't know what was going on. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that Lu Sheng of the Netherworld sect was also here and hadn't left. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. The Shattered Star Sea was extremely vast. If he lost Lu Sheng here, he really wouldn't know where to find him. Almost everyone was waiting quietly in the void. Only Lan He was fighting with the two opponents. So, as soon as Yang Kai came over, he attracted a lot of attention. Lu Sheng also glanced at him faintly, but because Yang Kai was wearing a mask, he wasn't worried about being recognized. "Don't come over." Just as Yang Kai rushed over, Lan He, who was fighting someone and had fallen into a disadvantageous position, suddenly shouted in Yang Kai's direction. Because of this distraction, two wounds immediately appeared on her body, causing blood to spurt out. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. He didn't know why this woman had stopped him from approaching, especially when she was besieged. If it was because of his previous actions that made her feel disgusted, then it was a bit too sensitive. But soon, Yang Kai understood her intentions. As soon as he rushed over, he noticed the abnormalities around him. There was a natural spirit array hidden in the void, and it was extremely well hidden and dangerous. From the outside, he couldn't detect it at all, but as soon as he entered, he felt a sense of crisis and couldn't find a way out. No wonder no one acted rashly, even though the mountains and River's Bell was right in front of them. The place where the mountains and River's Bell was located seemed to be the most dangerous place in the entire natural spirit array. After understanding this, Yang Kai's face darkened. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw that the several dozen cultivators around him were all looking at him with gloating expressions, their faces filled with ridicule. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "What are you looking at, a bunch of trash? Do you believe this young master won't gouge out your eyeballs?" He had accidentally rushed into this natural spirit array, so he was somewhat annoyed. Although it was normal for those people not to remind him, it was infuriating for them to take pleasure in his misfortune at this time. As soon as this remark came out, dozens of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. Murderous intent instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Which of the cultivator who came here wasn't an elite from a great sect? They had always thought highly of themselves, but now they were being called trash by Yang Kai. Who could bear it? What's more, Yang Kai had cursed everyone with just a few words. This was too lawless and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Yang Kai curled his lips, looking as if he didn't put these people in his eyes. He turned to Lan He and asked, "What kind of enmity do these two have with you? Why do you have to fight here?" Previously, only Lan He had warned him not to come over, and she was besieged, which made Yang Kai feel slightly moved. Naturally, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Lan He snapped, "Sex enmity has nothing to do with personal enmity." The reason why she had called out to Yang Kai before was actually not to save Yang Kai's life. She just wanted Yongkai to pass a message to her sect, informing them of her situation. If she died here, at least someone would know. But this idiot had actually rushed in. Now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Lonnie found that ever since she met this guy, everything had gone wrong. It was as if he had cursed her. One of the two people besieging Lon, he shouted, "Bitch, our sect's big brother has been castrated by you. From now on, this person is neither human nor ghost. How dare you say it has nothing to do with personal enmity?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression became brilliant. They secretly sympathized with that inexplicable eldest senior brother. A man being castrated was such a tragic thing. Just thinking about it made people feel a chill in their crotch, and a cold wind blew past them. Lonnie said coldly, "He used that thing to commit crimes, so he should be punished." The man said angrily, "With your appearance, no man in the world will be interested in you. I think you are jealous, so you did this to Big Brother." Another person also hooted, "That's right. As a woman, you don't have anything. I'm afraid you won't be able to taste a man for the rest of your life. If you don't believe me, you could try taking off your clothes now and see which man here is willing to take a second look at you." "This is a woman?" Among the surrounding cultivators, one of them widened his eyes and asked in amazement, "I must have been blind. I thought she was a man. Tsk, this woman is really interesting. Could it be that she was born in the wrong body?" "Haha, you don't understand. The more this kind of woman is, the more interesting it is to play with her. Brother, you have such a strong taste." Chapter 2452. The noisy discussions coming from all directions made Lan He's face turn red, either from anger or something else. Although she was carefree and had a neutral appearance, she was still a woman after all. Being said such words in front of her, she was naturally very embarrassed and angry. Even if her temperament was not bad, at this moment, she was disturbed to the point that her mind was in chaos. Seeing this, the two cultivators besieging her looked happy and became even more ruthless. Lan He's strength was good, and although the two of them had the absolute upper hand, they still had to pay a certain price if they wanted to take her down. But at this moment, Lan He's state of mind was in chaos, and it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. At this moment, another person laughed and said, "Who in the entire Eastern Territory doesn't know the name of Heavenly Wolf Valley's big brother Lan He? Oh, sorry, I misspoke. It's Big Senior Sister, haha." This person's voice sounded familiar to Yongkai. He turned his head and saw Brahma Holy Land's holy sons, Zhang and Xianxia. The one who spoke was Zhang, who had exchanged a blow with Yongkai before. Listening to the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he knew Lan He, but he didn't have any friendship with her. They even had some disputes, so he decided to add insult to injury at this time. Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yongkai raised his brow. He felt like he had heard the name of this great force before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember. Then is she a man or a woman? Hurry up and let us see. Someone shouted and immediately echoed. Shut up. Yongkai looked around coldly and sneered. A group of men. Is it fun to watch a woman being bullied? The person who had shouted angrily immediately shouted, Boy, who do you think you are? You were so arrogant just now, and now you dare to be so condescending? Do you dare to tell us your name? The others also glared at Yongkai, extremely dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude. Yongkai coldly snorted and ignored that person. Instead, he took a step forward and floated towards Lan He. Halfway there, he waved his 10 fingers and summoned hundreds of golden blood threads. In an instant, a golden light burst forth as the golden blood thread cut through the air. Although the two people besieging Lan He had not relaxed their attacks on Lan He, they were also vigilant of Yongkai's movements. After all, this guy seemed to have some friendship with Lan He. Therefore, as soon as Yongkai moved, the two of them reacted. One of them slashed towards Yongkai and shouted, Boy, you're courting death. This saber strike was absolutely stunning. It was as if it was going to shatter the sky. The incomparably ferocious blade light made the world dim. The expressions of the onlookers changed one after another. Suddenly, The golden blood threads transformed into a giant golden net that enveloped the world and directly enveloped the saber wave. Hissing sounds could be heard incessantly, although the saber light was powerful. However, it was unable to break through the golden blood thread's defense and was immediately suppressed. On the contrary, the giant golden net did not give up. It pounced in front of the cultivator and slowly closed, as if it was going to wrap him up. The cultivator's expression changed greatly. Although he did not know what was strange about this golden net, the terrifying power fluctuations coming from it were not fake. How could he dare to let it touch him so easily? His figure flickered as he retreated, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because Xianxia, who was originally a few dozen meters away, had suddenly appeared in front of him. He actually approached him like a ghost and revealed a sinister grin. His white teeth glowed with a cold light, causing his hands and feet to turn cold and his entire body to shiver. He did not notice how Xianxia had approached him. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the two of them were already face to face. When their eyes met, the cultivator only saw the image of a white lotus bud suddenly appear in Xianxia's left eye. The bud was spotless, pure and flawless, and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, his knowledge shook violently, causing him to feel dizzy and almost lose his footing. Xianxia stretched out his hand and punched, causing a burst of fist force to erupt. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk at the same time, the sound of ribs breaking rang out and blood splashed out. The cultivator stood in place in a daze, his eyes bulging as he stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Gasps could be heard from all around, because everyone saw Xianxia pounce in front of his opponent. They did not know what kind of secret technique or divine technique he used, but his opponent's expression instantly became pained. And as Xianxia's punch blasted a large hole in the cultivator's chest, his arm going straight through, the eyelids of the people standing behind the cultivator twitched wildly. At this moment, Xianxia was still holding a beating heart in his hand. It was so bloody that no one dared to look directly at it. He exerted a little force, and the heart suddenly burst open. As the sound was heard, the cultivator whose chest was penetrated by him also tilted his head and stopped breathing. Gulp, gulping sounds could be heard, and many people finally looked at Xianxia with a different expression. Even the strongest people present, who thought highly of themselves, had a serious expression on their faces. Killing a cultivator of the same level in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that he did not use his full strength, was something that few people present could do. Even if they could do it, they would need to use a powerful secret technique that also consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, Xianxia seemed to have just summoned a large golden net and then swung his fist. It was as simple as killing a chicken. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that the reason why Xianxia was so arrogant and condescending was because he had the capital to back it up. It's him. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at Xianxia, seemingly having discovered something. Who? Zhang Xian asked in a low voice. Zhang Hao said with a sullen face. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is the one who was with Yuing before. Zhang Xian was shocked. How is that possible? Wasn't that guy injured by you in one move? How can he be so strong? What's more, the two of them look different. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Zhang Hao said, the appearance can be changed, but the aura can't be changed. I felt it as soon as he attacked. This kid hid his strength well, and he definitely hid it before. But now that he is here, where is Yuing? Zhang Xian said with a sullen face. This boy is so ruthless. It seems that Yu Ying's fate is grim. Zhang Hao said worriedly. I hit this boy before, and I don't know if he will bear a grudge. If he attacks me. Speaking of this, his face turned slightly pale. As the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, he was not afraid of anyone in the Tao Source realm. But now that he saw Xianxia's decisive and ruthless attack, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Zhang Xian's expression changed as he said, if Yuing really dies at his hands, we can send a message to Netherworld Sect. Yin Lusheng is not an easy person to talk to. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded. Good. That's a good idea. While the two were secretly communicating, the battle on Lan He's side was also over. Although Lan He's appearance and figure were not very good, her strength was not to be underestimated. Previously, she was besieged by two people and was at a disadvantage, but now, Yang Kai had killed one of them with lightning speed, causing the other to be shocked and lose his mind. Lan He took the opportunity to counterattack and killed him quickly. Two rays of star seal light flew up, one for Yang Kai and Lan He, and the other two space rings were quickly divided up. After surviving a disaster, Lan He glanced at Yang Kai gratefully. No matter what reason Yang Kai had to help her, he had saved her life. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, she would have died here sooner or later. At most, she would have dragged someone down with her before she died. Who was the one who asked this young master what he was before? Yang Kai turned his eyes and looked around, arrogantly shouting, Come, 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 this young master will tell you now. The person who had spoken before didn't dare to stand up and had long since hidden behind a crowd, his eyes flinching as he trembled with fear. Friend, shouldn't you keep a low profile? Zhang Hao suddenly sneered, looked at Yang Kai, and said, Could it be that you think you are invincible and don't put anyone here in your eyes? His words dragged everyone in, causing many people to be unhappy and glaring at Yang Kai. Although Zhang Hao was suspected of sowing discord, Yang Kai's attitude was really too much. So what if I don't put you in my eyes? Bite me if you have the guts. Yang Kai looked at Zhang Hao coldly, not knowing what he meant by jumping out at this time. Zhang Hao snorted coldly, but he didn't get angry. He just looked at Yang Kai with a cold smile. Where's my junior sister, Yuing? Someone suddenly asked. Yang Kai frowned and looked at the speaker with a strange expression, because the person who spoke was actually Yin Lusheng. This is interesting, I haven't gone to him yet, but he actually came to me first and asked about Yuing as soon as he opened his mouth. How'd he know that Yuing was with me? After all, he had changed his appearance. But soon, Yang Kai reacted and glanced at Zhang Hao meaningfully, realizing that Zhang Hao should have recognized him when he made a move just now. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai with some shock. Obviously, he already knew his true identity. After all, Zhong Zhenyong had sent him a message before, revealing some information to him. It was precisely because of this that Yin Lusheng was shocked. He could cultivate to the third order Dao source realm because of the strong cultivation of his sect and the guidance of a good master. He didn't believe that Yang Kai also had such good fortune. If Yang Kai didn't have such conditions, but still cultivated to the same level as him, it meant that Yang Kai had a great opportunity. You're not bad either. Yang Kai sneered. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was no point in hiding it anymore. So he simply reached out and took off the mask from his face, immediately restoring his original appearance. Chapter 2453. Sure enough, it's you. Yin Lusheng's expression suddenly changed, as if he had just met an enemy, his eyes turning red as he gritted his teeth and said, You're really lucky. Not only did you survive that disaster, but you even managed to come to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and quickly said, Yin Lusheng, I will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly. Where did the puppet that was with me go? Yin Lusheng heard this and smiled slightly. Who knows? Since it's your puppet, why are you asking me? Sure enough, he knows about Xiao. Yang Kai's heart moved. Although Yin Lusheng did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, Yang Kai could still see this from his tone and demeanor. Yang Kai's mind suddenly became fiery as he stared at Yin Lusheng with scorching eyes. It looks like you're not going to tell me. Yin Lusheng grinned. Since you know, why bother asking for a rebuff? Very good. Yang Kai nodded, his aura becoming extremely dangerous in an instant, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey, making people shudder. Since you don't want to say it, this young master will beat you until you do. Yin Lusheng's face sank as he said, Do you really think you are invincible? I dare not call myself invincible, but I have no problem pinching you to death. Yin Lusheng laughed angrily. Why? Because you're a Star Master? What? Brother Yin, what did you just say? This boy is a Star Master, Aren't star masters only those cultivators who come from the territory of the lower planes? Could this boy be one? This. It is said that star masters possess complete star source. They have a unique advantage in martial Dao cultivation. I don't know if the rumors are true or false. Upon hearing that Xianxia was actually a star master, the surrounding cultivators suddenly burst into an uproar, all of them looking at him with fiery eyes, as if they were looking at a huge piece of delicious meat. After coming to the Shattered Star Sea, everyone had gone through untold hardships to search for source strength, but all they could find was some broken source strength. Although absorbing and refining it would be beneficial to one's cultivation, it was only a broken source after all. How could it compare to the complete source of stars? The complete source of stars allowed one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in a more comprehensive manner. This was something that a broken source of power simply couldn't compare to. It was said that a long time ago, there were also some complete stars in the Shattered Star Sea. But with the passage of time and the opening of the Shattered Star Sea over the years, those complete stars had long been taken away by the ancestors, leaving behind some broken origin powers. Perhaps after a few more years, even the shattered source strength in the Shattered Star Sea would no longer exist. At that time, the Shattered Star Sea would lose its current purpose and attraction to the cultivator. This was why everyone reacted so strongly when they heard that Xianxia was the Star Lord. Yin Lusheng laughed and said, "This boy is indeed a Star Master. This Yin can guarantee this." Hearing this, everyone looked at him strangely. Lan He coldly snorted and said, "It's really funny. The people of the Netherworld sect actually still have integrity." Previously, Xianxia had saved her life, and now that Xianxia was about to be targeted, she couldn't help but speak up. Naturally, she stood up and spoke up for Kai Yang. It seemed that she wanted to advance and retreat with him. Yin Lusheng's face sank as he looked around and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask him what his cultivation was 7 years ago." A tall and sturdy man immediately looked towards Kai Yang and said in a booming voice, "Little brat, if you hear this, then quickly answer." Although Xianxia had killed a cultivator of the same level with a single move, which was very frightening, he was still alone. At this moment, with so many people staring at him, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. Xianxia heard this and glanced sideways at the burly man. He coldly snorted and said, "It's none of your business." He didn't put the burly man in his eyes, which made the burly man's face turn livid. Yin Lusheng smiled and said, 7 years ago, he was just a second-order origin king. Brother Yang, do I remember him clearly? Second-order origin king. How is this possible? Cultivating from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm in 7 years. Ayaya, how could such a thing be possible? Brother Yin, you're not lying to us, are you? In 7 years, a person could cultivate from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm. Such progress was simply terrifying. With so many people present, compared to their current cultivation 7 years ago, it was at most a small improvement or no improvement at all. Yin Lusheng said, "What good would it do me to lie to you? He may have had some other opportunities to reach this level, but his status as a Star Master is his greatest advantage. I've long heard that the warriors from the lower star fields are all geniuses, especially the Star Lords. Their cultivation speed is as fast as flying. If Brother Yin is right, then I've really learned something today. You believe the words of a Netherworld sect disciple?" This Yin Lusheng clearly has a grudge with that guy, so he deliberately pointed out that he is a Star Master. He clearly wants to borrow a knife to kill him. Then I'll admit it. Who doesn't want a complete star source? If one can obtain it. Whispers could be heard all around. Xianxia sneered and glanced sideways at Yin Lusheng. "Why are you only talking about me? Why don't you talk about yourself, Brother Yin? 7 years ago, you were just a third-order origin king, right?" Yin Lusheng smiled lightly and said, "So what if I was?" As soon as the statement came out, many people were shocked and turned to look at Yin Lusheng. Xianxia had cultivated from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm in 7 years, which was amazing enough, but Yin Lusheng's progress was not much worse than his. Compared with these two, everyone felt that they were simply mediocre. Inlu Sheng said generously, "There's no harm in telling you that this In is actually a Star Master, so I can deeply understand how fast a Star Master can cultivate." As soon as his voice fell, everyone turned to look at him with fiery eyes. Inlu Sheng coldly snorted and said, "But I am different from this little brat. This In is the legacy disciple of my sect master. If you want to touch me, you should think twice." Hearing this, many people's expressions flickered, but after a while, many slowly shook their heads and looked away from In Lusheng. In Lusheng was indeed very attractive as a Star Master, but he was the legacy disciple of the Netherworld sect master, so he must have a lot of life-saving cards in his hands. If they really fought a life or death battle with him, it was likely they would go for wool and come home shorn. On the contrary, Xianxia seemed to be easier to deal with. However, it was also because In Lusheng admitted that he was a Star Master that his previous words were more convincing, and the eyes of these people looking at Xianxia became more and more fiery. In Lusheng laughed and said, "Xianxia, there is a path to heaven, but you don't want to walk. There is no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Today, with so many heroes here, let's see where you can run." Xianxia's face became sullen as he scolded, "You want to kill with a borrowed knife? Shameless. Who told you to have a complete Star Master's star source?" In Lusheng didn't care and shouted, "Everyone, my Netherworld sect has a secret technique that can completely strip a Star Master's star source from a Star Master without the slightest loss. If any of you can capture this person, you can ask this In for help to strip his star source. This In promises to do his best and will not have the slightest selfishness." Haha, with Brother Yin's words, I can rest assured. I was just thinking about how to snatch this boy's star source, even if I killed him, but it turns out that the Netherworld sect has such an amazing secret technique. The big man who had been scolded by Xianxia earlier laughed loudly. In Lusheng said, "This person's strength is extraordinary. If you want his Star Master's star source, it's best to join forces." He was blatantly encouraging everyone to join forces to deal with Xianxia. Although everyone present didn't like his approach, with the temptation of Star Source in front of them, they couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement. What's more, Xianxia's previous arrogant and domineering attitude was really infuriating. In an instant, dozens of auras locked onto Xianxia, and the pressure was almost suffocating. Lan He, who was standing next to Xianxia, turned pale and frowned. Although she was also quite strong, she had never been enemies with so many people before, so she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Feeling that her future was uncertain, she quietly glanced at Xianxia. Looking around, Lan He couldn't help feeling surprised, because Xianxia was standing there calmly, without the slightest fear or timidity. The dozens of auras that had locked onto him were like a spring breeze, not deterring or affecting him in the slightest. This person's mental fortitude is quite strong. Lan He was secretly horrified. Previously, she didn't like Xianxia very much. She always felt that this guy was strange and wasn't a good person, but after Xianxia saved her life, her impression of Xianxia somewhat changed. After all, so many people were just watching the show, but only he had pulled out a sword to help. She was also not related to him, so for him to do this, it was obvious that he was a warm-hearted person. Now that the situation had changed, and it was Xianxia's turn to be targeted, Lan He naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Just as she secretly made up her mind to help Xianxia, Xianxia suddenly whispered, "Miss Lan, you leave here first." Hearing this, Lan He frowned and shouted, "What's wrong? Brother Yang, are you looking down on me?" Lan He? Xianxia was stunned and looked at her. "When did I mean that?" Lan He snorted and said, "Then what do you mean by driving me away? Since you pulled out a sword to help before, Lan He, naturally can't just sit back and watch. Don't worry. If they really dare to bully you with numbers, I will help you. I will never hold you back." Xianxia looked at her in a daze and said, "You will die." Lan He's tender body trembled slightly, but she still firmly said, "If I die, then I die. In any case, I'm not leaving." A strange light flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he looked Lan He up and down a few times, as if he wanted to get to know her all over again. Suddenly, he showed a look of realization and said, "Miss Lon, he is from Heavenly Wolf Valley." "Yes." Lonnie nodded and replied. She didn't know why Xianxia was asking this at this moment of life and death. This person was strange enough. Chapter 2454. I remember Heavenly Wolf Valley. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, "When this matter is over, I have something to ask of Sister Lon. I hope Sister Lon won't refuse." "Lon," he said bitterly, "if I can survive, as long as it's not too excessive, I will promise you anything." "Don't worry, I won't die." Xianxia laughed. Lonnie looked at him strangely, not knowing where he got the confidence to say such big words. Was he blind? Couldn't he see that he was surrounded by dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators? These Dao Source Realm cultivators were not ordinary cultivator. They were all elite disciples of great sects. If they joined forces, the average cultivator from the Emperor Realm would not be their opponent. Did he think he was more powerful than those from the Emperor Realm? "Little brat, you still dare to boast shamelessly." The big man suddenly shouted angrily. With a flick of his wrist, an axe suddenly appeared in his hand. Energy surged, and his imposing manner was extraordinary. He said, "If you know what's good for you, obediently surrender, and we may leave your corpse intact. If you dare to be stubborn, pay." Xianxia opened his mouth and spat at the big man like an arrow from a bow. The big man, who was clamoring, changed his expression drastically and quickly dodged to the side. Although this spit was not very lethal, it would be too disgusting if it hit him. After regaining his footing, the big man said with an ashen face, "Are you a child? How dare you spit at me? Do you have any shame?" Xianxia sneered. "So many of you are eyeing me covetously. You don't even have to talk about shame, but I just spat at you, and you think I have no shame? Ridiculous." Lusheng snorted, "Don't talk nonsense. You will die today." "Is that so?" Xianxia looked at him coldly. He lifted his foot. Taking a step forward, he said majestically, "Then this young master wants to see which blind fool dares to make a move against me. This young master will tell you first, if anyone dares to make a move, I will make you all die here." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed, and they all looked dignified. The amazing cultivation that Xianxia had displayed before was still vivid in his mind. Therefore, at this moment, although his words were somewhat alarmist, it still made people somewhat fearful. They were afraid that this guy would risk his life and fight to the death. For a moment, the dozens of people were all stunned in place. They were not willing to be the ones who stood out. They only wanted to wait for others to make the first move and then reap the benefits. Lusheng also saw this, and his face sank as he shouted in a low voice, "Since all of you are so cowardly and afraid of getting into trouble, why don't all of you take action?" Then after this, snatches his source energy. "Don't be jealous." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Netherworld Purgatory Hand." A gust of cold wind blew, and a burst of ghastly wails and howls suddenly sounded, and a huge ghost shadow suddenly appeared. He rushed towards Xianxia with a ferocious expression. The ghostly figure had yet to arrive. Yang felt a chill run down his spine, as if even his blood had been frozen. Before he had time to make a move, Lan He, who was standing beside him, suddenly shouted, "Heavenly wolf howls at the moon." A wolf's howl suddenly rang out, accompanied by Lan He's finger pointing forward. A vigorous silver wolf figure appeared out of thin air. It was huge, like a heavenly wolf, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the ghostly figure. In an instant, these two strange creatures collided, setting off a frenzy of battle. At the same time, Lusheng made his move. Several Netherworld sect disciples around him also took action. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian of Brahma Holy Land glanced at each other and quickly formed hand seals, seemingly using some kind of secret technique. When the others saw that someone had taken a lead, they no longer just watched from the sidelines and summoned their artifacts, cast their secret techniques, and bombarded Xianxia. For a moment, the void lit up with colorful lights as energy fluctuated wildly. Lonnie's face suddenly turned pale as she stood in place in a daze, her eyes dim as if they had lost their luster. With so many Dao Source Realm Masters attacking at the same time, she could not resist no matter what. What awaited her was only the call of death. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly let out a long roar. With a flash of brilliance, a large long sword appeared in his hand as Emperor Aura filled the air. He stood in place, as firm as a mountain, as he slowly rotated the long sword while chanting, "A million swords, one man holds the pass." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless sword waves burst out like a swarm of locusts heading towards the opposite side. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the scene of energy colliding was shocking, causing everyone's heart to tremble. An Emperor artifact? Where did this boy come from? He actually has an Emperor artifact in his hand. Don't let him go, kill him. Although many of the cultivator who entered the Shattered Star Sea were the elite disciples of various sects, or even the descendants or direct disciples of sect masters and elders, Emperor artifacts were still rare for them. Except for a few people who had Emperor artifacts, no one else was qualified to possess one. At this moment, seeing that Xianxia actually took out an Emperor artifact, the dozens of cultivator suddenly became excited. In their opinion, Xianxia was simply a huge treasure trove. Not only did he have a complete star source, but he also had an Emperor artifact. If they could kill him and snatch his things, they would become rich overnight and become someone with an Emperor artifact. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning with excitement. After a series of collisions, Xianxia also staggered back as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he relied on the power of Myriad's sword to barely resist the joint attack of the dozens of cultivators, he was only one person after all. How could he compete with so many people? To be able to do this, it was all thanks to those people not using their full strength at the beginning. Otherwise, Xianxia would have suffered more than just minor injuries. Damn it, you really dare to attack together. Xianxia looked forward with a pale face as he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Lu Sheng snorted. It's too late to beg for mercy now. You will die today. Zhang Hao hurriedly said, quickly hand over that Emperor artifact. Although the others did not speak, the greedy light in their eyes had already explained their thoughts. Xianxia grinned ferociously as his figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of the mountains and river's bell. Lu Sheng's face changed as he cried out in shock. What are you doing? Xianxia laughed. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? I told you before that if anyone dares to attack me, I will make you all die without a burial place. His cold eyes swept across the crowd as a crazed look appeared on his face. Are you crazy? Lu Sheng seemed to be aware of Xianxia's intentions, and his face suddenly turned pale. The others also turned pale with fright as their legs went soft. Xianxia's face was cold, and his eyes were cold as he said in a cold voice, You forced me to do this. Saying so, he suddenly raised the Myriad's sword in his hand high. Wait, if you have something to say, we could talk it out. Why do you have to do this? Zhang Hao shouted in horror. It's too late to say anything now. Die for me. Xianxia shouted as the Myriad's sword in his hand smashed down on the mountains and river's bell. It's over. Seeing this, Lu Sheng's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he turned around and rushed out without looking back. Run! Zhang Hao also shouted. This brat is crazy. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the Myriad's sword slammed into the mountains and river's bell, causing a dull bell sound to explode as a sound wave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt. Even though he desperately circulated his source qi to protect himself, he could not help but sway and almost fainted on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The dozens of Dao Source realms who had their backs to Xianxia and wanted to escape from this place did not fare any better. This place was a natural spirit array, so after falling into it, they could not find a way out at all. So even though they desperately tried to escape, it was useless. When the sound wave hit them, they were immediately sucked into it. Previously, on the dark red stars, a young man was killed on the spot just by touching the mountains and river's bell lightly. Now, Xianxia was using an emperor artifact to strike the mountains and river's bell, causing an incomparable backlash. After the sound wave, everyone coughed up blood, and even the light of their defensive artifacts dimmed a lot. Not only that, the sound wave seemed to have a suppressive and sealing power. After it swept out, everyone was frozen in place, as if they had fallen into a swamp, unable to move at all. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk before they could catch their breaths, another loud sound rang out. Everyone's heart trembled as they turned their heads to look, only to see Xianxia actually holding the Emperor artifact and striking the mountains and river's bell again, with a ferocious look on his face as he laughed maniacally. Are you happy? Are you happy? Tell me loudly. Are you happy or not? Madman, madman, this guy has already lost his mind. You bunch of trash. How could you think of provoking him? Now, you're all going to be buried with him. Stop, stop. Let's talk nicely. Don't do this, I beg you. Brother Yang, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Instead of everyone dying together, why don't we sit down and talk? Seeing the terrifying sound wave sweep over again, everyone cried for their fathers and mothers. All of them were filled with hatred in their hearts, but they had no choice but to say something against their will with a smile on their faces. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Xianxia coughed up blood and shook his head, raising the myriad sword for the third time and declaring, I've made a profit by dragging so many of you down with me. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Lord Yang, I'm willing to offer you my space ring. Please spare my life. Someone suddenly shouted. Xianxia's hand movement paused as he sniffed and shouted righteously. Do you think this young master is the kind of person who only cares about money? Don't look down on me and humiliate this young master's character. The person was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Xianxia said in a deep voice, What good things are in the ring? Everyone. The person who spoke was also stunned, not knowing what Xianxia meant. It was only when a cultivator next to him quietly kicked him that the person realized and hurriedly said, There are many good things, a lot of them. I guarantee that Lord Yang will be satisfied. Xianxia immediately beamed and said, Wouldn't it have been better if you said that earlier? Why did you have to suffer? Tell me, aren't you a cheap wretch? Yes, I'm a cheap wretch. The corner of the person's mouth twitched. Chapter 2455. Since that's the case, I'll spare your dog life. Xianxia coldly snorted before turning to Lan He and saying, Sister Lan, go and get a space ring. Me? Lonnie was taken aback. Although she felt that this was not a good idea, she also knew that Xianxia was in some inconvenience now. So she could only nod and fly to the cultivator and extend her hand to him. The cultivator took off the space ring with a pained expression and reluctantly handed it to Lan He. Xianxia shouted with a sullen face, Who still wants to buy their life? If you want to buy it, hurry up. You won't have this chance anymore. Isn't this looting a burning house? Boy, don't go too far. There are several dozen of us here, so we may not be afraid of you. I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Yes, Brother Yang, you should be lenient when possible. Leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Be lenient when possible? Xianxia sneered and said contemptuously, I didn't see any of you sparing me just now, but now you're talking nonsense. What's the use? I'll say it one last time. Whoever wants to buy their life, hurry up and cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for being ruthless and killing all of you here. Saying so, he raised the myriad's sword high again, as if he was about to strike. The several dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators all had ugly expressions on their faces. Xianxia had only rung the mountains and rivers bell twice, just now, but most of the cultivators had already been injured. Unfortunately, inside this natural spirit array, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. If Xianxia had rung the mountains and rivers bell a few more times, they might really all die here. Don't compromise. The weaker you are, the more he will take a yard after taking an inch. Never compromise with him. Everyone, join hands and fight him. We may not necessarily lose our lives. Lu Sheng suddenly shouted. Among everyone, he didn't want to see Yang Kai show off like this, so when he saw that someone wanted to compromise, his eyes immediately turned red. Brother Ian, you're really unyielding. Yang Kai looked at him and sneered. Then this young master will wait and see. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Yin Lusheng's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Changing the topic, Yang Kai said in a low voice, I will only count to 3. After 3, if you still don't cooperate, then all of you can go to hell. 1, 2. Not waiting for Kai Yang to count out 3 words, someone had already shouted out. Brother Yang, I'm willing to hand over my space ring. Please let me live. Very good. Yang Kai's eyes turned to the person who spoke and said, Take out your ring and stand aside. Lan He silently walked in front of that person and stretched out her hand. After the man handed over his space ring, he immediately flew to the side. I'm also willing to hand over my space ring. Me too. Fine. There was nothing good anyway. It's better than dying here. In an instant, taking out space rings to buy their lives became the general trend. Soon, more than half of the dozens of cultivators chose to hand over their space rings. Lonnie's mood was extremely complicated. She thought she was going to die this time. After all, she had to fight against dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators. How could she have a chance to survive? But the situation turned around. She and Yang Kai, who should have been at an absolute disadvantage, were now leading the dozens of cultivators by the nose. All of this was too sudden. It was all thanks to Yang Kai alone. In the face of dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators, being fearless was a sign of bravery. Cleverly using the power of the mountains and river's bell to deter the enemy, making the enemy unable to advance or retreat, was a sign of strategy. It was the first time Lan he had encountered such a brave and resourceful person. In a short while, she had collected more than 20 space rings. Even though she was the great senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley and had seen a lot of big scenes, at this moment, she was trembling with excitement. The more than 20 space rings were heavy and extremely heavy. These were the space rings of the elite disciples of various sects. Each of them was extremely rich. She could hardly imagine how much wealth would be gathered from more than 20 space rings. After a while, the originally hesitant cultivator did not dare to delay any longer. The Emperor artifact in Yang Kai's hand had been placed in front of the mountains and river's bell. Who knew when he would strike it again? One by one, they could only take off their space rings in humiliation and hand them to Lan He. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would teach Yang Kai the consequences of offending them one day. The dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators who had gathered together were now divided into 2 groups. One group was those who handed over their space rings, while the other group was still stubborn. There were not many stubborn people in the group, only 5 or 6. Yang Kai looked around and found that these people were from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. He sneered at Zhang Hao. It seems that Holy Son Zhang Hao wants to die here. Zhang Hao frowned and said, Brother Yang, how about we make a deal? If you let me and Xianxia go, we will remember today's kindness and repay it generously in the future. In the future, Yang Kai sneered and said with a cold face, We can talk about the future. Today, I only want your space rings. Zhang Hao said, Brother Yang, why do you have to do this? You have offended at least 20 sects. Will you still have a foothold in the star boundary in the future? Yang Kai heard this and nodded deeply. Brother Zhang Hao is right. I haven't thought about this yet. Zhang Hao was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai said, You mean you want me to kill them after I take their things? TSK. Brother Zhang Hao is so vicious. You really can't judge a book by its cover. As soon as he said this, the faces of the cultivator who had handed over their space rings changed drastically, and they glared at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly said, Brother Yang, you misunderstand. How could I encourage Brother Yang to do such a thing? Wouldn't that ruin Brother Yang's good reputation? I just want to say that having more friends is better than having more enemies. Brother Yang, what do you think? You want to be friends with me? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhang Hao cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang, if you don't mind, I don't, and you don't have the qualifications. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he stared at him. The smile on Zhang Hao's face suddenly stiffened and his face turned red. He was embarrassed to the extreme. He was the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Even the entire Star Territory, he was a leader of the younger generation. Who didn't he have the qualifications to be friends with? Yang Kai was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he dared to boast so shamelessly. What's more, he was spitting on him in front of so many people. How could he step down from this? He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Xianxia, who was standing to the side, also had an ugly look on his face. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons, so when Yang Kai slapped Zhang Hao's face like this, he also felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped hard. Brother Yang, do you really have to be so stubborn? Zhang Hao said coldly. Yang Kai snorted and said, if you keep talking, this young master will take your dog life first. Good. We will remember today's matter. I hope you can still be so arrogant when we meet again in the future. Zhang Hao threw down these words fiercely before he and Xianxia took off the space rings on their hands and threw them to Lan He. Then, they turned around and walked towards the crowd. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, what's the use of only talking tough? If you have the guts, come and fight with this young master. Let this young master teach you how to behave properly. Zhang Hao's figure paused. He was almost provoked by Yang Kai to turn around and attack. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he suddenly remembered the scene of Yang Kai instantly killing a cultivator of the same level. He knew that he was no match for such terrifying strength. Even if he joined forces with Xianxia, they would only be able to maintain a stalemate at best. Another cheap bastard who wants to be humiliated by this young master before he is willing to cooperate. Yang Kai sneered. Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked at Lan He. Sister Lan He, although I don't know what your relationship with Brother Yang is, you have to be careful. Before, Zhang Hao and I saw in a room with Netherworld Sex Yuing. That Yuing came out of a flight-type artifact in disheveled clothes. I think you know better than me what kind of woman Yuing is. We are all disciples of the Eastern Territory's sects, so I don't want you to become the demon race's pawn. Yang Kai heard this, and his face sank. You dare sow discord. This young master and that Yuing are pure and innocent, so don't ruin my reputation. Xianxia chuckled and said, that's what Yuing said before. After saying so, he walked into the crowd without looking back. Lan He frowned slightly and glanced at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai said, Sister Lan He, you don't believe it, do you? Lan He said, Brother Yang's matter has nothing to do with me as long as he has a clear conscience. Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. After saying so, he turned to look at Yin Lusheng and said with a fake smile, Brother Yin, now there are only a few of you left. Do you want to cooperate, or cooperate? The remaining 3 people were all disciples of Netherworld Sect. Yin Lusheng's status in Netherworld Sect was extremely high. After all, he was the sect master's direct disciple, so even though he had only been in the sect for a short time, he was still the one in charge. Since he didn't express his position, the remaining 2 couldn't make a decision. Yin Lusheng smiled proudly and said, This Yin hates it when others threaten me. Anyone who threatens me doesn't have a good end. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he said, What a coincidence, Brother Yin and I are the same in this regard. Yin Lusheng said, Arrogant people always have many things in common. Yang Kai, if you really want my space ring, then fight me. If you can beat me, this Yin will hand over the space ring with both hands. You want to fight me one-on-one? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Brother Yang, you don't dare? Yin Lusheng sneered. Yang Kai snorted and said, Since Brother Yin is so refined, then this young master will give you a chance. As soon as this remark came out, Yin Lusheng's face lit up. Although the strength Yang Kai had shown before was extraordinary, Yin Lusheng had full confidence that he could remain invincible. This was why he could speak so confidently when facing Yang Kai, and even when falling into this natural spirit array, he didn't panic. If he wanted to leave here, he could do so at any time, but the price he would have to pay was a bit high. Unless it was a last resort, he wasn't willing to do so. Chapter 2456. Yin Lusheng had thought that a treacherous person like Yang Kai would definitely not agree to his challenge. And at that time, he would be able to ruthlessly humiliate Yang Kai and vent the resentment in his heart. But he hadn't expected Yang Kai to actually agree. This made him ecstatic. In a head-on fight, he wasn't sure if he was Yang Kai's opponent, but he still had a trump card. Once he used it, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Yin Lusheng secretly made up his mind that when he fought Yang Kai, he would directly use his trump card and not give Yang Kai the slightest chance to resist. Just as his mind was racing, Kai Yang suddenly pointed his finger towards the several dozen people beside him and said, "Since Brother Yin likes to fight alone so much, then why don't you challenge this group of friends? I believe they will definitely accompany you to have some fun." Yin Lusheng was stunned when he heard this. The dozens of cultivator also looked stunned. Lonnie was also stunned. Zhang Hao's face turned cold as he quickly said, "Yang Kai, don't go too far. We even gave you our space rings. What else do you want?" "That's right. You should settle your grievances with Yin Lusheng yourself. Why involve us in this?" Xianxia also shouted, "We will never help you. Yes, yes, don't treat us as fools." The group of people suddenly clamored and accused him. Yin Lusheng sneered, "Brother Yang doesn't have the guts to fight with me, so just say it. No one will laugh at you, so why beat around the bush?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Brother Yin is the direct disciple of the Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect master. I, Yang Kai, am just a loner, so of course I don't have the guts to fight with you. What if I accidentally kill you? Wouldn't that be a disaster? You don't have the guts to fight with Yin Lusheng. Why should we fight? We won't fight. Yes, we won't fight. If you want to fight, go fight yourself. He really thinks we're idiots. This brat actually wants to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. How laughable." Everyone was extremely dissatisfied with Yang Kai because they had reluctantly handed over their space rings. But now that he wanted them to deal with Yin Lusheng, how could they be happy? All of them were shouting at the same time, filled with indignation. Lonnie looked at Yang Kai with a worried expression, fearing that he would make things out of hand. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to threaten everyone, it was already a miracle that he had plundered so many space rings. If he did something excessive, it would likely cause some unnecessary trouble. She secretly winked at Yang Kai, hinting him to stop while he was ahead, lest he go too far. Yang Kai ignored her. With a cold face, he said, "You probably didn't hear what I said at the beginning." "What did he say?" "Kid, why don't you tell me what you're trying to do?" Yang Kai snorted. "This young master said that whoever doesn't hand over their space ring will die." "Yes, you did say that, but we have already handed over our space rings. What else do you want?" Yang Kai said. Now Yin Lusheng is unwilling to cooperate. This young master wants him dead. Do you have any objections? Zhang Hao said, "Naturally, we have no objections. You and Brother Yin can solve your own grievances. There is no need to involve us." "That's good." Yang Kai grinned and shouted, "This young master is going to ring the mountains and rivers bell now and kill that little bastard Yin Lusheng. If you still want to live, leave this place quickly. This young master will not stop you." "What? You still want to ring it?" "Don't, Brother Yang. Calm down." As soon as these words came out, everyone paled in shock. Yang Kai sneered, "Since you have handed over your space rings, this young master will also keep his word and let you live. This young master only wants to deal with Yin Lusheng now. So if you don't want to die, scram." Zhang Hao angrily said, "The situation here is complicated. If we could leave, how could we have been threatened by you before?" "Yang Kai, aren't you lying through your teeth?" Xianxia also said, "You can't be shameless to this extent." Yang Kai calmly said, "I don't care. If you don't have the ability to leave and are killed by the mountains and rivers bell, then you can only blame your bad luck. It has nothing to do with this young master." Changing the topic, he shouted angrily at Yin Lusheng, "Believe in Yin. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Have a good trip to the Yellow Springs." Saying so, he swung the myriad's sword in his hand towards the mountains and rivers bell. Lonnie's eyelids twitched when she saw this, and she quickly pushed her source chi to protect herself. Many martial artists also turned pale with fright as they cried out one after another. Stop it, stop it. Damn it, stop. If you have something to say, we can help you persuade Yin Lusheng. Yes, we can have a good chat with Yin Lusheng and make him hand over his space ring. Amid the chaos, Yang Kai's myriad swords stopped less than an inch away from the mountains and river's bell and looked at everyone. You want to talk to Yin Lusheng? Everyone broke out in a cold sweat and nodded their heads repeatedly. Yang Kai said with an embarrassed expression, Believe in Yin is a proud man and won't give in easily. If it's just a chat, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Brother Yang, don't worry. If this Believe in Yin doesn't know what's good for him, we will use other methods to talk to him, someone said with a ferocious expression. Yang Kai said, Oh, that's not good. You have already handed over your space rings. Logically speaking, what happens next has nothing to do with you. This is a grudge between me and Yin Lusheng. How can you be involved in this? Everyone's faces darkened as they looked at his hypocritical appearance, cursing Yang Kai in their hearts, but no one dared to show it. Brother Yang, you don't have to mind. This Believe in Yin is so untactful and should be taught a lesson. Young people only understand how high the sky is and how deep the earth is when they encounter some hardships. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, What this friend said is right. In that case, I will have to trouble you with this matter. I didn't force you. Haha, this matter is voluntary. As soon as these words fell, the several dozen cultivators turned their heads and looked at Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the two Netherworld sect disciples standing next to him were also pale and confused. For some inexplicable reason, they'd actually stood on the opposite side of everyone, and it simply caught them off guard. Yin Lusheng, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over your space ring, otherwise everyone will die here. Yes, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Quickly hand it over. Everyone seemed to have been implicated because of Yin Lusheng's unwillingness to cooperate, or perhaps because they were unlucky and wanted to see others suffer. So at this moment, their attitude towards Yin Lusheng was not good, and they all shouted at him. Yin Lusheng was so angry that he seemed to be on fire as he said with a sullen face, You are all elite disciples of your respective sects, the pride of your sects, yet you are willing to be driven by one person. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? With this sentence, many people's expressions darkened and they looked embarrassed. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Yin Lusheng means that you should silence him so that no one will spread what happened today. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that this was a good idea, and a few people's eyes flashed with fierce light. Yin Lusheng said with a black face, Yang Kai, you are such a despicable person. This Yin really misjudged you. Yang Kai snorted and said, When you tried to kill me in the Starlight Corridor, you should have thought of the consequences. Yin Lusheng clenched his teeth and said, Don't force me. If you push me too far, none of you will have a good end. Yang Kai jumped back and said with a glare, Oh, I'm so scared. He turned his head to look at the dozens of cultivators and said, This guy actually dares to threaten you. I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. If I were you, I would rush over and tear him apart. Even though Yang Kai was adding fuel to the fire and sowing discord, everyone was still a little unhappy, feeling that Yin Lusheng's words were too big. Zhang Hao pondered for a while and said, Brother Yin, a wise man submits to circumstances. I know you have means and trump cards, but do you really think you can be an enemy of so many of us? Zhang Hao, you're also forcing me. Yin Lusheng's eyes spat fire, and his voice was cold. Both of them were disciples of great sects in the Eastern Territory and had known each other for a long time. Although there was no friendship between them, they were both from the Eastern Territory after all. It was one thing for others to join forces to force him, but even Zhang Hao was doing the same, which made Yin Lusheng extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Hao quickly said, Brother Yin, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This is the Shattered Star Sea. There are many opportunities. He didn't use divine sense transmission, but openly said these words in front of Yang Kai. Obviously, he also bore a grudge and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Kaiyang curled his lips in disdain, as if he didn't care. Yin Lusheng's face was calm, and after thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Good. This Yin will remember today's matter. Yang Kai, I will make you pay back 100-fold in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Yin, you are the meat on the chopping block, and I am the knife. Is it really okay for you to say such harsh words?" Yin Lusheng stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Miss Lan He, take their space rings." Lonnie nodded, walked over to Yin Lusheng, and stretched out her hand. Yin Lusheng said, "Heavenly Wolf Valley, this Yin will also remember this. I will definitely pay you a visit in the future." Lonnie's complexion changed slightly, but at this time, she knew that it was useless to say anything, so she just took the space rings of the 3 Netherworld sect disciples, turned around, and left. After a while, she came to Yang Kai's side and said, "There are a total of 46 space rings here. Brother Yang, please count them." Yang Kai happily took them and said, "Miss Lan, he should also pick some." Lonnie shook her head and said, "I don't need it. I didn't do anything." Yang Kai was about to say something when his complexion suddenly changed, and his source chi fluctuated violently. Lonnie also looked surprised, not knowing what had happened to Yang Kai. Looking around, she saw a black chi appear on Yang Kai's wrist, and this black chi was like a spirit snake spreading towards Yang Kai's arm. Wherever it passed, Yang Kai's flesh and blood would turn into a bloody mess, revealing his white bones. The corroded parts of his body emitted a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. A fishy smell instantly filled the air. "Azura, Earth Demon!" Lonnie exclaimed. Chapter 2457. Yang Kai's complexion was ashen as he constantly formed seals with his hands. His source chi surged endlessly, and it took him a lot of effort to stop the black chi. However, looking around, the front right arm had been corroded into a horrible state, dripping with blood. The black chi that had been stopped was like a living creature, struggling and wriggling desperately towards Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai raised his head, glared at Yin Lusheng, and said fiercely, "You dare plot against me?" Yin Lusheng's expression was also sluggish at this moment. The Azura Earth Demon was a secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Only the top and most outstanding disciples of each generation could cultivate it. Moreover, when cultivating it, one had to connect to the real Netherworld purgatory and condense the Yin Chi of the Netherworld into Earth Demon power. However, once successfully cultivated, the power of this secret technique was infinite, and no one below the Emperor realm could resist it. Yin Lusheng had quietly hidden this wisp of Azura Earth Demon in his space ring, and after Yang Kai took it, he suddenly stimulated the power of this secret technique, and sure enough, Yang Kai was hit. But what shocked Yin Lusheng was that Yang Kai was actually able to stop this Azura Earth Demon. Although he seemed to be seriously injured, none of his vitals were injured, so there was no danger to his life at all. After a moment of shock, Yin Lusheng immediately recovered, and his figure flickered as he pounced towards Yang Kai like a great pung spreading its wings, roaring with a ferocious expression. This Yin can only seize the moment for revenge. 10 years is too late. Yang Kai died. At the same time as Yin Lusheng made his move, Zhang Hao and Xianxia also attacked together. The source chi of the two surged, and using some kind of secret technique, they merged into one and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Yang Kai. Their momentum was peerless. The others also reacted quickly. They all shouted as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Previously, they were forced to hand over their space rings, so they had long been suppressing their anger. Now that they saw Yang Kai being attacked by Yin Lusheng and seriously injured, they naturally wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge. "Yang Kai, run!" Lonnie was startled as she watched the situation change. He hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was distorted. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain or something else. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he said, "You can't escape." He could not see through this natural spirit array at all. Unless he had time to calm down and study it slowly, there was no way he could escape from here. Raising the myriad sword in his hand, Yang Kai slammed it towards the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "You want to take my life? I'll let you all die first." Boom! Along with the strike of the myriad sword, a halo of light suddenly swayed out from the mountains and rivers bell, and a terrifying sound wave swept out. Everyone's eyelids twitched, and in an instant, they cried for their parents. However, to everyone's surprise, the sound wave didn't spread too far. Instead, it directly exploded. Yang Kai was sent flying with a bang. Ah, you can forgive the sins of heaven, but you can't live with the sins of your own making. Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw this. Although he didn't know why the sound of the mountains and rivers bell being struck this time was different from before, this was the best opportunity to kill Yang Kai. He shouted with all his might, "Everyone, let's attack together and let this surnamed Yang die without a burial place." The rest of the people also looked refreshed and rushed forward. Yang Kai's head was dizzy, and he couldn't tell north from south. The change of the mountains and rivers bell this time was also beyond his expectations. He never expected such a thing to happen. He didn't know if it was the work of the artifact's spirit, but at this moment of life and death, the mountains and rivers bell suddenly shook slightly on its own. Along with this vibration, the void suddenly collapsed. This natural spirit array that shrouded such a large area of the void collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Looking around, a black hole the size of a house appeared out of thin air. The mountains and rivers bell turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the black hole, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the black hole expanded at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time, a huge suction force came from the black hole, pulling in all the cultivators' bodies. "What's going on? What's going on? Not good. Let's get out of here. The space here is collapsing." "Surnamed Yang, you're not human." Everyone shouted and panicked. Even Yin Lu Sheng, who was determined to kill Yang Kai, had a change of expression at this moment. How could he care about Yang Kai's life and death? He turned around and tried to escape, but the suction force from the black hole behind him was simply too strong. No matter how hard he tried, he could only hover in place, unable to leave at all. As the black hole rapidly expanded, the suction force also became stronger and more terrifying, making every cultivator feel desperate and powerless. Yang Kai and Lan He, who were closest to the black hole, were the first to be sucked in and disappeared. After a while, one cultivator after another screamed miserably and made strange postures as they were swallowed into the black hole in a panic. In less than 10 breaths of time, none of the several dozen cultivator could escape the suction of the black hole and were all swallowed up. And the black hole was still expanding. It wasn't until a certain moment when the black hole seemed to have expanded to a limit that it suddenly shrank towards the center and disappeared in an instant. The void returned to calmness, leaving behind a rich fluctuation of space force, indicating that there had been a change here. In a daze, Yang Kai woke up, and the first thing he heard was Lan He's call. The pain in his arm was still unbearable. It was a pain that touched his soul, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. He vaguely knew what had happened just now, but because he had been blasted by the sound waves of the mountains and rivers bell at close range, his mind was shaken and he was not in the mood to investigate the situation around him. He only saw the formation of a black hole and felt a huge suction force pulling him in. Then he arrived here. If it weren't for a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, that shock alone would have been enough to shatter his soul. As the shouts in his ears became clearer and clearer, Yang Kai shook his head and finally recovered some of his spirit. He turned his head and looked around, but he couldn't see anything at all. There was no light in this place, only chaos and nothingness. A familiar feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. A void corridor. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. This was clearly the interlayer between the cracks of the void, a passageway in the void. Void corridors existed everywhere in this world, but if one didn't understand the Tao of space, They wouldn't be able to detect them and wouldn't have the opportunity to enter here. Recalling the previous scene, Xianxia immediately understood that the reason why he had come to this void corridor was because of the mountains and rivers Bell's sudden eruption, shattering the void with great power. The black hole was the most obvious sign, suppressing the various discomforts and pains in his body. Xianxia quickly released his divine sense and found Lan He not far from him. At this moment, Lan He's situation was worrying because she had been entangled by a void current and was trapped inside, unable to move. There were dangers everywhere in this void corridor, but the biggest one was this void current. This void current was similar to a river and was invisible, but it was formed by chaotic space force. Once a person fell into it, it would be very difficult to get out and could only wait to be swallowed up by this void current. Even Xianxia had to be careful of these void currents when walking in this void corridor. Although Lan He's cultivation was high, she didn't understand the Tao of space, so after falling into the void current, she was helpless and could only wait for death. Xianxia quickly came to her side and called out, "Sister Lan He." Lan He was slightly startled and immediately called out in a low voice, "Xianxia." "Yes, it's me," Lan He replied. "I'm entangled by a strange force and can't get away. Don't come close." She was afraid that Xianxia would follow in her footsteps, so she quickly reminded him. Xianxia grinned and said, "Don't worry, this is a void current. I'll save you now." Lan He shook her head and said, "No, I've tried. The harder I try, the deeper I sink. It's like a swamp. If you continue to help, it will only backfire. If you have a chance to leave this place in the future, go to Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory and tell them that I, Lan He, have died here." She seemed to feel that she had no hope of surviving and even had to make arrangements for a funeral. Xianxia remained silent, crouched down, and quietly sensed her. Lan He spoke for a while, but seeing that Xianxia didn't respond, she said sadly, "Right, take my space ring and give it to my Heavenly Wolf Valley's people." Saying so, she was about to take off her space ring. Xianxia suddenly stretched out his hand and patted her position. Space force instantly fluctuated, turning into an invisible force that affected the movement of the void current. After a short while, the surging void current was directly smoothed out, and Xianxia stretched out his hand and pulled Lan He out. This how? Lan He seemed to be unable to believe that she had escaped so easily and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But soon, she reacted and cried out involuntarily, "Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" Xianxia grinned meaningfully and said, "I know a thing or two." Lan He was surprised. "Are you Master Li Wuyi's disciple?" Li Wuyi again. Xianxia had heard this name more than once and already knew that he was a famous master in the Star Boundary. He was a powerful third-order Emperor Realm Master and was proficient in the Tao of space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this person was the strongest master under the 10 great emperors. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I've heard of him long ago, but I never had the chance to meet him." He was not going to continue talking about this topic and said, "I'll take you to a safer place first. I still need to heal." Hearing this, Lan He recalled that he had been attacked by Yin Lusheng before and hurriedly said that Azura Earth Demon is a secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Its corrosive power is extremely strong. Under the Emperor realm, anyone who gets hit by it will die without a doubt. How can you be okay? Xianxia chuckled and said, "I was just lucky, or that little brat, Yin Lusheng's cultivation isn't good enough." This Azura Earth Demon was indeed terrifying. Xianxia estimated that if it were any other Tao Source Realm cultivator, they would not be able to escape from it, but his strength was not comparable to an ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivator at all. Whether it was the quality of his physique, source chi, or spiritual energy, they were far beyond the level of a Tao Source Realm cultivator, so he was able to suppress this Azura Earth Demon. Even so, half of his arm was corroded beyond recognition. Chapter 2458. After shuttling through the void corridor with Lan He for a while, Xianxia suddenly stopped. Lan He didn't know what was going on, but she didn't dare to disturb him rashly and just stood quietly to the side. After a while, Yang Kai said, "It's safe here. The space here is relatively stable. Miss Lan He, please rest here for a while. I need to heal my wounds. Once I've healed, I'll send you out." "Send me out." Lan He was stunned, but when she remembered how Yang Kai had easily rescued her before, she immediately felt confident in him and nodded. "Good. You don't need to worry about me. It's more important to heal your wounds as soon as possible. The Azura Earth Demon's corrosive power is extremely strong. The longer you delay, the more troublesome it will be." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, circulated his space force, and waved it around her a few times before saying, "I've left a space imprint here. If anything happens, I'll be able to detect it immediately and come over immediately." After saying so, he turned around and flew away. After Yang Kai left, Lan He slowly sat down cross-legged and released her divine sense to investigate the situation around her. She found that, as Yang Kai had said, the space here was relatively stable. Without the strange power she had encountered before, she didn't dare to move and could only wait here. Not far away, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of healing pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth like he was eating beans. His current injuries weren't too serious, and the injuries caused by the mountains and rivers bell were quickly recovering. The only troublesome thing was the Azura Earth Fiend. This thing was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, tightly wrapped around his arm. Yang Kai had to circulate his source chi to force the Earth Demon's power out of his body. Fortunately, his source chi was vigorous and pure. Even if this secret technique was extremely powerful, it couldn't stop him from expelling it. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai forced the Azura Earth Demon's power out of his body little by little, his expression meticulous and his movements methodical. After about 5 or 6 days, he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. The Azura Earthly Demon had completely disappeared. Only the corrosive wound on his arm had not completely healed. However, with his strong physique and recovery ability, he was able to recover. This kind of injury was actually nothing. After 5 or 6 days of recovery, the injuries caused by the mountains and rivers bell had also healed. Yang Kai swung his arm, slowly stood up, and walked towards Lan He's location. Not long after, Yang Kai came to Lan He's side and found that she was still sitting cross-legged in the same place. The space seal he had set up before also showed no signs of being touched, indicating that this place had been calm for the past few days and had not been affected by the void's power. Sensing Kai Yang's arrival, "Lan He, is Brother Yang. There's no problem." Yang Kai replied with a smile. "That's good." Lan He also breathed a sigh of relief. After a pause, she said, "Can we go out now?" Yang Kai said, "Of course, come. I'll send you out." "What about you? You still want to stay?" Yang Kai smiled faintly and said confidently, "I am very familiar with this place. There won't be any danger. I want to find the mountains and rivers bell. It also entered this void passageway, and I don't know where it is now." So it's like that. Lan He knew that she couldn't persuade him too much. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Yang Kai. "Then I hope Brother Yang's wish will be fulfilled soon. I'll count on your auspicious words." Yang Kai grinned. "Right." Lan He suddenly remembered something and said, "You said before that you had something to ask of me." After being reminded by her, Yang Kai also remembered something and patted his head. "It's like this, I have a friend. More than a year ago, he set out from the Northern Territory to your Heavenly Wolf Valley." "Brother Yang's friend? Does he want to join my Heavenly Wolf Valley? But why did he set out from the Northern Territory?" Lan He was surprised. If he was a cultivator from the Northern Territory, he should have chosen a sect in the Northern Territory first. There was no reason for him to travel to the Eastern Territory. After all, the distance between the two large territories was extremely far. If he didn't use a space array that could cross territory, he might not be able to get there in several years. "It's a bit complicated. Let's talk about it as we go." Yang Kai said as he took Lan He to find the weak point in the space while explaining to her. The friend he was talking about was naturally Ling Yinqin. When he heard Zhang Hao, the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, mention Heavenly Wolf Valley, Kai felt like he had heard of this sect before, but he couldn't remember when. Later, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly remembered. Ling Yinshin had mentioned Heavenly Wolf Valley in front of him before. Because Ling Yinshin's dead husband was a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. The two met and fell in love in the solitary void-sealed world, and later became husband and wife. But her husband was unfortunately killed in the process of saving her. Ling Yinshin cherished his memory to this day. The high-grade spirit purifying array she lent to Kai at that time was bought by her husband at a high price, and it was also the object of her yearning. Because of this, after the spirit purifying array was damaged, Kai put in a lot of effort to ask Xianxia to repair it, which led to all the subsequent events. When Ling Yinshin came out of the solitary void-sealed world, she also brought out her husband's ashes. The last time they parted in the Northern Territory, Ling Yinshin said that she wanted to send her husband's ashes to Heavenly Wolf Valley so that he could rest in peace. After briefly telling Lan He about Ling Yinshin and her husband, Lan He also sighed and said that Sister Ling must be an infatuated woman. If she wasn't infatuated, how could she be willing to go from the Northern Territory to the Eastern Territory just to send her husband's ashes back to the sect? One had to know that not only was the journey long, but it was also full of dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Big Sister Ling was a very good person, Kai said solemnly. What was her husband's name? If he was really a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, maybe I've heard of him, Lan He asked. Kai shook his head. Big Sister Ling didn't mention this. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, if we can see Big Sister Ling, we can just ask her. Lan He didn't delve into this issue. Kai said, Big Sister Ling was infatuated with her husband. I think that even if she sent his ashes back, she probably wouldn't want to leave his side. It's just that Big Sister Ling isn't a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, so Heavenly Wolf Valley may not let her stay for long. This Yang wants to ask Sister Lan, if you can see Big Sister Ling in the future, please take care of her. If she can join Heavenly Wolf Valley and become a disciple, it would be best. If not, please let Big Sister Ling mourn for her husband from time to relieve her lovesickness. Since it's Brother Yang's request, there's naturally no problem. Lan He was also a straightforward person and agreed at once. Kai was overjoyed. With Sister Lan's words, I can rest assured. Lan He was the great senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Her status was definitely not comparable to an ordinary disciple. Since she had agreed, she would definitely do it. Although this woman's appearance and figure were average, she had a heroic spirit that was not inferior to men. What's Big Sister Ling's cultivation now? Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her strength isn't at the top, it's definitely not bad. Kai gave a pertinent evaluation. Third Order Dao Source Realm? Lonnie's eyes lit up when she heard this. She clapped her hands and said, then there's absolutely no problem for her to join our Heavenly Wolf Valley. If she's someone of unknown origin, she may need to be assessed, but since she's someone Kai mentioned, she can be exempted from the assessment. I'll tell Master when I go back. Thank you very much. Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't have much of a friendship with Ling Yinshin, they had come out of the solitary void-sealed world together. With her cultivation, it wouldn't have been a problem for her to join Ice Heart Valley, and Bingyan also wanted her to stay, but she was troubled by love and wanted to go to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so everyone could only let her. If she could join Heavenly Wolf Valley in the future, it would be a good place for her. This way, not only would she have a sect to rely on, but she could also accompany her husband day and night. Kai believed Ling Yinshin wouldn't refuse. While the two were talking, Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Lan He also stopped. Kai released his divine sense to check the surroundings and said, this is the place. I'll tear space later. Sister Lan He, you can rest assured that there won't be any danger. Good. Lan He nodded and cupped her fists. Brother Yang, you must also be careful. If there is a chance in the future, you must come to my Heavenly Wolf Valley as a guest. Of course, Kai replied. After saying so, his expression turned solemn as he stretched out his hand and thrust it into the void in front of him. The force of space surged, and the laws of space fluctuated, causing the void corridor to distort and become unstable. Lonnie's expression changed slightly as she held her breath, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. "Open!" Xianxia shouted as his hands suddenly moved to the sides. Under Lonnie's shocked gaze, the void in front of them was torn apart like a piece of silk, and a crack appeared in it in an instant. And as Xianxia moved, this crack grew bigger and bigger. Lonnie's eyes trembled as she watched in amazement. Tearing space with one's bare hands was something she had only heard of and had never seen with her own eyes. But now, this scene was clearly presented in front of her eyes, shocking her. From the void crack, Lonnie clearly saw the dilapidated scenery of the Shattered Star Sea and immediately understood that they could return to the Shattered Star Sea through this crack. "Let's go," Xianxia shouted in a low voice. Lonnie didn't dare to hesitate. Her figure flickered as she rushed towards the crack. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the other side. When she turned around, the crack had already closed quickly. Xianxia stood in the void corridor and waved at her with a smile. "Brother Yang, take care," Lonnie shouted, but the crack had already closed. She didn't know if Xianxia had heard her or not. Standing in place for a while, Lonnie sighed and looked for a direction to fly towards the depths of the Shattered Star Sea. Although her contact with Xianxia was short, it was as if a new door had opened in front of her, allowing her to see how powerful a Tao Source Realm cultivator could be. In front of a cultivator in the same realm, the elite disciples of top sects were as insignificant as ants that could be killed with a wave of his hand. She knew that she couldn't cultivate to this extent. If she wanted to become stronger, she could only break through to the Emperor realm. An urgent thought emerged from the depths of her heart. She wanted to break through as soon as possible and obtain more power. Chapter 2459. Inside the void corridor, Xianxia quickly passed through it as if he was walking on flat ground, completely ignoring the ubiquitous void turbulence and the erratic void cracks. This place might be dangerous for others, but for Xianxia, it was like his own back garden. When he was cultivating the Tao of space, he had entered this place countless times, comprehending the mysteries of space and experiencing the wonders of Space Force. He had a clear understanding of the characteristics of this place. Less than an hour after separating from Lan He, Xianxia suddenly felt a slight burning sensation on the back of his hand, which was the reaction between star seals. His expression changed, and he immediately rushed in a certain direction. His current star seal was a six-pointed star seal, which was a relatively high-end existence, so he could sense the location of most cultivator from a long distance. Not long after, he arrived at the place, but when he looked around, the scene he saw made him frown. Because the scene in front of him was bloody, with countless severed limbs and minced flesh constantly floating in the void undercurrent. There was not a single living person in sight. In that place, however, there were 7 or 8 ownerless star seals floating quietly. 7 or 8 star seals meant that 7 or 8 people had died here. They had not been killed by others, but had fallen into the void corridor and been swallowed by the void undercurrent, or had been killed by the void cracks here. When Xianxia walked over, the ownerless star seals seemed to be attracted by something and flew towards the back of his hand, transforming into specks of starlight that imprinted themselves on the back of his hand, causing his 6-pointed star seal to become even brighter and warmer. He couldn't help feeling a little worried. Previously, everyone had been swallowed by the collapsed space, and their futures were uncertain. He wasn't worried about the life or death of others. The only one he was worried about was Yin Lusheng. This guy had better not die before he found him. If he died, Xianxia would have no way to find him to inquire about information. There were still some vague reactions coming from the front. Xianxia didn't stop for long and continued on his way. The further he went, the more corpses Xianxia encountered of cultivator corpses and star seals left behind. He didn't need to do anything at all. Along the way, he had already collected more than 20 star seals. In other words, of more than 40 Tao Source Realm cultivator who had been swallowed here, half of them had died. And for what he observed along the way, they should all be together, probably trying to find a way out. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the Tao of space and couldn't break through the barrier of space, so they couldn't find an exit. According to this situation, this group of people would die sooner or later. Suddenly, Yang Kai heard a faint shout. His eyes flashed as he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. After a short while, he arrived in front of a surging void undercurrent. Seemingly aware of Kai Yang's arrival, the person hurriedly shouted in Kai Yang's direction, "Friend, save me! Don't leave me behind! Save me!" Yang Kai was in different Yang, Kai Yang's divine sense. Yang, 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 and Yang, Yang. Where is Yin Le Sheng? Yang Kai suddenly asked. When a man heard Yang Kai's voice, he was startled for a moment before calling out in a low voice, "Yang Kai." He obviously recognized Yang Kai's voice. Where is Yin Le Sheng? Yang Kai asked. The man smiled bitterly. Brother Yang, save me first. Everything else can be discussed. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Zhang Hao won't save you, why should I? This man was Xianxia of Brahma Holy Land. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, so their strength was extraordinary. However, no matter how powerful he was still a Tao Source Realm cultivator. Falling into the void undercurrent, he could only wait for death. The more he struggled, the faster he would die. However, there was no trace of Zhang Hao here. It seemed that Zhang Hao had abandoned him. Zhang Hao. Hearing Yang Kai mention this name, Xianxia seemed to be touched. He gnashed his teeth and growled, "Don't mention that despicable villain's name in front of me. I will kill him sooner or later." Yang Kai didn't know what happened between these two holy sons, but Xianxia actually hated Zhang Hao to the bone. Yang Kai didn't bother to get to the bottom of it and just sneered, "Wait until you have a chance to get out of here." Hearing this, Xianxia's momentum fell to the bottom as he cried and begged, "Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Save me from here. I, Xianxia, will definitely repay your kindness. First, tell me where Yin Le Sheng went." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Xianxia said, "If I tell you, will you save me?" Yang Kai asked back, "What do you think?" Xianxia was angry and said, "Then why should I tell you?" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the capital to be angry at this time. So he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, don't be angry." Xianxia misspoke. Yang Kai snorted, "I don't have the heart to save you, and I won't save you. No matter what you say, it's useless." Xianxia panicked, and his heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare show it, so the bitterness in his mouth was like eating a gold thread. "Although I won't save you, I can avenge you." Yang Kai sneered. "Zhang Hao and Yin Le Sheng are together, right? Tell me where they went, and I will help you kill Zhang Hao." "Kill Zhang Hao." Xianxia was stunned and was silent for a while before he suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of madness. Yang Kai didn't urge him and just stood to the side and stared at him coldly. After a while, Xianxia's laughter faded and he said with a ferocious expression, "If you can find Zhang Hao, tear him to pieces for me. That's easy, I promise you." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that there must be some unknown grievances between these two holy sons. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't be so hostile towards Zhang Hao. They went that way. Xianxia casually pointed in a direction. Yang Kai turned his head and nodded, his hand moving slightly as a moon blade slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. Although he felt the energy fluctuations coming towards him, he was now trapped in the void undercurrent and couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. So he could only ask in horror, "What are you doing?" With a light swish, Xianxia felt a slight pain in his arm. Yang Kai coldly said, "I'll take your star seal. Consider it as interest for the two of you joining forces to attack me. As for the rest, you can count on your own luck." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and collected the star seal on Xianxia's severed arm before turning around and rushing off in the direction Xianxia had indicated before. "Bastard, bastard!" Xianxia covered his wound with his other hand and roared with a ferocious expression. "Yang Kai, however, had long since disappeared. About half a day later, Xianxia finally sensed the location of the others, but most of them were dead, either swallowed by the void undercurrent or strangled to death by the void cracks. Their corpses were in tatters, leaving only their star seals to guide Xianxia. Another day later, Xianxia had collected most of the star seals of the more than 40 people. After swallowing more than 30 star seals, the 6-pointed star seal on the back of his hand finally changed, turning into a 7-pointed star seal, allowing him to perceive further distances. It was rumored that if a star seal could be upgraded to the highest level, a 9-pointed star seal, one could find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Whether this was true or not, Xianxia had no interest in the so-called inheritance, so he didn't insist on it. At a certain moment, Xianxia suddenly sensed the fluctuations of several star seals in front of him. After a little calculation, Xianxia knew that the owners of these star seals were the last survivors. And Yin Lusheng must be among them, because along the way, although Xianxia found the corpses of the other 2 Netherworld sect disciples, he did not see Yin Lusheng's. That guy was really lucky. He actually managed to survive until the end of the Void Corridor. How'd he do it? Without hesitation, Xianxia's figure flickered as he rushed over. After an incense stick worth of time, he arrived at the place where these people were. Sweeping with his divine sense, Xianxia found that there were only 4 people left. Yin Lusheng and Zhang Hao were among them, and the remaining 2 seemed to be top Dao Source Realm Masters, but Xianxia was not familiar with them. Moreover, not only were the 4 of them here, but even the mountains and River's Bell, which had disappeared into the void, was also here. This unique treasure from the untainted land was responsible for the birth of an emperor and witnessed the war between emperors. After being silent for tens of thousands of years, it was now lying quietly in a corner of the void corridor. Its brilliance was restrained, and it had no spirituality at all. It was like an old object that was quietly waiting for the arrival of its next owner. "You're not dead." Yin Lusheng turned his head and looked at Xianxia in astonishment when he arrived here. Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of Space, which Yin Lusheng knew. When the 2 fought in the Starlight Corridor, Xianxia had used the Space Divine technique to shatter the Starlight Corridor. Yin Lusheng was stunned because Xianxia had clearly withstood the shock of the mountains and River's Bell at such a close distance and was struck by his Azura Earth Demon. Yet he could still survive. And now, it seemed that not only did he survive, but he was also alive and kicking. Xianxia curled his lips and said, "You're not dead either. Why is Brother Yin so surprised?" Yin Lusheng's eyes lit up as he nodded. "Good, very good, very good. You're not dead." He actually had a look of joy on his face for Xianxia, but it was unknown what he was so happy about. Xianxia looked at him doubtfully and said, "Brother Yin, it's easy to misunderstand what you're saying. It's as if we have a very good relationship." Yin Lusheng laughed. "No matter what your relationship with me is, it's a good thing that you're not dead." Xianxia's face became cold as he said, "I'm not dead, but you're dead." Yin Lusheng said calmly, "There is no enmity between you and me, so why don't we just forget about it?" with a smile. Xianxia's eyes widened as he said, This, did I hear you right? Brother Yin, you actually want to forget about enmity with a smile? Is there something wrong with your head?" Zhang Hao and the other 2 also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, they had seen the conflict and resentment between Xianxia and Yin Lusheng before. Both of them were itching to kill the other, so why did Yin Lusheng's attitude change so much in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2460. Yin Lusheng smiled and said, "My head isn't broken, and I'm actually quite clear-headed, because I know that if I want to leave this place, Brother Yang's strength is indispensable." Xianxia raised his brow and grinned. "I understand what Brother Yin means, but why do you think I will take you out?" Yin Lusheng quickly said, "Don't you want to inquire about that puppet? That puppet is of great use to you, isn't it?" Hearing him mention Xiao, Xianxia's face sank, and he shouted, "Where is it?" Yin Lusheng chuckled and said calmly, "Brother Yang really values it. Since Brother Yang has a request, and I have one, why don't we make a deal?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to rush over and beat Yin Lushing up and then force him to tell him about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, at this time, brute force couldn't solve the problem. As long as Yin Lusheng didn't tell him about Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it. And even if he did, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether he was telling the truth or not. Compared to killing Yin Lusheng, Yang Kai wanted to know more about Xiao Xiao. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "What kind of deal? Let's hear it." Yin Lusheng said, "You take me out of this damned place, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of that puppet." Yang Kai sneered. "What do I know you're telling the truth? Maybe you don't even know where Xiao Xiao is." "I know." Yin Lusheng's expression turned solemn. "I might as well tell you that your puppet did fall into the Eastern territory with me, but with my strength at the time, I couldn't subdue it, so I followed it, trying to find a good opportunity, but unfortunately, I never succeeded. Where did it go now? In this world, I am the only one who knows about this. There is no second person. Brother Yang, you'd best think clearly about whether you want to fight me here to the death, both of us suffering heavy losses, or make a fair trade where we each take what we need." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "Tell me first, and I'll immediately send you away. I promise I won't attack you." Yin Lusheng chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Then what do you want?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. The two of them kept arguing, causing the other three to be amazed. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng were arguing about, they could more or less understand what was going on. Zhang Hao suddenly said, "Brother Yin, can he take us out of here?" Yin Lusheng glanced at him and said, "If he can't, then no one can." Yin Lusheng frowned. "Because Brother Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of Space." Proficient in the Tao of Space? Zhang Hao was pleasantly surprised. The other two were also very excited, secretly licking their lips. "This young master is proficient in the Tao of Space. It's none of your business." Yang Kai glared at the three men, his stomach full of displeasure. Zhang Hao smiled apologetically and said, "Ha ha, Brother Yang, it can be said that we don't know each other until we fight. Now, only the few of us are still alive. How about you take us out with you? Don't worry, we will repay you generously in the future." "Yes, yes, Brother Yang's kindness will be engraved in our hearts, and we will repay you in the future. Brother Yang, the more friends you have, the more options you have. If you come to my Western territory in the future, this son will definitely welcome you." The two men also shouted along with Zhang Hao, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly. "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Zhang Hao's expression gradually became cold when he heard this, turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Yang Kai, don't be too insensible. Although your strength is good, if the four of us join forces, you won't be able to defeat us. Don't force us to be rough with you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master wasn't afraid of 40 of you before, but now there are only 4 of you left. What can you do to me? If you want to die, come up and try. Zhang Hao's face stiffened, but he also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. The previous 40 people couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might not be able to take him down. What's more, it was rumored that a cultivator proficient in the Tao of Space was the most difficult to deal with. Even if they couldn't win, they were first class at escaping. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to Zhang Hao, and the other two turned to look at Yin Lusheng and saying, "Since you want to make a deal with me, then come up with an explanation that can convince both of us, otherwise you will die today. At worst, I will go to the Eastern Territory and slowly look for you." Yin Lusheng's face sank as he asked, "Brother Yang, are you so confident that you can kill me?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "In this environment, I can make you die without a burial place with just a wave of my hand. So do you think I can kill you or not?" Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand, and an undercurrent suddenly appeared in the void, as if it had received a command, and like a long river, it rushed towards Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng was startled and quickly dodged to the side. After regaining his footing, his face was incomparably pale. He thought that since he had a trump card, there was no need for him to be too afraid of Yang Kai. But now it seemed that this special environment not only did not bind Yang Kai, but instead increased his strength imperceptibly. If he really fought here, his chances of winning were less than 20%. He had to get out of here quickly, lest something unexpected happened. Thinking of this, Yin Lusheng quickly said, "Brother Yang, look at this." Saying so, he casually tossed something toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing tricks, so after catching it, he swept it with his divine sense and asked in surprise, "Oh, a soul contract?" Yin Lusheng raised his brow and said, "Since Brother Yang recognizes this thing, it'll be easy." The spirit contract was a little toy that the Serene Soul Great Emperor, the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace in the eastern region, had come up with when he was bored. It was like a contract, and the people who signed the contract swore with their spirits. However, because the spirit contract contained a strange power, both parties who swore an oath could not violate the contents of the contract. Once they violated the contract, they would suffer the pain of having their souls devoured. Soul contracts were extremely rare in other places, and Yang Kai had seen one in the past, so he recognized it and knew the authority of this thing. As long as the two parties who signed the contract swore with their souls, after the contract took effect, they could no longer violate it, unless they wanted to court death. Because soul contracts were developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul, and the Serene Soul Palace of the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace was in the Eastern Territory, it was normal for Yin Lusheng, a disciple of the Eastern Territory, to have a soul contract. Is this enough to show my sincerity? Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since there is a soul contract, of course there is no problem." Yin Lusheng said, "Good. You send me out of here, and I will tell you the whereabouts of the puppet." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded, "No problem." Zhang Hao anxiously said, "Brother Yin, take me with you. My Brahma Holy Land and your Netherworld sect are allied sects. You can't just stand by and watch us die." Yin Lusheng frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Zhang Hao's life has been decided by someone. He must die here." Zhang Hao's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, Who wants my life?" Kai Yang coldly glared at him and snorted, "Whoever you leave behind, that person will take your life." Zhang Hao was stunned and absent-mindedly said, "Xianxia?" Then he shouted angrily, "Impudent! I am brother, yet he wants someone to kill me. Simply a bastard." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, ignoring him and instead looking at Yin Lusheng and said, "Brother Yin, swear." "Good." Yin Lusheng nodded and immediately swore with his soul that if Yang Kai was willing to send him out of here safely, he must tell Yang Kai Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai also swore with his soul. As his spiritual energy surged, the soul contract suddenly shone brightly and split into two, turning into two streams of light that poured into Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng's bodies, causing both of them to snort lightly as they felt a layer of shackles binding them. Both of them knew that this was the effect of the soul contract. "Where is Xiao Xiao?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng smiled slightly, his lips squirming as he transmitted a message. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked in amazement, "How could he be there?" Yin Lusheng was surprised. "Oh, Brother Yang knows that place?" Yang Kai calmly said, "I heard someone mention it not long ago. Are you sure he went there?" Yin Lusheng replied, "I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? At first, I didn't know where it was, but after living in the Eastern Territory for a while, I realized how dangerous that place was. Fortunately, I didn't go in at that time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see Brother Yang today." Yang Kai's face was ashen. Compared to not knowing Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, he was more worried now. Yin Lusheng had already made a soul oath with him and was bound by the soul contract, so it was impossible for him to lie to him. But if Xiao Xiao went to that place, it would definitely be disastrous. His expression was extremely ugly. Yin Lusheng, however, smiled and said, "Okay, this Yin has told Brother Yang the truth. Now it's time for you to fulfill the agreement, right?" Yang Kai glanced at him unhappily before suddenly stretching out his hand and inserting it into the void nearby. Yin Lu Sheng stared intently, and when he saw a void crack being torn open by Yang Kai, a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face as he quickly said, "Brother Yang is really amazing. If he breaks through to the Emperor realm in the future, he will definitely be the second Li Wu Yi." Scram! Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yin Lu Sheng laughed. "Then this Yin will take his leave. I hope we will meet again. The day we meet again will be the day you die." Yang Kai ground his teeth. Yin Lu Sheng didn't care, and his figure flickered as he rushed towards the void crack, instantly arriving on the other side. On the other hand, Zhang Hao and the others impatiently followed closely behind him when they saw this, and they executed various divine abilities with the intention of escaping from here. Yang Kai just looked at them coldly and didn't stop them. Chapter 2461. Zhang Hao and the other two were overjoyed, thinking that Yang Kai had acquiesced, so they moved even faster. But just as the three of them passed through the void crack, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his hand. The spatial rift that had been torn closed with the speed of lightning. Caught off guard, the bodies of the other two were cut in half, blood and internal organs spilling out of their bodies. Their auras were instantly sucked dry, making for a terrifying sight. On the other hand, Zhang Hao reacted extremely quickly and retreated at the critical moment, avoiding this fatal blow. After standing firm, Zhang Hao glanced to the side with lingering fear before turning to Yang Kai and saying, You really want to kill us all?" Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face and said, "No one who has provoked this young master has a good end. Don't be too arrogant. I, Zhang Hao, am also the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Zhang Hao roared. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Are you done?" Zhang Hao was startled and asked in horror, "What do you want to do?" "If you're done, then be on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved both of his hands. The surrounding undercurrents in the void suddenly boiled up, and as if they had received some kind of order, they all rushed toward Zhang Hao, surrounding him tightly in an instant, making it impossible for him to move. Zhang Hao's face changed wildly as he desperately urged his source qi to struggle, but he couldn't break free from the strange void undercurrents. Instead, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His face suddenly turned pale as he looked up at Yang Kai and said in a trembling voice, "Spare me. I'm willing to pay any price, even if it means handing over my soul brand." Handing over his soul brand meant that he would have to obey Yang Kai's orders in the future. He would become Yang Kai's slave, as the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Since he could put forward such a condition, it could be seen that he was really desperate. But at this moment of life and death, Zhang Hao only wanted to survive. So how could he care about anything else? "Your strength is too low. What's the use of keeping you alive?" Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, and under the fluctuations of space principles, countless tiny void cracks suddenly appeared around Zhang Hao's body. They were densely packed and innumerable. "Your strength is too low." Zhang Hao's expression was dull. For the first time, he felt deeply insulted. Yang Kai was just a third-order Tao source realm cultivator. Zhang Hao's cultivation was the same as his, but he actually said that his cultivation was too low. Enraged, Zhang Hao shouted hysterically, "I'll fight it out with you." As he spoke, his face flushed red, and his origin energy suddenly became restless. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. Yang Kai's face darkened as he harumphed. "Trying to self-detonate? That depends on whether you have a chance." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tiny void cracks suddenly shot toward Zhang Hao as if they had been given a life of their own. After a series of light noises, Zhang Hao froze in place, his expression sluggish. His eyes were lifeless. His life force quickly dissipated, and the dangerous aura that came from his body also disappeared. After a short while, accompanied by a soft crashing sound, Zhang Hao's entire body turned into countless fragments, scattered all over the ground, and was swallowed up by the surging void undercurrent. Just as Xianxia had requested before, Xianxia was really torn to pieces this time. A six-pointed star seal shot out from where he stood and rushed straight towards the back of Yang Kai's hand, turning into specks of starlight that were absorbed by his seven-pointed star seal. After killing Xianxia, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. His gloomy mood improved slightly. He stood in place, frowning as he recalled the information Yin Lusheng had revealed to him before. Xiao had actually gone to that kind of place. This was something he had never expected. However, if he had really gone there were pros and cons. Yang Kai had always been worried that Xiao would become the target of other people's pursuit. If he had gone there, he would not have this concern because even cultivators rarely set foot in that place. But that place was full of danger, and he did not know if Xiao could survive there safely. It seemed that he still had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory. He secretly decided that after the matter in the Shattered Star Sea was over, he would set off to find Xiao's whereabouts. After making up his mind, Yang Kai adjusted his mood and turned his head, looking at the mountains and rivers bell with fiery eyes. When a mountains and rivers bell was born, dozens of cultivators had been eyeing it covetously and had chased it all the way to this place. Now, he was the only one left in this void corridor, and the rest had either left or died. He had a lot of time to try to refine this mountains and rivers bell. Qihai had said that this mountains and rivers bell was an ancient treasure that the Yuan Ding great emperors had brought out from the ancient wildlands. If he could refine it, then this trip to the Shattered Star Sea would not have been in vain. However, refining such a treasure was definitely not a simple matter. Yang Kai did not know how to refine it, so he could only try to use the method Qihai had mentioned before. The Yuan Ding great emperors had withstood 81 rings of the bell and not died. Only then did they obtain the approval of the artifact spirit and bring it out of the ancient wildlands. Yang Kai could only follow suit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best state, and walked towards the mountains and rivers bell step by step. For some reason, the mountains and rivers bell's brilliance was restrained at this moment, and even the mysterious patterns on its surface were no longer visible. It now looked like an ordinary, worn-out bell. Even if it was thrown in front of the world, no one would take a look at it. However, it still gave Yang Kai the feeling of a sleeping dragon, as if it would let out a monstrous roar once it was awakened. After a while, Yang Kai came to the front of the mountains and rivers bell, but to his surprise, the mountains and rivers bell did not show any reaction. Holding his breath and concentrating, Yang Kai carefully stretched out his hand and stroked the mountains and rivers bell. The moment Yang Kai's palm touched the mountains and rivers bell suddenly shook slightly, and a world-shaking sound suddenly rang out in Yang Kai's mind. This sound contained a primordial aura and destructive power, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy for a moment, as if he had been brought back to the ancient wildlands by a torrent of time. In his mind, inexplicable illusions appeared one after another. Among those illusions, there were scenes of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart, tsunamis raging, as if the end of the world had arrived. There was a strong, naked giant with his head touching the sky and feet stepping on the ground, walking proudly, and wherever he passed, all living beings would retreat. There was the first cultivator who moved mountains and drained seas, flying through the heavens and burrowing into the earth, using the great divine technique to fight against the disasters of the heavens and earth, seeking a slim chance of survival. There were countless divine spirits fighting with each other, fighting for territory, causing blood to spill all over the earth, shattering the heavens and earth. The sea changed into mulberry fields, and in an instant it felt like thousands of years had passed. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as if he had been hit by a mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards, sliding through the void for tens of thousands of meters. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was chaotic. After a while, he suddenly sat up cross-legged and silently circulated his secret art to heal his injuries. The pain in his mind was simply unbearable. It was a wound to his soul. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to recover and could only wait for their soul to dry up and die. Even if Xianxia had the soul-warming lotus, it would not be easy for him to recover. Not only that, Xianxia also sensed a strange power invading his body along with the mountains and rivers' bells' vibrations. This power was indescribable, but didn't do him any harm. It just gave him a vague sense of its existence. It took Xianxia 10 days to completely heal the wounds on his soul, and he had also completely refined that strange power. Somehow, he seemed to have gained something, but it was extremely vague, and he couldn't grasp it. After opening his eyes, Xianxia pondered for a while before getting up and walking towards the mountains and rivers' bell again. After a short while, just like the first time, he was sent flying by the mountains and rivers' bell, vomiting blood and directly losing half his life. After getting up in a sorry state, he hurriedly healed his injuries. In the following days, Xianxia repeated this process, being sent flying, healing, continuing to try to refine and subdue the mountains and rivers' bell, then being sent flying again, healing. What he was most thankful for was that he had cultivated a powerful physique and possessed the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. No matter what he lacked, it was not enough to support him to carry out such an action. Even if he did not die on the spot, there would be hidden injuries, but his strong physique and the soul-warming lotus were enough to allow him to fully recover. Moreover, as time passed, the time it took for him to recover became shorter and shorter, and the injuries he suffered each time gradually became lighter. The accumulation of that strange power made him gradually realize what kind of power it was. 2 months later, Xianxia was finally able to withstand the first blow of the mountains and rivers' bell and come out unscathed, but he was sent flying again after the second blow. 3 months later, he was able to withstand 5 consecutive shocks. Half a year later, 20. A year later, 60. His progress was extremely fast. One day, a year and a half later, Xianxia's face was full of vicissitudes. His clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his tattered clothes were full of blood residue. He looked extremely miserable, but his aura was more and more powerful and unfathomable. He closed his eyes and covered the surface of the mountains and rivers' bell with both hands. At this moment, this ancient exotic artifact had once again returned to its original appearance when Xianxia first saw it. Its whole body was shining brightly, and countless mysterious patterns on its surface were swimming back and forth like fish, filling the air with a rich ancient aura. The sound of the bell echoed in Xianxia's mind, and each sound was enough to make a peak Tao Source realm cultivator vomit blood and retreat. But the expression on Xianxia's face was as if he was enjoying the hardship. Not only did he not feel the slightest pain, but he also looked like he had gained a lot. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Xianxia did not move. 50 times, 60 times, 70 times. His expression finally became much more dignified, but he was still fine. After the 70 times, the sound from his knowledge made Xianxia's face turn slightly pale, and his vitality surged, as if he could not hold on at any time. But he still did not move, bearing the violent shocks of the mountains and rivers' bell. It was not until the 80th time that Xianxia suddenly groaned, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body shook slightly, almost being sent flying. Chapter 2462. At this final juncture, Xianxia forced himself to remain motionless. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the 81st ring of the bell came as scheduled, and the violent impact almost completely tore him apart. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made him unable to help but let out a beast-like roar. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, giving him a terrifying appearance. The ferocious savage force raged and boiled within his body, and the cracking sounds of bones dislocating rang out incessantly. Xianxia felt as if he was about to die, and the aura of death made him feel cold all over, his hands and feet turning cold. With a loud shout, he surged his source chi and pushed his cultivation to the limit. In just an instant, Xianxia felt as if thousands of years had passed. When the aftermath of the shock disappeared, Xianxia's eyes suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. Success! After a year and a half of hard work, he had finally withstood the 81st ring of the Mountains and Rivers Bell and remained unscathed. Although his appearance was somewhat miserable, at least he had not been sent flying. If what Chihai said before was true, then his hard work and tenacity would be recognized by the Mountains and Rivers Bell artifact spirit, and he would become the new owner of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Thinking of this, Xianxia raised his head and looked at the Mountains and Rivers Bell with a face full of expectation. But what he saw made him dumbfounded, because the surface of the Mountains and Rivers Bell once again glowed with a dazzling light. Xianxia's face suddenly turned pale, and he was overwhelmed with shock. He had witnessed this situation countless times in the past year and a half. Every time the surface of the Mountains and Rivers Bell glowed, it was when the bell rang. Again, Kaiyang suddenly felt a sense of despair and powerlessness with his current strength. With his current strength, he had spent so much time. Withstanding 81 rings at a time was already his limit. If there was another one, he would definitely not be able to bear it and would most likely die. The first thought in his mind was to withdraw and retreat. It was more important to preserve his life first. Whether Chihai's method was invalid or the ancient record was wrong, he had tried his best, so even if he failed, he would not regret it. But then, a trace of unwillingness surged in his heart. He had already worked so hard. If he were to give up now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? A surge of hot blood suddenly surged in his chest as Xianxia let out a loud roar. Instead of retreating, he pushed his source chi and fiercely blasted it towards the Mountains and Rivers Bell. To his surprise, his source chi flowed smoothly into the Mountains and Rivers Bell in front of him. This was something that had never happened before. In the past year and a half, Xianxia had tried to do the same. However, every time, the result was that his power was reflected back at him, causing him to suffer even more damage. But now, his source energy had been accepted by the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, a shock that came from the depths of his heart and soul. His vision turned black, his mind went blank, and he fainted. The Mountains and Rivers Bell radiated a dazzling light from the surface of the bell, enveloping Xianxia and wrapping him up. A primitive aura filled the void. As time passed, this strange phenomenon gradually disappeared, and the Mountains and Rivers Bell also slowly shrank. In the end, it became the size of a palm and fell beside Xianxia. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kaiyang slowly opened his eyes. All he could feel was pain all over his body. Even thinking about it caused his head to feel like it was being torn apart. He couldn't help but let out a cry. He clearly remembered the scene before he fainted. The first thing he wanted to do when he woke up was to check the situation of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. He really wanted to know if he had successfully subdued the unique treasure from the untainted land. But when he looked up, the original position of the Mountains and Rivers Bell was empty. He did not know where this ancient treasure had gone. Xianxia's face darkened, thinking that it had broken through the void and disappeared again. A sense of loss suddenly surged in his heart. He had worked so hard in the void for so long for the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but in the end he had gained nothing. It was not easy for anyone to accept this. But soon, Xianxia noticed that something was wrong, because there was a strange feeling that was connected to him, making him involuntarily cast his gaze to the side. In his field of vision, a small palm-sized bell was floating quietly beside him. It looked simple and unremarkable. The Mountains and Rivers Bell. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Although this ancient treasure had shrunk countless times, Xianxia still recognized it at a glance. In surprise, he stretched out his hand, and the Mountains and Rivers Bell flew into his palm. The moment he touched it, the vague feeling became much clearer. Xianxia was indifferent for a moment, and finally grinned. The method Chihai told him was correct. As long as he could withstand 81 shocks from this ancient treasure, he could gain its recognition and become its master. The great emperor's Yuan Ding had successfully subdued it in this way, and so had he. However, when the great emperor subdued it, he was only a third-order emperor realm master. After obtaining the mountains and rivers bell, he was able to peer into the higher heavenly way and become one of the great emperors. And he was only in the third-order Tao source realm, so naturally he could not compare with the cultivation of the great emperors, which was why it took him a year and a half to subdue it. Although it took a long time, Yang felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He played with the mountains and rivers bell in the palm of his hand for a while, and after confirming that he had subdued it, he happily wanted to put it away. But to Yang surprise, he could not take it into his body. Yang was puzzled and tried to circulate his source qi to refine it, but strangely, he could not even refine it. In other words, although the mountains and rivers bell was now his and he could use its power, he could not refine it, let alone take it into his body. Is this a characteristic of this ancient treasure? After all, it was an artifact that was born at the beginning of the world, not artificially refined, so it was reasonable that it was somewhat different from today's artifacts. However, Yang did not delve into it. He was still seriously injured, so it was not the time to study the mountains and rivers bell carefully. He could only slowly familiarize himself with it in the future. After putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang began to heal his injuries. 5 days later, he had fully recovered. Compared to a year and a half ago, Yang aura was much more profound now. In the process of subduing the mountains and rivers bell, he had not grown at all. On the contrary, every time he was struck by the mountains and rivers bell, his divine sense would increase. Not only that, he could also feel the power of the mountains and rivers bell. It was a strange kind of power that made all living beings submit to it. It was hard to imagine how strong the Yuan Ding great emperors were when they possessed the mountains and rivers bell. But even such a powerful person was still no match for the heaven-devouring great emperors. In the War of Emperors, a total of 4 great emperors were killed by the heaven-devouring great emperors. Since ancient times, the strongest master in the star boundary was well-deserved. This reminded Yang of the one-eyed giant demon. That one-eyed giant demon was also a master from ancient times. Countless ancient almighty masters had besieged it, but they had all been killed by it. In the end, even after they had died, the one-eyed giant demon was unable to be destroyed. It had been sealed outside Maplewood City by those ancient almighty masters. Whether it was the Cyclops giant demon or the heaven-devouring great emperors, they were all cruel people who regarded all living things as nothing more than grass. Life and death were only in their hands, but such slaughter was against the cycle of the heavenly way, so there was bound to be a calamity. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment appeared in Yang heart. His future path seemed to have become much clearer, and the source qi in his body even began to undergo a mysterious change. Emperor Qi transformation. Yang was overjoyed, realizing that he had taken another big step forward from the Emperor realm. When a Tao Source realm cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the power in their body would undergo another earth-shaking change. A Tao Source realm cultivator's power was Source Qi, while the Emperor realm's power was Emperor Qi. There was a huge difference in quality between the two. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the Source Qi in their body would gradually transform into Emperor Qi, just like when an Origin King realm cultivator reached the Tao Source realm. This transformation was a long process. Unlike a Tao Source realm cultivator who could take source condensing pills to accelerate this transformation process, there was no shortcut to the transformation of Emperor Qi. It could only be done through hard work and the accumulation of time. The Sky Illumination Palace's Xianxia, whom Yang had killed earlier, was a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just reached the Emperor realm not long ago. Although he had the cultivation of an Emperor realm cultivator, his realm had not stabilized, and his Emperor Qi had not transformed much, so he could not display the full strength of an Emperor realm cultivator. That was why Yang had killed him so easily. If it had been someone like Gao Shuet Ting, Yang Kai might not have been able to defeat her with his current strength. Gao Shuiting had reached the Emperor realm for a few years now, so she had already transformed her Emperor Qi completely. Her strength was not something Qiu Zhe could compare to. And now, the source Qi in Yang Kai's body was transforming into Emperor Qi, which is the most obvious sign that he was about to break through to the Emperor realm. Perhaps he only needed an opportunity, or perhaps he only needed to wait a little longer, but he would eventually be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor realm. He had subdued the mountains and rivers bell, touched the threshold of the Emperor realm, collected so much source Qi, and even obtained a rare treasure like the Phoenix True Fire. Yang Kai felt that this trip to the Shattered Star Sea was not in vain. He did not know what others had gained, but for him, this trip had been worth it. For a moment, he felt refreshed. He turned his head and looked around. Reaching out, he tore open the void barrier and walked out of the crevice in which he had stayed for a year and a half. What he saw was still the dilapidated and desolate scenery of the Shattered Star Sea. And this place was no longer the place where he had entered the void. Yang Kai did not know where he was in the Shattered Star Sea. There was no one around, but the seven-pointed star seal on the back of his hand could vaguely sense some energy fluctuations coming from a very distant location. He thought for a moment, then leaped up and rushed towards the location of those fluctuations. Since there was someone there, it meant that there should be something good there. He did not want to rob others, but he thought that he might be able to exchange information with others. Maybe he could learn something from them that he did not know. About 2 hours later, he saw a broken star in the distance, and those stars are the source of those star seal fluctuations. Chapter 2463. Before Yang Kai could get close, a wave of Emperor aura suddenly came from there. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Another Emperor artifact?" When the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born, he had sensed similar energy fluctuations. Now that he had just subdued the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he encountered a similar scene again. He couldn't help but sigh at the countless treasures in the Shattered Star Sea. But soon, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. The Emperor aura fluctuations were not the traces of the birth of an Emperor artifact, because the situation there was completely different from when the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born. Not only that, but there were also crackling sounds of thunder and lightning as the terrifying power of heaven and earth gathered, demonstrating the vastness of the heavenly way. Breakthrough! Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he realized that someone was about to advance to the Emperor realm. He stared at the heaven and earth manifestation that had just begun to take shape over there, his blood surging. Although he knew that a cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea could break through the shackles and advance to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai hadn't seen anyone reach this step in the past 2 to 3 years. At this moment, there was such a person who was doing such a feat not far from him. The Emperor realm was the highest realm on the martial Tao, the ultimate pursuit of a cultivator's life. This realm symbolized great strength and extremely high status. So, although he didn't know who was about to advance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited after seeing the heaven and earth manifestation. One day, he would climb to the peak of the martial Tao, and one day, he would also advance to the Emperor realm. Perhaps he could secretly go and observe, to be able to witness the birth of the Emperor realm with his own eyes. This was an opportunity that no one could miss. In the process of observing, one could accumulate valuable experience for one's future. Of course, most people didn't want to be disturbed when advancing to the Emperor realm. However, Yang Kai was just going to observe and not cause trouble, so he didn't have any psychological burden. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. His figure moved, and he rushed towards the source of the movement. Not long after, he arrived above the shattered stars. Just as Yang Kai steadied himself, before he could approach, 3 figures suddenly appeared from all directions. These 3 figures had hidden themselves extremely well. Yang Kai had focused all his attention on the heavenly anomaly, so he hadn't noticed them for a while. It wasn't until these 3 people rushed out that he suddenly woke up. The moment the 3 of them appeared, They unleashed their killing moves without mercy. As the sword light flickered, the concept of ice spread out, turning the surrounding land into frozen earth in an instant. Yongkai couldn't help but shudder. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and blasted in all directions. In an instant, the sky was filled with palm shadows. Boom, 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 after a series of violent collisions. Yongkai stood motionless in the same place, but the three people who had launched a sneak attack on him cried out in alarm and were sent flying backwards. Form the formation. One of them seemed to have realized Kai Yang's strength. Her eyes filled with shock and horror as she suddenly called out. The other two were obviously fellow disciples who had cooperated with her countless times. When they heard this, they hurriedly flew to her side and used some kind of secret technique to merge their auras. Yongkai didn't have time to take a good look at the three people until now. What he saw caused him to raise his brow and hurriedly raise his hand. Wait! The three people who had formed the array looked at Yongkai coldly. They didn't give him any chance to speak at all. Their three long swords slowly waved, and an even fiercer chill descended. "You're from Ice Heart Valley?" Yongkai shouted again. He had snuck into Ice Heart Valley before, so he was quite clear about the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The three women in front of him were obviously wearing the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. However, Yongkai hadn't expected that the people who had launched a sneak attack on him without saying a word and wanted to kill him were actually from Ice Heart Valley. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Yongkai's thoughts turned sharply. These three people were most likely guarding the person who had broken through to the Emperor Realm, and his arrival had caused them to misunderstand, so they had attacked without any explanation. Yongkai's question didn't cause them to stop moving. Looking at the three people's postures, it seemed that they were about to use some kind of shocking killing move. The surging energy fluctuations caused even Yongkai to be shocked. Yongkai had no choice but to introduce himself. "My name is Yongkai. I wonder if these three young ladies have heard of me." As soon as this statement came out, it really had an effect. The three women's movements paused as they stared at Yongkai in surprise, the chill that had enveloped them gradually dissipating. The woman leading the group was stunned and asked, "Are you Brother Yongkai?" "Indeed." Yongkai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the three of them had indeed heard of his name. After all, back in Ice Moon City, he had done a lot for Ice Heart Valley. "He looks a bit like you. Whether it's his silhouette or figure, it's similar to the image Senior's sister showed us. It's just that he's too dirty. I can't even see his face clearly. His clothes are also tattered." The three women gathered together and whispered to each other for a while, constantly glancing towards Yongkai, seemingly trying to confirm his identity. Although the three of them spoke softly, Yongkai could still hear them clearly and could not help patting his head in embarrassment. He had spent a year and a half in the void, during which time he had been trying to subdue the mountains and River's Bell. As a result, he had been injured time and time again, making him look like neither a human nor a ghost. After successfully subduing the mountains and River's Bell, Yongkai had been so happy that he had forgotten that he was still in a mess. If not for these three Ice Heart Valley disciples reminding him, he might not have realized it. Thinking so, Yongkai pushed his source chi and shook off all the blood on his body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and summoned his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, the water sword chi, and a water ball immediately appeared in his hand. He fiercely rubbed his face a few times, then raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile at the three people. He bared his pure white teeth and said, "The three of you take a closer look. Ah, it's really Brother Yang." "Yes, it's Brother Yang." After confirming that it was Kai Yang without a doubt, the three of them immediately cheered and retracted their hostility, walking over to Kai Yang with embarrassed expressions. The female disciple leading the group cupped her fists awkwardly and said, "Senior Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We senior sisters and junior sisters thought you were an enemy that was pursuing us, so we acted rashly just now. We hope Senior Brother Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with us." "It's fine." Yongkai waved his hand and asked, "Is someone chasing you?" The woman nodded and said, "And They have been chasing us for many days. Who? The woman's face sank as she gritted her teeth and said, who else could it be other than Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master, Fengxi? Yang Kai raised his brow and said in surprise, although Fengxi's strength is good, you are not bad either. Why are you afraid of him? The woman said, if it was the previous Fengxi, we wouldn't be too afraid, but a few days ago, eldest senior sister's aura fluctuated. Obviously, she is on the verge of a breakthrough. We don't dare to act rashly against Fengxi, lest eldest senior sister miss the opportunity to break through. Senior sister. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he glanced at the place where the heavenly manifestation was converging and said in surprise, so, the one who is breaking through to the Emperor realm is Lady Ziyu? Yes. When we arrived here, eldest senior sister could no longer suppress her aura and could only choose to break through here. The three of us senior sisters were responsible for guarding and defending. When Brother Yang arrived, we thought he was from Seeking Passion sect. So we... Speaking of this, her face turned red. After all, they had acted a little rashly by attacking Yang Kai without asking for the reason. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, Lady Ziyu is truly a heavenly genius. Truly admirable. He didn't expect that the person breaking through to the Emperor realm here would be Ice Heart Valley Ziyu. He had some dealings with Ziyu before, and although he wasn't too familiar with her, he knew that she was the most outstanding disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, she really lived up to the expectations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. 2.5 years after entering the Shattered Star Sea, she had found an opportunity to break through. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley said, eldest senior sister said that Brother Yang is the most powerful. Eldest senior sister rarely praises others. Even Fengxi of Seeking Passion sect is not worthy of her attention. However, she highly admires Brother Yang. So when we met in the Shattered Star Sea, she deliberately showed us your image and told us to treat you with respect if we met you. Yes, we all heard about what Brother Yang did in Ice Moon City. Brother Yang is really amazing. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Lady Ziyu is not worse than anyone else. She said that just to give me some face. Don't you see that she is now breaking through to the Emperor realm while I am still in the Dao Source realm? Hearing what he said, the three from Ice Heart Valley remembered that Yang Kai was still in the Third Order Dao Source realm, while their eldest senior sister was breaking through to the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Ziyu succeeded or not, at least she was ahead of Yang Kai. So, in the eyes of the three women, she was indeed not worse than Yang Kai. In fact, she was even more outstanding. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said, breaking through to the Emperor realm is fraught with dangers. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have fallen at this juncture. Ziyu is in a hurry to break through. How confident is she? One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples said, Senior sister said that she only has a 60% chance of success. The other two women also showed worried expressions. 60%. Yang Kai frowned. This probability was not high. Even if Ziyu failed to break through and died under the World Energy Baptism, it would not be strange. Also, the Seeking Passion sex people are still chasing us. I don't know if they will find us here. Yang Kai said, Don't worry, since I am here, I will wait here with you. If the Seeking Passion sex people dare to come, I will make sure they don't return. When he said this, Yang Kai's face was filled with murderous intent. He still had old scores to settle with Fengxi. Fengxi's Emperor Authority bead had made him suffer a lot that day. If he hadn't retreated in time and had extraordinary strength, he would have been killed by Fengxi. Chapter 2464. Emperor Authority beads had always been rare. Even if Fengxi was the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, it was impossible for him to have many Emperor Authority beads. He had already used up the one he had, and without the Emperor Authority bead, Fengxi was nothing more than a sick cat. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about him at all. Before entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai could easily crush any cultivator in the same realm. He could be called an invincible existence in the Tao Source realm. In the Shattered Star Sea, he comprehended the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and subdued the mountains and rivers Bell. Both his divine sense and source chi had grown tremendously. Yang Kai believed that if he were to face Feng Shi's emperor authority bead now, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was last time. Brother Yang, don't be careless. Feng Shi is no longer the same as before. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley hurriedly reminded him when she saw that Yang Kai didn't put Feng Shi in his eyes. But before she could finish her words, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a certain direction and shouted, "They're here! They're here!" The three female disciples from Ice Heart Valley were stunned when they heard this and looked in the direction he was looking. But even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't detect anything. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "My star seal is a 7-pointed star seal, so I can sense things much further away than you. Feng Shi also has a 7-pointed star seal." One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples' pretty face turned pale. Brother Yang could sense them, so Feng Shi must have sensed us too. "How many of them are here?" Yang Kai said, "I can sense 2, so there should be 3. If Feng Shi had a 7-pointed star seal, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sense his existence. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Feng Shi also had a 7-pointed star seal. How'd he do it? Yang Kai had collected the star seals left behind by dozens of dead cultivators in the void to obtain a 7-pointed star seal. How could Feng Shi kill dozens of cultivators? Although he was strong, he couldn't be that strong, right? Which one of the cultivators in the Shattered Star Sea was easy to provoke? While he was pondering, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the auras of the 3 people, and they were rapidly approaching. One of them was particularly familiar to him. It was indeed Feng Shi. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. When did Feng Shi ascend to the Emperor realm? He could clearly sense a clear Emperor's aura lingering around Feng Shi. Although the power in his body was not very stable, there was no doubt that he had advanced to the Emperor realm. This discovery shocked him even more than when he learned that Violet Rain had made a breakthrough here. He had only stayed in the void for a year and a half, and such a huge change had happened outside. First, Ziyu had already begun to break through. Then Feng Shi had already become an Emperor Realm Master. What about the geniuses of the other sects? Could it be that they had already advanced or were in the process of advancing? It's precisely because Feng Shi has already ascended to the Emperor Realm. That's why we sisters were completely no match for him and could only flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, his realm is not very stable. Otherwise, we would have nowhere to run, the Ice Heart Valley disciple said with a wry smile. Yang Kai suddenly understood why she had said that Feng Shi was no longer the same as before. Although the difference between the Tao Source realm and the Emperor realm was only one realm, it was a huge difference. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. "Brother Yang, you better leave quickly," the Ice Heart Valley disciple said anxiously. "Feng Shi has a grudge against you. If he sees you, he will definitely not let you go. What will you do if I leave?" Yang Kai glanced at her. The woman said, "Feng Shi has been chasing us, but not to kill us. He just wants to force Senior Sister to submit, so our lives are not in danger." Yang Kai said, "Even if Feng Shi doesn't want to kill you, Ziyu is currently breaking through. Do you think Feng Shi will just sit back and watch?" Seeking Passion sect cultivated the Tao of Passion, so if Feng Shi wanted to obtain Ziyu, he would have to have absolute strength to suppress her. No matter what, Feng Shi would not just sit back and watch Ziyu successfully break through. Once Ziyu successfully broke through, he would have no advantage. But such a critical moment, how could he let others interfere? If the person who intervened controlled the situation well, he should be able to make Ziyu fail in her breakthrough without any danger to her life. But if he didn't control it well, Ziyu would directly die under the world-defying tribulation. No matter what the result was, Ziyu couldn't accept it. The 3 female disciples of Ice Heart Valley had obviously thought of this as well. So after Yang Kai asked, all 3 of them wore worried expressions, not knowing what to do. "Perhaps we can replace Senior Sister and make Feng Shi stop?" One of them suggested bitterly. The other two women turned pale, but they remained silent. Yang Kai coldly snorted. It's not that I want to discourage you, and it's not that you aren't beautiful. It's just that you think Feng she has countless wives and concubines. What kind of beautiful woman has he not seen? Since he has taken a fancy to Ziyu, he naturally won't give up easily. It can be said that Ziyu is already a hurdle in his heart, and he must find a way to cross this hurdle. The three of you can't replace Ziyu. Then what should we do? Fight with them? Yang Kai sneered softly and said indifferently, Don't worry. If they really dare to come, I'll make sure they don't return. As soon as these words came out, the three women looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, their faces full of surprise. If Yang Kai had said this before because he didn't know that Feng Shi had already broken through to the Emperor realm, then now that he knew Feng Shi's true strength, he still dared to say this, which made him seem arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator. How could a Dao Source Realm cultivator be an enemy of the Emperor realm? The two were not on the same level at all. If they really fought, Yang Kai would definitely die miserably. Yang Kai saw the strange expressions on their faces and knew what they were thinking, but he didn't explain. Instead, he said with a solemn expression, The Emperor realm is very powerful, and Ziyu is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. She can't be disturbed in the slightest, so I will think of a way to draw Feng Shi away. The three of you will do your best to protect Ziyu. Brother Yang, are you planning to... An Ice Heart Valley disciple suddenly covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with both gratitude and shock. She seemed to understand what he was planning to do. He was obviously disregarding his own safety to create space and time for Ziyu to break through. Her expression suddenly sank, and she said, Brother Yang, I'll go with you. Yang Kai frowned and said, What can you do with me? She bit her red lips and said, Whatever Brother Yang can do, I can do. She looked as if she didn't care about her own life. Yang Kai laughed and said, No need, I can do it alone. After saying so, without waiting for her to say anything else, Yang Kai directly flew into the void and said, Keep an eye on Ziyu. Observing the Emperor Realm's breakthrough at such a close distance will also be of great benefit to you. Don't miss this opportunity. By the time he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The three Ice Heart Valley disciples looked at the void worriedly, wondering if they should go with him to help. But now, Ziyu needed someone to stay here and stand guard, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. High up in the sky, the three Seeking Passion sect disciples who were rushing over were in high spirits. The one in the lead was none other than young sect Master Feng Shi. Since Feng Shi broke through to the Emperor realm half a year ago, the three of them were simply invincible in the Shattered Star Sea. Thanks to Feng Shi, his two disciples had also upgraded their star seals to 6-pointed star seals. And Feng Shi even had a 7-pointed star seal. One could imagine how many people they had killed during this time and how many star seals and things they had robbed. The strength of the Emperor realm made Feng Shi's confidence soar. He felt that no one in this world was his opponent. While flying, Feng Shi suddenly frowned and stopped in the void, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. Young Sect Master, what's wrong? Seeing this, the other two hurriedly stopped and looked at him suspiciously. Feng Shi said indifferently, Someone is coming to greet us. One of the yellow-faced young men heard this and coldly snorted. Who is it? How dare he offend Young Sect Master? Another middle-aged man dressed like a scholar also said, It's probably some blind guy. Let's just kill him. Feng Shi gently nodded and said, Naturally, we'll kill him. It's just that this person's aura feels familiar, as if I've met him somewhere before. As he spoke, Feng Shi suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. His heart was beating wildly, causing his mind to become unsteady. This surprised him greatly. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, no matter how many enemies he faced, he had never experienced such a situation. He thought that he had already reached the realm of imperturbability, but now, ripples were appearing in his mind. Who is it? Feng Shi suddenly became a little concerned and squinted his eyes as he looked over. After a short while, a ray of light shot over from the distance and landed not far from the three Seeking Passion sect disciples. When the light dissipated, a familiar and hateful face suddenly appeared in front of Feng Shi. How is this possible? Feng Shi's face changed drastically as he looked at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe his eyes. 2.5 years ago, when he had just entered the Shattered Star Sea, he and Yang Kai were teleported to the same place. Knowing that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he decisively summoned the Emperor Authority Bead. After one blow, Yang Kai's aura disappeared completely. Feng Shi thought that Yang Kai had already died without a burial place. It turned out that he had never met Yang Kai again in more than 2 years, nor had he heard any news about Yang Kai. This loathsome guy had almost disappeared from Feng Shi's memory. But now, he appeared in front of him like a ghost, seemingly unscathed. How was this possible? A Tao Source Realm cultivator took the power of my Emperor Authority Bead and didn't die? Feng Shi was almost in a mess as he cried out involuntarily. Are you a human or a ghost? Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years, but young Sect Master is still as enthusiastic as ever. Asking such a sensitive question as soon as we meet. How do you expect me to answer? Chapter 2465. Feng Shi's expression was gloomy as he constantly scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense. All the humiliation he had suffered at his hands in the past suddenly surged into his mind, causing Feng Shi's aura to become violent in an instant. More than 2 years ago, he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so he had to use the Emperor Authority Bead, but today, the situation was completely different. He had broken through to the Emperor Realm, while this bastard was still in the Tao Source Realm. The difference in strength was too great. Thinking of this, Feng Shi's gloomy mood suddenly relaxed. He smiled coldly at Yang Kai and said, Whether you are a human or a ghost, since you have met this young master today, you will not have a good end. Your soul is destined to scatter. Oh, young Sect Master is so fierce. Do you want to eat me? Yang Kai looked at him with a mocking expression and said, Actually, I am quite curious about one thing. How did young Sect Master break through to the Emperor Realm? Feng Shi smiled proudly and said, This young Master's talent is not something an ordinary person like you can look up to. Yang Kai said, Is that so? But according to the uniqueness of your Seeking Passion sect's secret art, this Yang's existence should be your heart demon, right? If you don't get rid of your heart demon, how can you stabilize the Emperor Realm? Or, Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and said, Young Sect Master thought this Yang was dead, so you broke through to the Emperor Realm with a clear conscience. Is it really okay for you to do this? As soon as this statement came out, Feng Shi's expression changed drastically. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, he felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer, his body swaying slightly as he took 2 steps back. With a light crack, a sound that came from the depths of his soul, Feng Shi's face turned pale. He felt as if something inside him had cracked. Tao Heart. A crack had appeared in his Tao Heart, and the origin of all this was only because of Yang Kai's words. As early as in Ice Moon City, Yang Kai's various provocations and methods had turned his existence into a heart demon for Feng Shi. If this heart demon was not eliminated, Feng Shi's cultivation would not be able to progress. He had thought that he had killed Yang Kai, so he was in a good mood and his thoughts were clear. Only then could he advance to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But reality proved that Yang Kai, the demon in his heart, was not dead. Instead, he once again appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Yang Kai's words stirred up the inner demon that he thought he had slain. It affected his Tao Heart and caused cracks to appear in it. Feng Shi's face instantly turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Die, die, die. I want you dead. It was as if he had gone mad. His entire body was filled with an unimaginable ruthlessness. He raised his hand. A beam of Emperor's Qi blasted towards Yang Kai, and the aftermath of the impact even sent the two Seeking Passion sect disciples standing next to him flying. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, the two disciples stared at Feng Shi in horror. The two of them had never seen Feng Shi in such a ferocious and terrifying state. At a glance, they knew that Feng Shi's heart demon was surging. It was a sign that he was about to become the demon race. They were so frightened that they hurriedly shouted. They wanted to pull Feng Shi back from the brink of becoming the demon race. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Facing Feng Shi's ferocious but disorderly attack, he easily dodged it with a flicker of his body. Looking at Feng Shi contemptuously, he hooked his finger and continued to provoke, "Young sect master, if you want to kill me, then come with me. Otherwise, I'm leaving." Saying so, he directly rushed into the depths of the void. Feng Shi's eyes turned red as he roared again and again. He followed closely behind. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar glanced at each other and also anxiously chased after him. Both of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts for being despicable and shameless. He had deliberately rubbed salt on the young sect master's wound, causing the young sect master's mind to be in chaos. If he didn't calm down soon, the young sect master might really become the demon race. After all, the young sect master had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his realm was still unstable. Now that Yang Kai had triggered his heart demon, it was a great omen. But in this situation, the two of them were powerless to help Feng Shi. They could only pray that Feng Shi would be able to recover from his anger. As the four of them fled, they soon left the shattered stars where Ziyu and the others were. The reason why Yang Kai did this was that he was afraid that the aftermath of their fight would interfere with Ziyu's advancement. However, he didn't expect that Feng Shi would be so easily angered by him. It seemed that this guy's temperament wasn't good enough, or he hated him too much, so he was enraged by his words. An hour later, when Yang Kai was far enough away from Ziyu and the others, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and coldly looked at the three Seeking Passion sect disciples chasing after him. What he saw made him slightly stunned, because during this 2-hour chase, Feng Shi had gradually calmed down. Although his face was still very angry, it was no longer as uncontrollable and violent as before. At this moment, Feng Shi's anger was mixed with some clarity. This made Yang Kai click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this guy really did have some skill. No wonder he could advance to the Emperor realm in such a short time. It seemed that he wasn't an idiot. Feng Shi stood 1,000 feet away from him. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar quickly caught up and stood beside him. Seeing that Feng Shi's condition had improved, the two secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Confucian scholar whispered, "Young sect master, no matter what he says later, you must remember not to get angry so easily. This young master knows." Feng Shi shouted impatiently before looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "You led this young master here because you want Ziyu to break through in peace." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Young sect master's IQ is quite high. You can even guess this." Feng Shi coldly snorted, "It's obvious, but it's meaningless." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How is it meaningless?" "Perhaps Ziyu has already advanced to the Emperor realm." Feng Shi sneered. "What do you think the Emperor realm is? A child's play that anyone can break through at will? Ziyu still needs some time to break through to the Emperor realm, but this young master can kill you with a wave of his hand. It's not too late for this young master to find her after I kill you." Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "Young sect master, you're making me very unhappy." It could affect his 7 emotions and 6 desires. It really couldn't be underestimated. He bit the tip of his tongue to dispel the discomfort in his mind. The myriad's sword moved back and forth, and the sword Qi fluctuated freely as it fought back and forth with Feng Shi. A strange light flashed in Feng Shi's eyes. He suddenly made a seal with one hand and wiped the sword with his finger, shouting in a low voice, "The life of an ant. What's the use of struggling? Die! Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the shocking sword Qi rushed straight at him as fast as lightning. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He found that he could not avoid this attack with his movement skill and speed. In a hurry, he could only use his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. His body suddenly faded as the sword Qi directly penetrated Yang Kai's body and flew out. Chapter 2466. After a short while, Yang Kai's body condensed again, but his face turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he had resolved Feng Shi's attack with his nihility secret technique, he was still somewhat shaken. Feng Shi, on the other hand, was unforgiving. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's distraction, he flew up and wrapped his body in sword light, turning into a rainbow as he bombarded Yang Kai with unparalleled momentum. The Emperor pressure spread out, and Yang Kai's body was pressed down, causing him to stumble back with a look of panic on his face. How boring. This young master hasn't even warmed up, and you're already at your limit. If you're reincarnated in your next life, remember to give the masters the respect they deserve. As he spoke, a rainbow-like sword Qi slashed straight at Yang Kai. But at this moment, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly rose in Feng Shi's heart, causing his face to darken and become gloomy. When he looked up again, there was no trace of panic on Yang Kai's face. Instead, there was a mocking smile on his face. What's going on? This brat is just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he's showing me such a strange smile in this life and death situation. Does he have some kind of trump card? As his thoughts raced, Feng Shi gritted his teeth and followed his intuition. He tapped his foot and floated back. The moment he retreated, a huge moon blade suddenly slashed in front of his feet. The void crack that tore open gave off an extremely unsettling aura. Feng Shi sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the moon blade with a look of disbelief on his face. This attack was extremely mysterious and soundless. Moreover, it was extremely lethal. He believed that if he hadn't dodged in time, this attack alone would have been enough to seriously injure him. What kind of power is this? Feng Shi's face suddenly sank. He thought that Yang Kai's strength was only SOSO, but after this exchange, he discovered that what he had seen of Yang Kai's ability was not all. Oh, young sect master's reaction is quite good. Yang Kai also looked at Feng Shi in surprise and said, if it was more than 2 years ago, facing such a blow from him, Feng Shi was definitely dead, but now that he was in the Emperor realm, he was indeed different from before. Yang Kai also felt that Feng Shi, who was in the Emperor realm, was more powerful than Xiao Zhe, who he had killed that day. As expected of a disciple from a large sect, his foundation and the secret techniques he cultivated were not something Xiao Zhe could compare to. Although Xiao Zhe was the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, Sky Illumination Palace was only a mid-tier sect in the Southern Territory. How could it compare to a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect had produced one of the great emperors. You were actually hiding your strength? Feng Shi gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. His face was filled with displeasure and humiliation. As a member of the Emperor realm, he thought that he could kill Yang Kai with a wave of his hand. But in reality, he was almost ambushed by Yang Kai. How could he not be annoyed? Especially when 2 of his junior brothers were watching from the side, which put him in an awkward position. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, young sect master's words are interesting. You have grown in the Shattered Star Sea. Are you saying that others should remain stagnant? Feng Shi had advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. But Yang Kai hadn't been idle either. In the year and a half after subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, his strength had greatly improved. Whether it was the source Qi in his body or his divine sense, both had increased significantly. Very good. No wonder Father and Master said not to underestimate any opponent, no matter how high or low their cultivation is. Today, this young master has seen at firsthand Yang Kai. You have taught this young master a lesson. Feng Shi snorted coldly. I wanted to take your life directly, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame this young master for torturing you." Yang Kai snorted. "Does young sect master still think he can kill me? Do you think I can't kill you?" Feng Shi's eyes widened, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "You can try." Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. "As you wish." Feng Shi shouted in a low voice, put away the sword in his hand, and took out another sword. This sword was blue in color and exuded an extremely cold aura. As soon as it appeared, wisps of white chi floated from the sword, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. An Emperor artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow and fixed his eyes on the blue sword, grinning. "That's more like it. Young sect master's identity is honorable, so he should have an Emperor artifact with him." Before, he didn't see Feng Shi with an Emperor artifact, so he felt a little strange, but now he understood that Feng Shi did have an Emperor artifact. He just hadn't taken it out yet. Now that he had taken out this Emperor artifact, he was undoubtedly going to use his full strength. "You're laughing now, but I'll make you cry later." Feng Shi glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, shook his sword, and an icy aura swept out in an instant as he shouted, "Snow Sky asking love sword." Sword flowers suddenly bloomed, turning into layers of murderous intent visible to the naked eye, and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. He communicated with the space principles, and his space force fluctuated as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward, shouting, "Condense." Wang. A muffled sound suddenly rang out as the space within 1,000 feet around Feng Shi suddenly solidified and became incomparably viscous. The Supreme Sword technique he had executed was also frozen in the void at this moment. Feng Shi's eyes bulged, and he almost fell to the ground. This? What's going on?" The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar, who were watching not far away, were also taken aback. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. They only saw Yang Kai stretch out his hand and directly suppress their young sect master's sword technique. "Break!" Yang Kai shouted again. Walala. With a crisp sound, the sword flowers that Feng Shi had spent so much effort to condense shattered like a mirror, and the icy aura disappeared in an instant. Not only that, but with Feng Shi as the center, countless tiny spatial rifts as thin as a cow's hair suddenly formed, wrapping around him. The space became extremely unstable in an instant, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai raised his hands, and 2 huge moon blades suddenly appeared in his palms, as if they were real objects. He then looked at Feng Shi with a smile and said, "Young sect master, it seems that you haven't cultivated enough Space Force." Even if Feng Shi was stupid, he still knew what divine technique Yang Kai was using. He suddenly panicked and cried out in alarm. He looked at the countless void cracks around him, then looked at the 2 moon blades in Yang Kai's hands, and his face instantly turned pale. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he said, "This young master has killed more than one person in the Emperor realm. If young sect master thinks that he can do whatever he wants in front of this young master, just because he has broken through to the Emperor realm, then he is gravely mistaken. Since he has made a mistake, he must be taught a lesson. Young sect master, this young master will discipline you on behalf of your father." Feng Shi vomited blood in his heart and was so angry that his whole body was on fire. He wanted to curse a few times, but he didn't know where to start. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the 2 huge moon blades whistled towards him. Feng Shi was startled. Seeing the moon blades getting closer and closer, he knew that Yang Kai wanted to take his life. How was this discipline? In his horror, Feng Shi's face suddenly became solemn. He slowly rotated the Emperor artifact in his hand, and an indescribable sword intent soared into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what Feng Shi was going to do, it seemed that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. This was not surprising. After all, it was not easy for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. With a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die here? A solemn and dignified aura filled the air. As Fengxi slowly swung his long sword, his aura underwent a great change. It was as if he had become a completely different person. His eyes were clear, but they were bone-chilling and emotionless. Seeking love is heartless. The heavenly way is tyrannical. A low voice rang out. Sword light suddenly flashed, and as the sword chi soared, a mysterious aura spread out. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He didn't expect Fengxi to be able to make such a move. This move was clearly a move that only a true master could perform. It actually coincided with the heavenly way. If Fengxi doesn't die, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he waved his hand again and punched forward. Exile. A dark black hole suddenly formed in front of Fengxi, and an aura of nothingness and chaos came from it, making one's heart palpitate. His sword move was immediately disrupted, and flaws began to appear in it. Two moon blades finally arrived, and the tiny void cracks around them also attacked Fengxi under Yang Kai's control. Ah! A scream rang out as Fengxi's stable aura was disrupted. Fengxi's figure was suddenly wrapped in space force, and blood spurted out. It was a horrifying sight. Young sect master, the yellow-faced young man, and the scholar turned pale with fright and couldn't help shouting. They thought that Fengxi could deal with Yang Kai easily, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai, who was only in the Tao Source realm, could suppress their young sect master. How could such a thing happen? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to rush to rescue their young sect master. So although they shouted loudly, they just stood there motionless, their eyes flickering as if they were ready to escape at any time. If their young sect master died here, they would definitely not be able to escape from Yang Kai's vicious hands. Yang Kai didn't stop after that attack. Instead, he shook the myriad sword and sent an overwhelming number of sword waves towards Fengxi. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk strange sounds kept ringing out, and after all the sword waves disappeared, the void returned to normal. Yang Kai gasped for breath. On the contrary, Fengxi was lying there in a bloody mess, looking extremely miserable. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk both the yellow-faced man and the scholar swallowed their saliva, their faces extremely pale. Both of them looked at Fengxi with dull eyes. When they swept him with their divine senses, they found that Fengxi was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had suffered an unimaginable injury. He naturally knew the weakness of the secret technique he used better than anyone else. Although this was the first time he had used this cross-shaped moonblade, he had simulated it countless times in his mind, so it was quite easy for him to use it. The weakness of the secret technique was right at the spot Fengxi's finger had pointed. How'd he know? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became gloomy. If Fengxi had such eyesight and ability, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably just now. It seemed that in the short time between when he was unconscious and when he woke up, something shocking had happened to him. Who is your excellency? Yang Kai suddenly remembered a legendary secret technique, and his heart shook as he asked in a low voice. Fengxi looked at Yang Kai coldly, and the corners of his mouth rose as he said, Junior is really amazing. This old master felt that you were extraordinary back then. Now it seems that this old master's vision is not bad. See, Yang Kai gasped and couldn't help taking a few steps back. Fengxi suddenly spoke to him in such a tone, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess even more. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cried out, Soul descent, you are Fengxian. He had long heard that some top masters would leave a trace of spiritual energy in the bodies of their descendants or disciples in order to protect them. Normally, it wouldn't be triggered, but when their lives were in danger, this spiritual energy would erupt and fight against the enemy. However, this secret technique came at a great cost, and once it was used, it would cause a lot of damage to the descendant or disciple, so very few masters would do this. Even if they did, They wouldn't reveal this spiritual energy unless they had no other choice. But now, this spiritual energy had appeared in Feng Shi's body, which undoubtedly showed that Feng Shi was at the end of his rope. "Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. It's this king," Feng Shi shouted. "What? Sectmaster?" The yellow-faced man and the middle-aged scholar were also taken aback, but soon the two were overjoyed. They rushed to Feng Shi's side and knelt down, saying in a trembling voice, "Disciple greets master, sect master." Feng Shi glanced at the two indifferently and coldly snorted, "Two good-for-nothings. You can't even protect the young sect master properly and force this king to show himself. What use do I have for you?" The two's expressions changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything. The bitterness in their hearts was simply unbearable. Both of them were thinking, the young sect master is already the Emperor realm and is much more powerful than us, but he was still seriously injured and unconscious by this Xianxia in just a few moves. "With our cultivation, what can we do? We'll just be killed with a flick of his finger." Although they were cursing in their hearts, the two didn't dare to say it out loud. They just lowered their heads, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. Feng Shi snorted and said, "Later, take the young sect master to a safe place to heal. If you can't bring the young sect master back to the sect in one piece, you don't need to come back." Since these two could enter the Shattered Star Sea, they were undoubtedly elite disciples of the Netherworld sect, but in Feng Xian's eyes, their value couldn't even compare to a strand of his son's hair. Moreover, from Feng Xian's tone, it was obvious that he would be able to deal with Xianxia soon. So he asked them to take Feng Shi to a safe place to heal. The two felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly said, "Yes." Feng Shi turned his head and looked at Xianxia again, coldly snorting, "Junior, is Shi'er's injury your masterpiece?" Xianxia said with a dark face, "Would you believe me if I said no?" Feng Shi said, "What do you think?" Xianxia angrily said, "Then why the hell did you ask?" Feng Shi's face sank, and he said, "Junior, you're quite arrogant. How dare you yell at this king? I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you're so arrogant, don't blame this king for being impolite." Xianxia sneered and said, "Feng Shi also had the same intention before, but this young master beat him up very badly. Sect Master Feng, be careful not to follow in your son's footsteps." "Feng," she said in a deep voice, "you dare to look down on this king?" Xianxia said lazily, "If Sect Master Feng came in person, this junior would naturally not be your opponent and would immediately scram and run as far away as possible. What a pity. Sect Master Feng, you borrowed your son's body to descend, so how much of your strength can you display? It's enough to take your life." Xianxia laughed. "Sect Master Feng, be careful not to lose your integrity in your later years." "Shut up." Feng Shi shouted angrily. "This king will take your dog life now." Seeking passion finger. Saying so, he pointed his finger towards the spot where Xianxia was standing. An unimaginable force suddenly blasted over, invisible and formless, as if it wanted to tear the void apart. Wherever the finger passed, the void collapsed layer by layer, making for a terrifying sight. Although the power of this finger was not as strong as the Emperor Authority bead Feng she had used before, it was not much worse. The reason why it was not comparable was not because Feng Xian's strength had declined over the years. When he condensed the Emperor Authority bead, Feng Xian had just broken through to the third-order Emperor realm. After so many years, his cultivation must have improved a lot. If Feng Xian used this secret technique with his real body, its power would only be greater. But now, he was in the body of a soul descender, so the strength he could display depended entirely on the limits of Feng Shi's body. Therefore, the power of this seeking passion finger was greatly reduced. Even so, it was not something Xianxia could take head-on. Xianxia's figure flickered as he hurriedly tried to dodge, but the power of this finger actually had the effect of sealing space and suppressing the world. When Xianxia's figure paused, he was swept by the finger. As if he had been hit by a mountain, Xianxia let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, and the bones in his body creaked. It was unknown how many of them were broken. and the parts of his body that were grazed by the finger were badly mutilated. With just one move, Yang Kai was seriously injured. Feng Xian's astonishing strength was evident. Before Yang Kai could regain his balance, Feng Xi swept his sword over again and shouted, "Seeking Passion Sword." Separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, the sword wave fanned out and arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai cannot avoid it. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar could not help but rejoice when they saw this scene. They were excited by the strength of their sect master. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was still as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the sect master Soul Descender. After the sword attack, Feng Xi's momentum also fell a lot. It seemed that these two moves had consumed a lot of his strength, and he was even slightly panting. However, this was enough. Feng Xian believed that Yang Kai could not take this move with his strength. In the next moment, he would be torn apart by the sword wave. Feng Xian withdrew his sword and stood there, looking forward coldly, waiting for the moment Yang Kai died. Chapter 2468. But at that moment, Feng Xian's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of uneasiness suddenly welled up in him. It was a kind of intuition, and the higher one's cultivation, the more accurate it would be. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, only to see Yang Kai's expression suddenly turn solemn as he quickly formed a strange seal with his hands. An indescribable aura lingered around him. This aura was so profound and mysterious that even Feng Xian was moved. He couldn't help but want to immerse himself in it and comprehend it. What secret technique is this? Feng Xian's expression instantly changed. Although he instinctively felt that something was wrong, he still couldn't restrain himself. He stared at Yang Kai, wanting to understand. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai completed his hand seals, and a mysterious seal floated in front of him. He then sent it out with his palm. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai's deep voice, like a soul-stirring voice from purgatory, rang in Feng Xi's ears. Feng Xi's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. The flowing time, great emperor's divine technique. The flowing time, great emperor's shuttle like seal. Unlike an ordinary cultivator, Feng Xian was a third-order emperor realm master, the sect master of the Seeking Passion sect, and a descendant of the Seeking Passion great emperors. As such, he was extremely knowledgeable and experienced. As soon as Yang Kai made his move, he recognized that it was the famous divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Feng Xian's heart was beating wildly and his face was filled with shock, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The flowing time great emperor was rumored to be the only great emperors to have comprehended the principle of time. Throughout the star boundaries' billions of years of history, he was the only one. Since ancient times, countless masters had tried to comprehend the principle of time, but they couldn't even cross the threshold. This showed how strange and mysterious this principle was. Feng Xian originally thought that the flowing time great emperor had fallen with the great emperors. No one in this world could comprehend the principle of time. But now, he actually saw the unique divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor from Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor? Otherwise, how could he release the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal? For a moment, Feng Xian's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and shock. His mood was extremely complicated. As soon as the flowing time great emperor's swift shuttle seal appeared, Feng Xian knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Under the influence of this strange principal strength, he actually felt everything around him slow down. He knew that this was just his imagination. It was an incorrect feeling he had under the influence of the law of time. While his mind was in shock, he pulled the long sword in his hand, and the source energy in his body surged. Sword chi appeared on the blue longsword, and his entire body was filled with sword intent. His expression was solemn, the 6 desires in his eyes extinguished, and the 7 emotions dispersed. Asking for love is heartless, and the heavenly Tao is tyrannical. Merciless slash. It was the same secret technique, divine technique, displayed by the same body, but the power was incomparable. When Fengxi had used this secret technique before, Xianxia had used the space divine technique to knock him unconscious. But at this moment, Fengxian, who had used soul descent, was using it. But it was enough to shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The merciless slash slashed across and collided with the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, which had crossed the barrier of time. Two completely different principal strengths collided with each other, causing the void to collapse and the world to collapse. A rumbling sound rang out, and the aftermath of the impact erupted and swept out in all directions. Whether it was Xianxia or Fengxi, they were like canoes sailing in the sea amid strong winds and waves. Their bodies swayed as if they could capsize at any time. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar, who were watching not far away, were in a miserable state. The two men's eyes were dull, and they seemed to be in a daze. However, wrinkles soon appeared on their skin, and their hair turned white. The power of time flowed through them in an instant, turning them into old men in a very short time. Hong hong hong. Loud bangs rang out continuously as Xianxia was suddenly sent flying. This time, he was actually at a disadvantage. It was not that the flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique was inferior to the seeking passion sex secret technique, but Xianxia's strength was not comparable to Fengxian's. Seeing this, Fengxian's pupils shrank and his face turned fierce. His body swayed as he urged the remaining power in his body to kill. Although he wanted to capture Xianxia alive and inquire about the inheritance and secret technique of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor from him, Fengxi's current physical condition did not allow him to do so. After using soul descent, Fengxi was greatly damaged. He had no choice but to use the Taoist ruthless slash. If he continued to entangle with Xianxia, Fengxi's body would disintegrate without him needing to suffer any more injuries. Fengxian was annoyed. That day in Ice Moon City, if he had disregarded his face and attacked Xianxia, there would not have been such trouble today. Perhaps he could have captured Xianxia. At that time, the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors would have been his. At that time, he would have the inheritance of 2 Great Emperors, and it would only be a matter of time before he became the overlord of the Northern Territory. Since I am ruthless, how can I seek love? Since there is no Tao, how can I pursue the martial Tao? As Xianxia retreated, he suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression, "Your seeking passion sect is deceiving itself, ha ha ha." He suddenly burst into laughter. Fengxian angrily retorted, "Junior, what do you know? Quickly accept your death." As soon as his words fell, he slashed his sword towards Xianxia. Xianxia angrily shouted, "You want to kill this young master? You're not qualified. Mountains and rivers bell, suppress." With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized bell-shaped artifact suddenly flew out. It was the mountains and rivers bell he had subdued not long ago. Even the flowing time Great Emperor's swift shuttle seal could not do anything to Fengxian, so Xianxia only had the mountains and rivers bell as his trump card. How long has it been? Xianxia communicated with the embodiment with his divine sense and struggled to prop himself up. Not long, just a few hours. Fortunately, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and examined his current condition. His injuries weren't too serious, but his back was a little bloody after being swept by Fengxian's finger. The biggest problem now was that he was very weak. Using the mountains and rivers bell had consumed all his strength, so there was no way for him to fully recover in the next few hours. Even now, when he tried to use his divine sense, he felt pain in his head. If he encountered any danger at this time, He could only hide in the sealed world bead immediately. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat and let it fly forward. He then sat cross-legged on the wooden boat, took out some restorative spirit pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. In the desolate shattered star sea, Yang Kai's figure was like a speck of dust, inconspicuous as he drifted without any particular target. 2 days later, he exhaled softly and stood up again, crackling sounds coming from all over his body. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his body was fine. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around, but there was nothing special. Even his 7-pointed star seal didn't sense the existence of others. It had been 2 or 3 years since he entered the shattered star sea. At first, he thought he had gained a lot, but after meeting the people from Ice Heart Valley and Fengxi, he realized that he had fallen behind. Even Feng, she had advanced to the Emperor realm early, and Ziyu was at the critical juncture of her breakthrough. Perhaps she had already successfully broken through and reached the Emperor realm, but what about him? He hadn't sensed the aura of a breakthrough yet. The Phoenix True Fire and the Mountains and Rivers Bell were indeed very good. After all, they were once owned by the great emperors, but the strength of a cultivator was always based on their own strength. Other external aids were just icing on the cake. Without strong strength as a guarantee, even if one had good treasures, it would be difficult to play any role. Yang Kai felt that if he was in the Emperor realm now, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed when using the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Ziyu and Feng, she were already ahead of him. But what about the other sex prides? What about the rising stars that he knew? Yang Kai suddenly felt an urgent sense of crisis. If one's cultivation fell behind others, they would truly fall behind. No matter how many good things he found in the shattered star sea, it would be useless. While thinking about it, he controlled the wooden boat to fly quickly, trying to find his own opportunity in this shattered star sea. For several days, Yang Kai didn't meet anyone, nor did he sense the aura of source strength. This made him feel a little strange, because this phenomenon was very abnormal. However, although his appearance was miserable, Yang Kai was not in danger of losing his life. He stimulated the source qi in his body to expel the corrosive force that had invaded his body. The man could tell that Yang Kai was blaming him and could not help but smile awkwardly. "Go on," Yang Kai snorted. The man quickly cleared his throat and said, "There are great benefits to be gained from the Source Sea. Many people find this place and stay here to absorb and refine the Source Sea until the Shattered Star Sea closes. Friend, as you can see, the Source Sea is extremely vast, just like a real sea. So no matter how many people come here, it is impossible to refine all the source strength here. And let me tell you a secret. There are not only fragments of source strength in the Source Sea, but also complete source strengths of stars and the 5 elements." Complete source strengths? Yang Kai's expression changed. He was a Star Lord himself, so he could naturally understand the huge gap between the fragments of source strength and the complete source strength. A complete source strength could allow a cultivator to easily sense the heavenly way and martial Tao, but a fragment of source strength would be greatly reduced. He did not expect that there would be complete source strength in the Source Sea, and not only the source strengths of stars, but also the source strengths of the 5 elements. Although the Phoenix True Fire he obtained before was also a fire attribute source, it was a divine spirit source, not a 5-element source. There was still a difference between the two. The reason why his sealed world bead could not allow people to break through to a great realm inside was that the world principles were incomplete. In order to complete the world principles, a complete source strength was indispensable. If he could find the complete source strength here and fill the small sealed world with it, perhaps the world principles of the small sealed world would become complete. If he wanted to break through in the future, he would be able to do so in the small sealed world without worrying about being disturbed. So, after hearing that there was a complete source strength in the Source Sea, Xianxia was immediately excited. But soon, his face darkened again. This source C is so dangerous. How can I safely absorb and refine source strength in it? Are you lying to me? How would I dare? The man shouted with a wronged expression. Friend, you haven't entered the source C, so you don't know the situation inside. In the source C, there are many island-like places where people can settle down. In those places, you don't have to worry about being corroded by the source C's corrosive power, and you can refine source strength with peace of mind. Oh, there's such a good place. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He just rushed into the source C and did not go deep inside, so he did not find any island-like existences. But judging from the way this man spoke, it did not seem like he was lying to him. Friend, you can fly over and take a look later. Don't rush into that thing that looks like seawater again. The man seemed to give a kind reminder, but after that, he looked at Xianxia flatteringly. I've said everything I need to say, so Xianxia said with a straight face, since the source C has so many benefits, why are you still here and not going in? Is there any other danger? The man hurriedly said, I'm staying here to wait for my other brothers. It was Big Brother who told me to stay here. Otherwise, do you think I want to stay here? I also want to go in and absorb and refine source strength. He had an aggrieved expression on his face, probably cursing his big brother in his heart. Xianxia nodded, turned around, and flew over the source sea. The man's voice came from behind. You should be careful. There are now several people from the Emperor realm in the source sea. If you provoke them, no one can save you. Xianxia's heart sank when he heard this. He found that things were as he thought. Many people had already advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and Ziyu and Feng, she were not the only ones. And this was only the situation in the source sea. What about the other masters scattered all over the Shattered Star Sea? Perhaps there were many who had advanced to the Emperor realm. The Shattered Star Sea was indeed an incredible sealed world. Xianxia's mood was solemn as he flew over the source sea. When he looked down, he suddenly had a strange feeling of dislocation. Right now, it was as if he was flying above a vast ocean. Below him were blue waves and surging tides. Above this ocean, there were indeed some island-like existences. They were of different sizes. The small ones could only fit one person, while the big ones could only fit 4 or 5 people. These places were already occupied by cultivators. They sat there cross-legged, absorbing and refining the source energy that was escaping from the sea. On the surface of the sea, the tides were surging, sometimes calm, making it difficult to predict. In such a situation, it was impossible for a cultivator to refine source strength steadily above the sea. It seemed that he had to find a place to settle down first. Xianxia had suffered from the sea before, so he knew how powerful it was. If he could not find a place to settle down, he would not be able to refine source strength in peace. Thinking of this, he scanned the area below, trying to find a suitable place. There were many cultivators like him who were looking for a place to settle down. They were all flying in the air, but none of them intended to fight each other. The source strength here was so rich that as long as they could absorb it steadily, they would surely reap great benefits. It was meaningless to fight here unless they were fighting for territory. There were indeed people fighting for territory. When Xianxia flew through the air, he saw at least a dozen groups of people fighting each other. Cultivator corpses were constantly falling from midair, and as soon as they fell into the source sea, they disappeared without even making a splash. After wandering over the source sea for an hour, Xianxia still could not find a place to settle down. All the places had been occupied. This made him feel very helpless. He was not the kind of person who liked to snatch other people's territory for no reason, so he could only search patiently. Fortunately, the source sea was big enough, and there were still some places he had not searched. He believed that he should be able to find a good place. In the distance ahead, there was another group of people fighting for territory. The sky was dark and the earth was dark as energy surged. Xianxia wanted to go around the battlefield, but at this moment, a low voice suddenly came into his ears. Earth sword, falling thunder. The voice was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds. In the sky over there, a blue lightning bolt suddenly cut across the sky and shot towards a certain place. The white lotus bud instantly turned into a mysterious force that tore through the long-faced old man's divine sense defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea. The long-faced old man, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly froze in place, his eyes glazing over as a look of pain appeared on his face. In his vision, all that was left was the white lotus bud, which quickly bloomed and swallowed his body and mind. Xianxia suddenly threw a punch, and under the violent eruption of power, the long-faced old man directly burst into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind as he fell towards the source sea. Ah! Exclamations suddenly sounded as the people who were besieging Xiao Bai, Yi, and Murong Xiao were all horrified when they saw this scene. Although the long-faced old man was a little older, his strength was not to be underestimated. Among the Western Territories' Pointed Star Sect's Dao Source Realm cultivator, he was ranked in the top 3, but such a person was defeated by a young man who appeared out of nowhere with a single punch, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Just now, he told him to end this quickly. So how did he suddenly die? Could the person who killed him be from the Emperor Realm? Although there were not many people from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, there were still quite a few of them. The bloody scene of the old man's death scared the Pointed Star Sect disciples out of their wits, and the suspicion in their hearts made them tremble in fear. Seeing Xianxia rushing towards them with a cold smile on his face, how could they dare to continue staying in place? They all left Xiaobai, Yi, and Murong Xiao and turned to flee. At this moment, they did not even have the courage to avenge the old man, and only wanted to escape from this place to save their lives. Condense. Xianxia stretched out his hand and clenched it, and under the surge of space principles, the space in front of him instantly solidified. The few people who were fleeing in a hurry widened their eyes in horror, only to find that their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They were so anxious that their foreheads were sweating and their bodies were cold. Xiaobai, Yi, and Murong Xiao were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The two of them still did not know who secretly helped them, and they did not have time to check the appearance of the person who came. The anger they had been suppressing at the hands of these Pointed Star Sect disciples could finally be released at this moment. Human sword, revolving annihilation. Earth sword, falling thunder. Heavenly sword, shattering star. Xiaobai Yi's long sword suddenly unleashed 3 secret techniques at the same time, and when the 3 swords combined into one, the ferocious power caused even the world to tremble. Although Murong Xiao was a woman and gave Xianxia the impression of gentleness and elegance, she showed no mercy at this moment. She summoned a pair of heavenly feather rings, and in an instant, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, and 4 divided into 8, layer by layer, shrouding the Pointed Star Sect disciples. Screams rang out one after another. The Pointed Star Sect disciples only wanted to escape and had no fighting spirit, so after being suddenly bound by Xianxia, they could not even resist. As soon as the 2 great disciples of Azure Sun Temple attacked, these people fell like straws. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood, flesh, and broken limbs. In less than 10 breaths, several Pointed Star Sect disciples died on the spot, and their bodies fell into the source sea. Star seals shot out from the backs of these people's hands, flying toward Xiaobai, Yi, and Murong Xiao, and were quickly divided up by the 2. Although this emperor intent was not too pure or surging, it was still emperor intent, which coincided with the heavenly way. Yang Kai's flying body paused slightly, and his breathing became a little irregular. A Tao Source Realm trash dares to come here? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. A low voice sounded, and immediately, from somewhere in the Source Sea below, a huge blood-red palm slapped towards Yang Kai. This palm was not only huge, but it also exuded a very strong, bloody smell, as if it was formed from blood. It was extremely fierce and nauseating. Yang Kai said with a dark face. You people from the Emperor Realm, it's fine if you occupy such a large area, but why do you have to sneak up on everyone? Do you have any shame? The man laughed. Those who dare to come here without strength can only die. He paused for a moment, then said, You can come here. Did you pass Qi Gui's test? Yang Kai's heart moved. You mean that red-haired young man? Yes. He was the same as you, despicably sneak-attacking me, but I blocked it and let me go. Yang Kai snorted unhappily. No wonder. The man nodded lightly, but after a moment, waved his hand and said, You can go. Since Qi Gui let you in, it means you are a promising talent. I won't attack you. Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. This man spoke as if letting him in was a special favor. He even boasted shamelessly that he was a promising talent. His tone was bigger than the heavens. How many more from the Emperor Realm are there? Are they all going to attack me? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. If that was the case, then he didn't have to hide his strength. He could just fight his way through and avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, this man's face changed faster than flipping a book, coldly saying, Boy, you talk too much. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't want to, then I'll make you stay. Yang Kai snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. He turned around and flew deeper into the Origin Sea. But this time, he changed his previous low-key attitude and directly stimulated his source chi, making it extremely eye-catching. He believed that as long as those from the Emperor Realm were not too focused on absorbing source chi, they should be able to sense his existence from far away. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai was so confident and high-profile, but along the way, although he felt the aura of two more people from the Emperor Realm, they did not attack him again. They just used their divine sense to scan him and then ignored him. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Half an hour later, his eyes lit up and he flew down to a certain place. Below it, there was a good place to rest. Furthermore, it was extremely spacious, with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It was rare to see such a large place to settle down in the Source Sea, because the islets here were not really islets. For some unknown reason, they were not only few in number, but also small in size. For example, the place that Kai Yang had found could accommodate up to 100 people and not feel crowded. After Yang Kai landed, he glanced around and was very satisfied with this place. He wanted to ask Xiao by Yi and Murong Xiao to come and join him, but thinking about the methods of those from the Emperor Realm before, Yang Kai decided against it. Unless he went out and brought them in, with Xiao by Yi and Murong Xiao's current strength, there was no way they could pass. Slowly, the cultivator absorbing and refining at the edge of the Source Sea found that something was wrong because they were surprised to see that the Source Sea seemed to be getting smaller. They were still a little distance away from the edge, but gradually the distance was getting closer and closer until the Source Sea was completely away from them. It was as if the entire Origin Sea was receding, leaving them on the beach even if they did not move from their Origin Sea. This discovery surprised many martial artists. They did not know why this was the case. Chapter 2474. The decrease in the size of the Source Sea also caused many cultivators to fight for territory again. For a time, the scene at the edge of the Source Sea was chaotic. Although this situation had not spread to the depths, it was conceivable that as time passed, The cultivator who was originally in the depths would encounter similar situations and eventually be unable to stay out of it. At the same time, on a broken star far away from the source sea, it seemed that a great battle had just taken place here. The surface of the cold star was in a mess, and the chaotic energy fluctuations had not subsided for a long time. A man and a woman were lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they could not move. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in horror at a middle-aged man standing not far in front of them. This middle-aged man was burly and had a bold appearance. He exuded an extremely uncomfortable aura, and his eyes were shining with a divine light that made people shudder. There were also several deep wounds on his body. His flesh was torn open, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed all over the ground, looking extremely shocking. However, this middle-aged man did not feel any pain at all. Not only that, he even seemed to enjoy this feeling very much as he grinned hideously. "You? Who the hell are you?" The man lying on the ground was pale as he exclaimed in horror. The middle-aged man glanced sideways at him and snorted, "Why do you know so much when you're about to die? You want to kill us?" The man was shocked when he heard this and said angrily, "My brother and sister have no grievances with you. Why are you doing this?" Originally, the two of them were absorbing the origin energy here and were doing well. They did not expect this middle-aged man to suddenly descend from the sky and attack them without saying a word. The two of them relied on their advantage in numbers, so they weren't too afraid and began to fight with him. Who would have thought that the result would be extremely unexpected? Their brother and sister were no match for this guy at all. Although this middle-aged man was only in the third order Tao source realm and had not broken through to the Emperor realm. However, this young man's strength was not at the level of a Tao source realm cultivator at all. In just a few moves, he had knocked them to the ground and used some kind of strange secret technique to render him and his junior sister completely immobile. "You're wrong." The middle-aged man smiled strangely. That smile made one's hair stand on end. He said indifferently, "I'm not going to kill you. You won't kill us." The woman's heart relaxed upon hearing this, and she squeezed out a smile as she said, "Mister, please don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, everything is negotiable." When the man from before heard this, his eyes bulged as he looked at her in astonishment, whispering, "Junior sister." It was as if this was the first time he had met his junior sister. He had never thought that she would actually say such words to a strange man. There was a sharp pain in the depths of his heart. "Anything is negotiable." The middle-aged man smiled. His gaze shifted to the woman. The woman forced a smile and said, "Mister, you can do anything you want as long as you don't kill me." When that brother heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. The middle-aged man laughed evilly. "What if I want to eat you?" When that brother heard this, his face turned pale. What he was afraid of really happened, but he also knew that he had to lower his head under the eaves. If his junior sister was willing to sell her body and appearance so that they could live, it was not unacceptable. After all, it was most important to live. If they died, there would be nothing left. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. "Eat me." A trace of blush appeared on the woman's face as she said hesitantly, "Then you have to be gentle." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be extremely excited. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, don't be fooled by this king's appearance. This king is a gentle person." As he spoke, he walked towards the woman step by step. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said, "Not here. Can we find a more remote place?" Although she was willing to give herself to him, she was still under the eyes of her brother after all, so she was a little embarrassed. She just wanted this middle-aged man to take her to a place where there was no one. As long as she could survive, she would let him do whatever he wanted. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "It's the same wherever we are." He seemed to have some perverted hobbies and insisted on doing what he wanted to do in front of her brother. The woman understood tacitly and couldn't help but glance at the senior brother worriedly, only to find that her senior brother had his eyes closed and his head turned to the side, but his body was trembling incessantly, seeming to be extremely angry. The woman knew that her brother must be in a bad mood, but now that their lives were at stake, she couldn't comfort him and could only grit her teeth and accept her fate. The middle-aged man walked in front of her and looked down at her condescendingly. His fiery eyes were not concealed in the slightest, as if he wanted to melt this woman. The woman's heart trembled, knowing that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. "Children, don't look, close your eyes," the middle-aged man ordered lightly. The woman sighed and obediently closed her eyes, but she felt funny in her heart. Although she looked young, she was not a child. It was not like she didn't understand the matters between men and women. This man's hobbies were really strange. Only then did the middle-aged man reach out and suck her over. He directly wrapped his arms around her soft and boneless waist and hugged her tightly. The woman was a little breathless in an instant and couldn't help but moan. She could clearly feel that the middle-aged man's breathing had become hurried, and that boiling hot air was blowing on her neck, causing her body to go soft and her cheeks to burn for no reason. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a voice that made her hair stand on end. Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if she had been bitten by a fierce beast. The woman's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly opened her eyes and turned her head. The scene of being molested and desecrated didn't happen as expected. Instead, the middle-aged man's eyes turned red, his head tilted, and his mouth bit his own neck, swallowing his own blood with gurgling sounds. With a gloomy face, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Bottleneck, bottleneck. Why can't this king advance to the emperor realm? 700 years. This king has worked hard for 700 years, but why can't I break through? Damn heaven, why are you so unfair? I refuse to accept this." After cursing for a while, he suddenly shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash. None of you can withstand the backlash of your secret art. You are not even as talented as this king. All of you are trash." While cursing, he wantonly released his power, blasting the surroundings into a mess. No one knew what was wrong with him. Chapter 2476. As soon as Fatty asked, Chi answered, "It's precisely because we noticed the abnormality that we came to check the situation." Fatty said, "So did we." Chi was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the man from the Emperor realm, wrapped in black chi, and asked, "Isn't this your doing, Hyoji?" The man from the Emperor realm, named Hyoji, coldly snorted and said, "Why do you think I did it? I guessed." Chi sniffed. The strong young man said, "It's not Brother Hyoji's fault. The source strength in the source, sea, is flowing in this direction. This island seems to be the source of the problem." As soon as this statement came out, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, "Why are you all looking at me? I don't even know what you're talking about. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you staying in your own place to absorb and refine source strength? Why are you all making trouble here?" The strong young man frowned and said, "The source strength in the source sea has been greatly reduced in the past half a month, and the flow of source strength is all pointing to this place. Why do you think we're here?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as he showed a harmless expression and said in shock, "Really? That can't be right." This statement was as fake as it could be. After all, the decrease in flow of source strength was clearly visible. Not to mention that Yang Kai was a third-order Dao source realm cultivator. Even a lower cultivation cultivator would be able to detect it. But now, he looked like he didn't know anything, which was obviously a lie. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Especially his eyes. Clear and bright. without the slightest suspicion of pretense. The five of them couldn't help but feel doubtful. They didn't know if they were mistaken, but the flow and decrease of source strength had strangely stopped just now. It really has nothing to do with you? Qi Gui frowned and asked. Yang Kai snorted. I'm just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. How could I do such a thing right under your noses? If the reduction of source strength here is really due to someone's actions, then why would I do such a thing? That has nothing to do with me. It must be one of you who did something, but you want to frame me. You can't be so despicable. Who did it? Step forward. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously, everyone couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although everyone felt that the source of the problem was this island, what Yang Kai said wasn't wrong. He was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. So how could he do such a thing? The young man said thoughtfully, the abnormality in the Source Sea began half a month ago. In the beginning, it wasn't very big, but later on, it became more obvious. And you, kid, came here half a month ago. Hearing his words, the other four people looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, their faces full of suspicion. After all, the timing was too coincidental. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yang Kai stared at him and said, Friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Be careful, or I won't be polite to you. You won't be polite to me? The young man's eyes widened. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he grinned and said, I'd like to see how you'll be rude to me. He was a cultivator from the Emperor realm, and although Yang Kai had taken a blow from him earlier and showed his strength, he really didn't think that Yang Kai could be his enemy. If it was a life or death battle, he believed that he could take Yang Kai's life in 3 moves. Okay, since it's not the problem here, it must be something abnormal in the Source Sea. Wu Chong didn't know what he meant. At this time, Wu Chong actually stood up to mediate the situation, helping Yang Kai out of this situation. Yang Kai glanced at him suspiciously, but he pretended not to notice and just said, instead of getting entangled in this baseless matter, it's better to go back and absorb and refine it. Although the Source Sea has decreased a lot, it hasn't completely disappeared. I believe it's enough to meet everyone's needs. The fat man nodded and said, And you're right. The young man and Qi Gui didn't seem to have any good ideas, but Hyoji, the son of the great emperors, said in a deep voice, Boy, regardless of whether the change in the Source Sea is your problem or not, you must leave this place now. This is the Emperor Realm's territory, and with your current strength, you are not qualified to set foot here. Yang Kai turned to look at him and sneered softly. Do you think I'm not qualified just because you say so? Have you asked for my opinion? Since this guy wanted to drive him away, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to cooperate. Although he had taken away most of the source strength in the Source Sea, there was still a lot left. The world principles in the sealed world bead hadn't been completed yet, and his embodiment showed no signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm. He also hadn't sensed any opportunity to break through. If he left now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Hyoji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Either leave or die. I'll give you 3 breaths to choose. Why don't you try? Yang Kai squinted at him. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Kai Yang in amazement. If it were any other newcomer from the Emperor realm, it would be fine. Although Yang Kai was only from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, he seemed to be quite strong and had the right to be arrogant. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors, the descendant of the great emperors of the Eastern Territory's serene soul. Everyone from the Emperor realm present was afraid of him. Although they weren't timid in front of him, they still didn't dare to speak to him like this. But Yang Kai actually dared him to try. Where did this boy get the courage to speak to the son of the great emperors in such a tone? The young man was particularly stunned, thinking that this guy was a fool. Why did he have to compete with a fool just now? He slowly shook his head, feeling that Yang Kai was definitely going to die this time. If one offended him, he might not kill Yang Kai, at most teaching him a lesson, but if one offended Hyoji, how could one still be alive? Wu Chang's expression also changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. The reason he could help Yang Kai out just now was because they were both from the Southern Territory. In the Southern Territory, he could compete with Yang Kai, but that was considered an internal battle, so it didn't matter if they fought to the death. But in the Shattered Star Sea, in front of the masters from the other 3 territories, he couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. But now he found that Yang Kai was simply unreasonable. Provoking the son of the great emperors like this, what good would come of it? What was hard was easy to break. This boy was still too young and impetuous. For a time, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and even the void was filled with cold, murderous intent. Hyoji looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes cold as if he was looking at a dead man. To his surprise, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest fear, and his burning gaze shook his mind slightly. Hyoji's face sank, and just as he was about to attack Yang Kai, a streak of light quickly flew over from the distance, as fast as lightning, and arrived above everyone. Everyone's eyes shrank as they looked up, wondering who this person was and why he was so arrogant. When the streak of light dissipated, a burly middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He opened his eyes wide and looked down. His expression was extremely excited. His eyes were shining, like a beast that had been starving for countless years and finally saw its prey. But soon, he trembled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression stiff. The 6 people below were eyeing him covetously, and 5 of them were actually from the Emperor realm. He came here in high spirits, but he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he showed up. He was so scared that he almost turned around and left immediately. Although he didn't put the average the Emperor realm in his eyes, there were as many as 5 people here. If they really fought, he would definitely not be their opponent. Huh? Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the newcomer in high spirits, his heart filled with surprise and joy. He was surprised because he knew this person, and he was happy because he planned to look for this person after this trip to the Shattered Star Sea, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Wu Mengchuan, the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method was taught to Yang Kai by Wu Mengchuan, but Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it, so he left it to his embodiment. The embodiment was happy to cultivate it, and his cultivation increased very quickly. But recently, the embodiment felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he guessed that it was because of his secret art. Perhaps the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method that Wu Mengchuan taught to Yang Kai was not complete. Yang Kai wanted to find Wu Mengchuan to ask about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method and get the complete secret art from him. Otherwise, the embodiment cultivation was very likely to remain stagnant. Back then, Yang Kai was only a third-order Origin King and was not Wu Mengchuan's opponent, but now he was in the third-order Dao Source realm, so there was naturally no need to fear him. Both of them had different thoughts, but they were extremely surprised to meet here. Why does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to come here? The young man curled his lips in displeasure when he found that Wu Mengchuan was also from the third-order Dao Source realm. He let Yang Kai in earlier because Yang Kai had taken a blow from him. He was eager to absorb and refine the source strength here, so he didn't want to waste time and energy on Yang Kai. But now, another Dao Source Realm cultivator had come to the Emperor Realm's territory. Just kill him. Qi Gui snorted coldly. Wu Mengchuan was shocked when he heard this. Although he did not know what the 6 people below were doing, it was obvious that the 5 Emperor Realm Masters were looking at him with malicious intent. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and apologized. My apologies, my apologies. This one has mistakenly intruded upon your precious land. I will withdraw now. Please calm down. Chapter 2477. Big cousin, don't go. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai suddenly shouted towards Wu Mengchuan's position, full of enthusiasm. Wu Mengchuan staggered and almost fell from the air. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said angrily, Who's your big cousin? Yang Kai said sternly. Big cousin, you're too mean. You're pretending not to know me, even though you've met me here. I'll tell your mother later. Be careful that she doesn't beat you up. Wu Mengchuan was furious and said, Boy, don't talk nonsense. He's your big cousin? The well-dressed young man looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, Why doesn't he look like one? Yang Kai said, He's just like that. While speaking, he looked up at Wu Mengchuan and said, Big cousin, someone here wants to bully me. Shouldn't you stand up for me, or something? Wu Mengchuan said with a dark face, Boy, if you talk nonsense again, be careful that I won't be polite to you. Yang Kai immediately said angrily, Everyone wants to be rude to me. Do you think this young master is so easy to bully? Believe it or not, I'll go up now and beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Seeing Yang Kai keep saying, Your mother, Wu Mengchuan was so angry that smoke came out of his body. But since there were 5 people from the Emperor realm below, he didn't dare to act rashly. So he just sneered and said, Come here if you have the guts. Let's see who will beat who. Just you wait. After Yang Kai said this, he immediately flew up and threw a barrage of punches at Wu Mengchuan. Boy, you've got guts. Wu Mengchuan was furious. Although he was afraid of the 5 people from the Emperor realm below, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai come up and attack without any hesitation, he immediately counterattacked. However, he couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and the 5 people below, so he didn't dare to kill him and only used 50% of his strength to defend. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound in the air as the 2 people exchanged punches and kicks. Although the scene looked very lively, in fact, no one showed their true abilities. Suddenly, Yang Kai quietly winked at Wu Mengchuan. Although Wu Mengchuan didn't know what Yang Kai meant, he had lived for so many years, so he had some understanding. While fighting Yang Kai back and forth, he cooperated with Yang Kai to quickly move the battlefield away. In a short while, the 2 of them had already left the field of vision of the 5 people from the Emperor realm. After a while, even his divine sense could no longer detect them. Humph! Hyoji snorted coldly. With a cold expression, he turned around and flew back to his original position. Although Yang Kai had annoyed him, Yang Kai was now fighting with someone. It wasn't convenient for him to chase after them. He could only ignore it. Chi Gue looked in the direction where Yang Kai disappeared and chuckled softly. This little brat found a good way out for himself. The young man nodded and said, I'm afraid that person was his helper. He was just putting on an act to get us out of here. Although Wu Chong did not say anything, he obviously felt the same way. Although Yang Kai's attitude was tough and arrogant just now, as if he did not put anyone in his eyes, in the end, he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If he really fought with Hyoji, there was no way for him to survive. Now it was just as well. If he fought with his so-called eldest cousin while escaping, Hyoji wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was just that such a scheming person would make others look down on him. Soon, the 5 people from the Emperor realm who had gathered here dispersed. But strangely enough, in the following days, they did not encounter any significant reduction in source strength. This made them even more convinced that the previous anomaly was caused by Yang Kai. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the source sea, above a broken star, 2 people stood in the air, looking at each other from a distance. One of them was burly, with a strong body and a burning gaze, like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. The other stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his eyes bright like the stars. These 2 were none other than Wu Mengchuan and Yang Kai. They had retreated from the source, sea, all the way to this uninhabited star, each with their own ulterior motives. I didn't expect that you could cultivate to the 3rd order Dao Source realm in such a short time. Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said with a little excitement, The secret art this king taught you is not bad, right? He thought that Yang Kai could achieve such a cultivation in such a short time because of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was too heaven-defying. As long as one could withstand the backlash of the secret art, it was extremely easy to increase one's cultivation. This young master is talented and intelligent. What does it have to do with your bullshit secret art? Yang Kai curled his lips. Wu Mengchuan chuckled and said, "This king was once your sect master and saved your life. Is this how you talk to this king?" Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "If I remember correctly, it was this young master who saved your life." Wu Mengchuan said, "Even so, but are you going to deny that this king taught you a secret art?" Yang Kai heard this and suddenly became angry. "You have the nerve to mention that? I have a question for you about that bullshit secret art." "What?" Wu Mengchuan raised his eyebrows. "Is the cultivation method you imparted to me incomplete?" Wu Mengchuan's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing quickened as he exclaimed, "You really have cultivated a secret art." His expression was like a pervert who had seen a naked beauty, his eyes shining brightly, causing Yang Kai to have goosebumps all over his body. Yang Kai said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you whether I cultivate it or not?" Wu Mengchuan smiled slightly and said, "If you didn't cultivate it, how could you have noticed this problem?" Yang Kai said with a dark face, "That secret art is really incomplete. You are despicable. This young master risked a great danger to release you from the bone prison and give you back your freedom. Not only did you not know how to repay kindness, you even taught me an incomplete secret art. Where is your conscience? Where is the justice? Damn it. This young master can only blame himself for being too naive to believe you, you bastard." He cursed bitterly, beating his chest and stamping his feet. He had a regretful look on his face, almost wanting to buy some regret medicine to eat. Wu Mengchuan's face was filled with a cheerful smile as he waited for him to finish cursing before saying, "The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete. It is complete." "Bullshit." Yang Kai saw that he still did not admit it and spat at him. Wu Mengchuan easily dodged and said lightly, "Boy, don't be so rude. Didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young?" "Sorry, I was born like this," Yang Kai said with an arrogant expression. Wu Mengchuan snorted. "This king won't lower himself to your level, but about that secret art, do you want to listen to this king explain it to you?" "Speak." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wu Mengchuan didn't care and said lightly, "In the past, my ancestor created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, which was an extraordinary secret art. The great emperors were able to achieve supremacy in the heaven and earth, and were invincible in the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, the tree that stood out from the rest was feared by the other great emperors, and they joined forces to kill it. It's really the heavens who are jealous of heroic talents." Yang Kai sneered. "How come the version I heard is different from what you said?" Wu Mengchuan glared at him and said, "Do you still want to listen? If you don't want to listen, this king won't say it." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and stretched out his hand to pull his mouth, making a sewing gesture, indicating for him to continue. Wu Mengchuan snorted unhappily and continued. "When my ancestor created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, he had already noticed that there was a huge flaw in this secret art. Guess what it is?" Yang Kai pointed to his mouth and made a few HS sound, but he didn't say anything. Wu Mengchuan said helplessly, "Although this secret art is heaven-defying, it goes against heaven and earth, so the backlash is extremely strong. Only those with great perseverance can cultivate it and bear the backlash. Otherwise, it won't be long before they become the demon race and burn themselves to death." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, knowing that Wu Mengchuan was not lying. This was because the embodiment had once mentioned this problem, but because the embodiment was a stone mongoose. It was born with the ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities, so this drawback of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art did not affect it much. In addition, when this secret art is cultivated to a certain limit, a bottleneck will appear. If this bottleneck is not broken, it will never be possible to advance. Speaking of this, Wu Mengchuan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Yang Kai, and this bottleneck is the third-order Tao Source realm, which is why you and I can't break through to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai thought that his failure to break through was not because of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, But he was willing to listen because he felt that Wu Mengchuan would tell him a solution to this problem soon. This guy seemed to feel that he had already defeated him, so he was now chattering away and revealing a lot of information. Sure enough, Wu Mengchuan said, "In order to solve this problem, my ancestor came up with an ingenious solution. Let another person also cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. When this person reaches the bottleneck of the third-order Dao source realm, they could devour him and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, thus advancing to the Emperor realm." His tone gradually became excited, and his face became ruddy as he said excitedly, "My ancestor is truly a peerless genius. I am not as good as him." If he hadn't figured it out, he would have attacked Yang Kai right away instead of discussing any conditions with him. Yang Kai snorted. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was heartless in the past. He slaughtered all living beings, devoured the stars, and destroyed the territory of the Great Emperor, provoking the wrath of the heavens. In the end, he was killed by the Great Emperors. Wu Mengchuan, what do you think you can do even if you break through to the Emperor realm? You will just follow in the footsteps of your ancestors. Nonsense. Wu Mengchuan's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted angrily. The great emperors were just narrow-minded people. They were jealous of my ancestors' strength and set up a trap, but unfortunately, my ancestors still managed to defeat them. How could someone as powerful as my ancestors die so easily? At this point, Wu Mengchuan suddenly closed his mouth, and his originally excited mood seemed to have calmed down a little. But now, in this life and death battle, neither of them held back. For a time, the two exchanged punches and kicks, creating a series of clanging sounds. In terms of physique and cultivation, Yang Kai was undoubtedly superior, and coupled with the five elements indestructible sword Qi, Wu Mengchuan quickly fell into a disadvantage in this battle. Yang Kai's fist landed squarely on Wu Mengchuan's body, leaving him in a sorry state. Wu Mengchuan was also extremely shocked. He found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability. In less than 30 breaths, Wu Mengchuan's body was stained with blood, looking extremely miserable. But his eyes were extremely bright. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that something was wrong. Because if it were someone else being beaten by him like this, that person's aura would have already weakened. But Wu Mengchuan's aura showed no signs of weakening and instead showed signs of increasing. In contrast, Yang Kai's consumption was not light. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Old dog, you're actually devouring my power." Under his careful observation, he finally found some clues. Every time his power hit Wu Mengchuan, a part of it would strangely disappear, and this part was obviously being devoured by Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan laughed and said, "This king has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques and is invincible. Unless you can kill this king in a single blow, just accept your death obediently." Killing Wu Mengchuan in a single blow was absolutely impossible for an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Only a master above the Second-Order Emperor Realm could do it. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. Wu Mengchuan's voice was fierce as he shouted, "In front of this king, you can't come and go as you please. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory. Open for me." Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, an invisible territory field expanded with a bang, directly wrapping Yang Kai in it. In this territory field, Yang Kai found that the power in his body was gushing out of his meridians uncontrollably, turning into a trickle of energy that flowed towards Wu Mengchuan. Not only that, his vitality was also showing signs of being devoured by Wu Mengchuan, and this speed was getting faster and faster. Yankai was shocked. Only now did he realize the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although the embodiment also cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, his secret art was undoubtedly much worse than Wu Mengchuan's, so there was no territory field that could devour everything. In this territory field, everything was the source of Wu Mengchuan's power, and it was inevitable that he would devour it. If someone fought with him, Wu Mengchuan could easily win and kill his opponent. Yankai was now in this awkward situation. What a rich blood qi! What a pure origin energy! To Wu Mengchuan's surprise, in the face of such a fierce attack, Yang Kai just stood in place and sneered softly. What the hell is this boy doing? Wu Mengchuan was bewildered. He didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, but in order to avoid any accidents, he suddenly took action again. Several blood dragons suddenly shot out from the blood sea and surrounded Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai snorted. Wu Mengchuan, your strength is also beyond this young master's expectations, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this treasure. He actually returned Wu Mengchuan's words to him. Wu Mengchuan was furious. Boy, how dare you be so arrogant? Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, what can you do? Just accept your death obediently. Yang Kai said indifferently. The one who's going to die is you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell, pouring his source qi and divine sense into it. The mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size, and the complex patterns on its surface suddenly came to life, constantly moving around as a wild aura filled the air. This is... Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the mountains and rivers bell in horror, almost biting off his tongue in shock. As a descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Great Emperors, he was naturally more concerned about everything that had happened in the Shattered Star Sea than others. He knew which great emperors had fallen here and what kind of treasures they had left behind. So as soon as the mountains and rivers bell appeared, he immediately recognized it. This is impossible, Wu Mengchuan shouted. In any case, he could not believe that Yang Kai had subdued the mountains and rivers bell. This was the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors. It was an ancient relic that the Yuan Ding Great Emperors brought out from the ancient wildlands. However, wasn't the mountains and rivers bell suppressing the phoenix's true fire and escaping into the void? Why would it appear in Yang Kai's hands? If the mountains and rivers bell was here, then where was the phoenix's true fire? If this was the real mountains and rivers bell, then his life was in danger today. Asterisk Guang. Asterisk a melodious bell sound suddenly rang out, and shock waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. The sound waves were mixed with a power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, enough to suppress everything. The blood dragons that pounced at Yang Kai suddenly disintegrated, turning back into blood and dripping down. Wu Mengchuan's whole body shook, and he could not help but take a few steps back. When he stood still again, blood was oozing out of his ears and nose. This was the real mountains and rivers bell. Wu Mengchuan only saw a snowy white in front of his eyes, and under the shock of his mind, he could no longer see anything, his head buzzing. After personally enduring the shock of the mountains and rivers bell, he no longer had any doubts. After the appearance of the mountains and rivers bell, Wu Mengchuan's body stiffened, as if he was being suppressed by an invisible force. Even the churning blood around him suddenly calmed down, no longer causing any ripples. The mountains and rivers bell sound suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the Emperor's aura changed the world. If the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique could devour everything, then the mountains and rivers bell could suppress everything in this world. Pooh! Wu Ming-chuan finally could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face suddenly becoming much older. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Wu Ming-chuan, today, this place will be your burial place. Obediently accept your death. As he shouted, he suddenly waved his hand, and the mountains and rivers bell suddenly fell down rapidly into the blood sea, disappearing without a trace. She was a powerful third-order Emperor Realm Master, and the power of her palm had shattered Yang Kai's artifact ship without injuring him at all. The wooden boat he was using now was a gift from Ani Feng as compensation. That was also the first time Yang Kai had seen the power of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Facing such a master, Yang Kai felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, Ani Feng didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be here today. Back then, Yang Kai didn't know much about Xiaoqi's origins and background, only knowing that her background was definitely not small. However, after struggling and exploring the star boundary over the years, Yang Kai gradually gained a better understanding of the various great forces, allowing him to vaguely guess Xiaoqi's true identity. She was the daughter of the martial beast from Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were two magical islands. One was Spirit Beast Island, the place where the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, lived in seclusion. Although it wasn't a sect, its name shook the entire star boundary, and everyone knew about it. And the second one was the legendary Dragon Island that was elusive and traceless. It was rumored that there were many dragon race living on Dragon Island, and most people didn't know its specific location, or even if it existed. However, the name of Dragon Island was still well known. Chapter 2483. Martial Beast was one of the 10 great emperors. He had enslaved thousands of beasts and possessed extraordinary strength. However, because he was relatively low-key, very few people knew about his life's deeds. He had not established a sect like the Great Emperor's Bright Moon or the Great Emperors of Serene Soul. He had simply lived in seclusion on Spirit Beast Island. Xiaoqi was Martial Beast's daughter, so her identity was extraordinary. Who would dare to fight with her here? If anything were to happen to her, wouldn't that be terrible? Even a guy like Feng Xian could use soul descent on his son. Once Xiaoqi's life was in danger, the martial beast would also use soul descent. Who here could withstand his wrath? So when he saw Xiaoqi fighting with someone, Yang Kai became anxious and said with a bitter face, "Why aren't you going to help?" Lu Yin said lightly, "We can't help." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he see clearly who was fighting with Xiaoqi. The opponent who was fighting Xiaoqi back and forth, seemingly evenly matched, was also a woman. What's more, she was radiant, her dress fluttering in the wind, giving her an extremely beautiful appearance. Yang Kai also knew this woman. She was the daughter of the great Emperor's Bright Moon of Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory, Princess Lan's son. Yang Kai's face darkened. The identities of these two girls were very sensitive, and they were both daughters of the great emperors. Only they would dare to fight with each other. Why are they fighting? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I don't know. They looked at each other inexplicably and then started fighting. Lu Yin replied. Such a thing happened. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. However, it seemed that the two girls knew each other. They also knew the other party's identity. Perhaps it was because of the competitive nature of the young girls, which made them, who were of similar birth and status, want to compete with each other. But even if they wanted to compete, they should at least consider the time and place, right? This was the Shattered Star Sea, not a place to compete. After not seeing each other for a few years, both Imo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun had reached the third-order Dao Source realm. The aptitude of these two daughters of the great emperors was obviously extraordinary, which was why they could achieve so much in such a short time. Yang Kai knew that Lan Sun had inherited the Bright Moon phantom body of the Bright Moon great emperors. Although Imo Xiaoqi didn't have a special physique, she was born with the ability to control all kinds of monster beasts to fight for her. Moreover, as the daughter of a martial beast, she had learned an extremely profound and mysterious secret technique, the divine technique, since she was young. At this moment, the two girls were engaged in a lively fight. Compared with Lan Sun's elegance and calmness, Imo Xiaoqi appeared much wilder. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but her entire body was as agile as a leopard. Moreover, there were traces of beast-like patterns on her face, and the aura she was exuding was extremely wild. Neither of them intended to use their artifacts, simply relying on what they had learned in their lives to compete. With just a few glances, Yang Kai knew that neither of them could do anything to the other. Lan Sun's Bright Moon phantom body had some kind of magical ability that allowed her figure to change constantly. Imo Xiaoqi attacked wildly for a while, but still couldn't break through her defense. When she was exhausted, she would switch from offense to defense, and Lan Sun would take the opportunity to attack. Not far away, there was a man watching nervously, shouting from time to time, "Princess, be careful, don't get hurt." Xiaochun. As Princess Lan Sun's escort, this guy was bound to appear wherever Lan Sun was. At this moment, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If anyone else dared to fight with Lan Sun, he would have already taught them a lesson. But Imo Xiaoqi was not an ordinary person. So even though Xiaochun had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he could only watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene at all. Just as he was feeling anxious, Xiaochun felt someone flying towards him. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him with a smile on his face. He looked Yang Kai up and down and snorted coldly. "It's you." He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and caused a great disturbance. Of course, Xiaochun would have a deep impression of such a person. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor realm." Xiaochun said proudly, "What's there to congratulate? This young master is a genius, so it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor realm." His shameless boasting made Yang Kai's face turn black. But then again, although Xiaochun was a bit arrogant and domineering, he did have some aptitude. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Xiaochun said, "I remember that you took an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. So why are you still in the Dao Source realm? TSK, isn't your aptitude a little too lacking? You've wasted that divine pill for nothing." Yang Kai smiled indifferently and said, "Yes, if I had given that extraordinary treasure pill to Brother Xiao back then, perhaps Brother Xiao would have already broken through to the Emperor realm." "Of course," Xiaochun said triumphantly, but soon he asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he looked at the battle between the two girls and said, "Brother Xiao, why are you standing here and watching? Princess Lan Sun's identity is so noble, yet you let her fight with someone else. If this matter reaches the ears of Bright Moon Master, how could he let you off so easily? If anything happens to you, it will be even worse. Hurry up and separate them." Xiaochun's face turned bitter, his previous pride and smugness suddenly disappearing as he complained, "If I could separate them, I would have done so long ago. Do you know who the woman fighting with the princess is? Who? Yang Kai stared at him innocently. What a country bumpkin. You don't even know who she is. Xiao Chen curled his lips and said, however, this young lady's identity is not something an ordinary person would know. Forget it. This young master will broaden your horizons today. Listen well, that young lady is the daughter of the martial beast great emperor. Martial beast? Yang Kai looked surprised. Xiao Chun snorted and said, are you afraid? Now you know why this young master can only watch but can't step forward to intervene, right? Why not? When she went to Spirit Beast Island with Master Mingyu as a guest, she snatched a very beautiful dress from me. That's it. Yang Kai's eyes widened. That's my favorite dress. Auntie Fong sewed it for me personally. I cried for many days because of it. Mo Xiao Qi cried aggrievedly. Yang Kai looked helpless, thinking that he really couldn't understand this little girl's mind. While they were talking, Lan Sun and Xiao Chun slowly walked over. When they were not far away, Lan Sun looked at Mo Xiao Qi with a smile and asked, little sister Xiao Qi, do you want to continue? Mo Xiao Qi glared at her and said, if you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Who's afraid of you? Lan Sun's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. It seems that little sister is not convinced. Mo Xiao Qi snorted. You speak as if you won. You're really thick-skinned. Lan Sun said, isn't that so? Elder sister beat you by half a move. Mo Xiao Qi's face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. You're older than me. When I'm your age, I will definitely not lose to you. The smile on Lan Sun's face suddenly disappeared as the temperature in the void seemed to drop sharply, chilling them to the bone. Yang Kai and Xiao Chan shuddered at the same time, both realizing that the situation was not good. Although Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun were basically the same age, Lan Sun should be 2 or 3 years older. A 2 or 3 year difference was actually not that big of a deal, but the word old from Mo Xiaoqi undoubtedly touched Lan Sun's sensitive nerves. The two women, who had just stopped fighting, glared at each other as sparks seemed to fly in the void. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chun and kept winking at him. Xiao Chun sniffed, wiped the blood under his nostrils, and turned his gaze to the side. Waste! Kai Yang cursed in his heart, but could only brace himself and stand up. Smiling, he said, all right, we've already fought. You two don't need to be so calculative. You two are childhood playmates. This friendship is very precious. Come. Let's all shake hands. We're still good friends. Who's good friend with her? The two women gritted their teeth bitterly. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Kai Yang said, even if you're not good friends, you shouldn't fight. Girls should be reserved. If you use your hands and feet, it's not proper. Mo Xiao Qi pursed her lips, an unhappy expression on her face. Lan Sun's eyes suddenly lit up as she gently opened her red lips and said, Brother Yang is right. Lan Sun was wrong. I shouldn't have been so calculative with little sister. Little sister Xiao Qi, don't be angry. Elder sister will apologize to you. Oomph. Mo Xiao Qi directly turned her head to the side, looking like she was unwilling to talk to her. Lan Sun didn't care and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Brother Yang actually knows little sister Xiao Qi. This is really surprising. Now that he saw a skeleton left behind tens of thousands of years ago, he could not help but speculate. Xiao Qi. Yang Kai called out softly and cast an inquiring look at her. Mo Xiao Qi's face turned slightly pale as she said nervously and excitedly, "I'm afraid this is really the skeleton of that master." If it was someone else who took action, they would have dared to curse a few times and take advantage of the situation to encourage others to fight back. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Cursing him in front of his face was the same as cursing the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who would dare to do that, let alone fight back? For a time, all the cultivators retreated in horror. Liang Xiao coldly snorted, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to leave and just had to suffer a little. What a bunch of wretches." Many cultivators were scolded with ugly expressions. Anger surged in their hearts, but they didn't dare to refute. Hyoji's action directly caused everyone to retreat dozens of meters, leaving only a few people around the black hole. Chigue, who had long fiery red hair and looked wild and unruly, chuckled and said, "There are still some blind fellows who stayed. Are they not going to cry until they see the coffin?" Liang Xiao snorted. "Since they dare to stay, they naturally think they have the ability. Since they have the ability, they can't blame others if they are killed by me." While speaking, his pair of hawk-like eyes looked around with a malicious look, as if he was looking for someone to kill as an example to others. After looking for a while, he was slightly stunned and said, "Damn, they are all really capable people." He gloomily found that the cultivators who stayed here were basically from the Emperor Realm or were protected by the Emperor Realm. Although he was strong, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the Emperor Realm. After all, his realm was not stable yet, and if he suffered a little injury, his realm might slip. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to take a glance. Soon, his eyes lit up and he looked in one direction, because he saw Xianxia of Azure Sun Temple over there. More than a month ago, when he came to the Source Sea, he met Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao. From them, Yang Kai learned that Xianxia was advancing to the Emperor Realm, but he didn't know where. Now, he saw him, and Xiaxiang's aura was so strong that it was obvious that he had broken through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao stood next to Xiaxiang. When there were many people before, Yang Kai didn't notice them, but now that most people had retreated, Xiaxiang and the others were extremely conspicuous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Xiaxiang and the other two also looked over. When their eyes met, Xiaxiang grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Murong Xiao and Xiao Bai Yi also nodded slightly at Yang Kai, but in this situation, it was not appropriate for them to greet him. In the Southern Territory, in addition to the three from Azure Sun Temple, Xiao Chun and Princess Lan Sun were among the cultivators left behind. Xiao Chun was now also in the Emperor Realm, and Princess Lan Sun's identity was extraordinary, so the two of them were not afraid of Hyoji and his group. Yang Kai, however, did not see Zhuang Bufan of Orthodoxy Temple or Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Both of them were elites among elites in the Southern Territory. Their performance in the Four Seasons realm was extraordinary, so Yang Kai did not know why they did not come to the Source Sea. However, with their aptitude, even if they did not come to the Source Sea, their future achievements would not be too low. This was especially true for Luo Yuan. Octagonal Door was just a small sect in the Southern Territory and was even inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. However, Luo Yuan, who came from this small sect, had heaven-defying aptitude. He was able to fight evenly with Wu Chang in the Four Seasons realm. Now that Wu Chang was an Emperor Realm Master, Luo Yuan was not far behind. There were not many people left behind, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were only a dozen or so people in total. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, knowing that this guy couldn't find the right person to attack. He could only find a pushover like him to make an example out of him. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and just looked at Liang Xiu indifferently. "Why are you pointing your spear at me? Are you going to attack me?" Liang Xiu said angrily. "Boy, you already know the answer. This young master sees that you have good aptitude and cultivation is not easy, so I'll give you a chance. Now, take your female companions and get out of here. Otherwise, you will lose face later, and don't even think about raising your head in front of these beauties for the rest of your life." While he was shouting, he was also cursing in his heart, because at this moment, Kai Yang was surrounded by a group of beautiful women and even a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It really made him envious, jealous, and hateful. You want to bully the weak with numbers? This young master is not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Let's see who will be the one to lose face later. Yang Kai resisted Liang Xiu's power and shouted righteously, "You want this young master to leave? Dream on. We cultivators would rather die standing than live kneeling." "Well said, little brother. We support you. Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to attack you, we will go up and fight him. Yes, we are all your backup. Don't be afraid of him." The group of cultivator who had been driven away in the distance shouted. It was unknown whether they were jeering or really cheering for Yang Kai, but it was probably the former. No matter what Yang Kai's background was, or what ability he had, he dared to resist Liang Xiu's atrocities, which was naturally inspiring and extremely encouraging. As for whether Yang Kai would live or die in the end, it was not something they cared about. Liang Xiu's face was gloomy and his nose was crooked from anger. He felt embarrassed in front of everyone and shouted angrily, "Well, since you have such backbone, this young master will grant you your wish." His long spear shook and a burst of light burst out. Wrapped in the light, he stabbed towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void as if he had come from ancient times. Xiaosheng's face changed slightly. He had now broken through to the Emperor realm, so he could naturally feel the ferocity of Liang Xiu's move. Even he himself was not 100% sure that he could take it, not to mention Yang Kai, who was only in the Dao Source realm. Moreover, Yang Kai had several female companions around him. Under this blow, Yang Kai would either die or be injured. In a flash, he was about to save him. But before he could do anything, Yang Kai had already flashed and charged towards Liang Xiu instead of retreating. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. A look of astonishment flashed across Liang Xiu's eyes as he did not know what Yang Kai was doing. "Big brother Yang." Everyone who sensed this aura had a slight change in expression, because no matter what it was, it would become extraordinary when it was related to the word ancient wilderness. At this moment, Mo Shaoqi was staring straight at Liang Xiu, her murderous intent so thick that it was almost tangible, causing the space around her to sizzle. Her sharp eyes suddenly became indifferent, as if she was looking down on the world with indifference and disdain, making anyone who looked at her tremble in fear. At the same time, the ugly butterfly mark on her cheek fluttered as if it was alive, flapping its wings as if it wanted to fly away. As the butterfly wings flapped, an extremely violent aura spread out, making everyone feel suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. "What's going on?" Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know why Mo Shaoqi suddenly showed such an abnormality. There were no signs at all before, and he only noticed it when he heard Lu Yan shout, "Not good." Princess Lan Sun, who was standing not far away, turned pale as she looked at Mo Shaoqi with trembling eyes and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Liang Xiu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head as he said with a guilty conscience, "Why is this girl looking at me like she wants to eat me?" Even though he had advanced to the Emperor realm, He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle and his hands and feet go cold from Xiaoqi's stare. A feeling of impending death lingered in his heart, making him nervous. "It's all because you want to deal with her big brother Yang," Lan Sun shouted, gritting her teeth. "Xiaoqi must have thought that big brother Yang would be killed by you, so she became like this in a hurry." Liang Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, "It's none of my business." That little brat rushed over himself, so even if he dies, he can't blame anyone. Speaking of which, where did this little girl come from? She was so boastful before, saying that she would slaughter my 100 barbarian mountain. What a joke. Although he was smiling, his smile was extremely stiff, and it was obvious that he was frightened. Xiaoqi suddenly seemed to have become a different person, and the aura she was exuding was so amazing. Obviously, she had a great background, but he didn't know where she came from. Lan Sun glared at him bitterly and said word by word, "Her surname is Mo, and she comes from the Eastern Territory." Mo, Eastern Territory. Liang Qiu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After muttering to himself, he suddenly understood something and exclaimed in horror, "No way. Could she be that master's? It's good that you understand." Lan Sun replied angrily. At this moment, she was so anxious that she felt dizzy and even the tip of her nose was covered in sweat. She looked at Xiaoqi anxiously and kept calling her softly while talking to Liang Qiu, but to no avail. "Brother Hyoji, you're so mean." "It would be best if I could lead this girl away, but if not, you should be careful," Hyoji said. "Although it is somewhat related to you, it is even more related to that brat surnamed Yang." Liang Qiu was startled and said, "That's right. This girl became like this entirely because of that brat." While speaking, he shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, you can't stay out of this." Yang Kai snorted. "When did I say I was going to stay out of this?" Liang Qiu said, "Since this girl values you so much that she even unsealed her divine soul, why don't you go up and comfort her? Maybe she can recover her consciousness." Liang Qiu was just casually mentioning it, but he did not mean it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Lan Sun. "Junior sister Lan, will this method work?" Lan Sun frowned slightly. "I don't know. Maybe we can give it a try, but we have to do it as soon as possible. This seal is about to be completely unsealed." Yang Kai nodded, and without any hesitation, flew towards Xiaoqi. In the void, countless pairs of eyes were looking at Yang Kai nervously. The conversation between the crowd here naturally reached the ears of the Tao Source Realm cultivator. Although most people did not understand what was going on, it seemed to be very serious. Now that Yang Kai took the initiative to approach Xiaoqi and seek a solution, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai called out to Xiaoqi softly as he approached, but after calling out a few times, there was no response, so he immediately knew that Xiaoqi should have really lost consciousness at this moment. He could only carefully release his divine sense, hoping to attract the attention of Xiaoqi's consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai arrived not far from Xiaoqi and stretched out his hand to touch her. In the void, silence reigned as everyone held their breaths. Only the sound of their heartbeats could be heard as pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to touch Xiaoqi's body, Xiaoqi's tender body suddenly trembled. The heavenly illusion butterfly flying around her spread its wings, and an invisible force suddenly spread out. Yang Kai instantly froze in place, his eyes losing focus. Oh no! Lan Sun's heart sank. She could tell at a glance that Yang Kai had fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. Waste, this young master still has to run away. Liang Qiu shouted angrily, a disappointed expression on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes suddenly moved. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he quickly retreated 1,000 meters away from Mo Xiaoqi. After standing still again, his face was pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Amazing! Yang Kai looked at Mo Xiaoqi with lingering fear. He clearly did not feel anything before, but the scenery in front of him had suddenly changed. The whole world was left with a huge butterfly fluttering about, completely attracting his attention. He knew that it was the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique, but he could not get rid of it. If it were not for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, allowing him to clear his mind, he would not have had a good end. His spiritual energy was extremely strong, even weaker than the average cultivators of the Emperor realm, but even he could not resist the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique. No one present could resist it, and it seemed that Mo Xiaoqi's seal had not been completely undone yet. If it was completely undone, this place would definitely be plunged in a misery and suffering. If all the elites of the 4 territories of the star boundary died here, the entire star boundary would not be able to recover its yuan qi for at least 500 years. Junior Sister Lan, is there no other way to seal her? Yang Kai immediately asked Lan Sun after taking a breath. Lan Sun looked desperate and slowly shook her head. Let's run quickly. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Liang Qiu said with a black face. Among everyone, he was the one who wanted to escape the most. After all, Mo Xiaoqi had been staring at him since the beginning. The others did not have any good ideas, so when they heard this, their expressions became solemn as they secretly circulated their source qi, preparing to flee at any time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. If you don't mind, how about letting this old master try? As soon as this statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. After seeing who the speaker was, everyone could not help showing a strange expression, because this person was actually the old swindler. Among everyone present, except for Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, who had dealt with this old swindler a few times, this was the first time the others had seen him. However, at this moment, he looked like a transcendent being, so he had nothing to do with being a swindler. If he had stood up and said this with his previous appearance, he would have been immediately blown to pieces. You! Lan Sun looked at the old swindler, a trace of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. She faintly felt that she seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but when she thought about it carefully, her mind went blank. Hyoji's expression also turned solemn for an instant. Although he had a different feeling from Lan Sun, this old man gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. When he swept out with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that the old man was empty. In other words, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could not detect the existence of this old man. This was even more shocking to him than Yang Kai taking Liang Qiu's blow with his physical body. Where did you pop out from, old man? Why didn't I see you before? Liang Qiu's eyes were bigger than eggs. If the old swindler had not taken the initiative to speak, Liang Qiu would not have noticed him. This old master has been here all this time. With my insignificant cultivation, I'm afraid that young master wouldn't notice me. The old swindler smiled slightly. Strange. Liang Qiu looked puzzled. There were really strange things every year, but this year there were especially many strange things. As the old swindler spoke, he walked towards Mo Xiaoqi step by step. Having learned his lesson from Yang Kai's mistake, his fearless expression was quite admirable. Yang Kai, however, asked with a sullen face, Old sir, aren't you selling spirit pills and spirit medicines? How do you know about the divine spirit seal? Unlike others, Yang Kai had a little understanding of this old swindler, so he was very worried about him. This old man's ability to swindle people was top-notch. Chapter 2491. Yang Kai quickly said, I've seen him a few times. He was active in Maplewood City before, and when your Star Soul Palace's 5-color treasure pagoda opened last time, he was selling a kind of ancestral 9 revolutions life restoring pill that can bring the dead back to life. He even tricked Xianxia into giving him some source crystals. Really? Everyone was shocked at that time. Lan Sun's expression turned ugly. Isn't he a swindler? What 9 revolutions soul return pill? Lan Sun had never heard of it at all, let alone talk about bringing the dead back to life. Spirit medicines with this kind of effect had always been treasures of heaven and earth. She would rather hide them away, so how could she sell them to others? Originally, when this old man stood up confidently, Lan Sun thought that he had encountered some kind of extraordinary person, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, her heart sank to the bottom. Judging from this old man's previous performance, he obviously didn't have any real ability. At this moment, he was clearly just spouting nonsense. What would happen if he was allowed to get close to Mo Xiaoqi? Liang Xiao shouted angrily, Old dog, get out of this young master's way. In any case, he had a little bit of responsibility for Mo Xiaoqi's current situation. Although the responsibility wasn't great, if something really happened to Mo Xiaoqi, Martial Beast might not listen to his explanation. So, when he saw that the old swindler was not far away from Mo Xiaoqi, he hurriedly thrust his spear, trying to force the old swindler back, lest he act recklessly and worsen Mo Xiaoqi's situation. Mo Xiaoqi was only unsealing her seal now, so there was no harm to her, but if someone tried to do something to her, she might die. This was a risk. How could Liang Xiao dare to take this risk? With a thrust of his spear, an amazing burst of power erupted, seemingly able to penetrate the void and ignore the barriers of space, instantly arriving in front of the old swindler. However, although Liang Xiao's spear was amazing, it did not contain the slightest murderous intent. He had no intention of killing the old swindler. He just wanted to force him back. But in the face of a blow from the Emperor realm, this old swindler was actually calm. As if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all, his pair of slightly narrowed eyes shone brightly as he stared straight at Mo Xiaoqi. When the spear intent arrived, he waved his hand gently. His expression was relaxed and his movements casual, as if he was just casually swatting a mosquito. A shocking scene appeared. With a wave of the old swindler's hand, the astonishing spear light was instantly annihilated, and the powerful fluctuations of power caused by the spear style were also instantly smoothed out. It was as if Liang Xiao had not just attacked an old man from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, but a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. The old swindler's every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. It was unfathomable. The clear visual conflict stunned everyone, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. They were shocked beyond words. Liang Xiao could not believe his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, he rubbed his eyelids hard, trying to see more clearly. But on the other side, the old man stood there unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. What the hell? Liang Xiao exclaimed. While he was shocked, he also felt a huge blow to his heart. Inexplicably, he felt disheartened. Previously, he had wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson by relying on his cultivation in the Emperor realm. In the end, Yang Kai resolved his attack with a single punch. Now, he wanted to force the old man to retreat, but the old man casually dispersed the spear light. If it had not happened to him, Liang Xiao would never have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. Unexpectedly, the old man accepted it with a clear conscience, smiled slightly, and said, I can give it a try. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, Does Senior know the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal? I heard from my father, Master, that the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was the Beast Martial Master's method of sealing the heavenly illusion butterfly. It is extremely mysterious and complex. In this world, only the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal can seal the divine spirit's soul. The old man shook his head and said, The Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal is a secret of the beast martial arts. This old master has no chance to see it. Lan Sun's expression darkened. Then what should we do? She thought that this senior knew the method of sealing, but now that she heard him say this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had told her personally that there was no other way to seal the divine spirit's soul except for the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal. Since the senior did not know the mysterious seal, how could he seal it? Thinking about it, the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was an original creation of the martial beast. Even when her father, the master, asked him for advice, he did not want to reveal the slightest bit. This martial beast is very stingy. The words of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent echoed in Lan Sun's ears. This martial beast, although his strength is good, is naturally stingy. He is even reluctant to share the good wine at home with his friends, so how could he be willing to share the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal with others? The old man muttered a few times with an unhappy expression. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by the people of the Emperor realm nearby. With a crash, everyone fainted. The martial beast was one of the 10 great emperors. His cultivation was sky-high, and his identity was transcendent. For the entire Star Boundary's cultivator, he was a godlike existence. When his name was mentioned, no matter who it was, they would feel a sense of reverence and worship. He was almost the symbol of the Star Boundary's supreme force. Yet in this old man's mouth, he had become a guy. This was too disrespectful to the great emperors. Lan Sun, on the other hand, had a strange expression, because these words were exactly the same as what her father had said. The old man seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit too shocking and quickly changed the subject. This old master does not have the ability to reseal the divine spirit's soul. Huh? Xianxia heard this, and his face sank as he angrily said, "If you don't have the ability, why are you acting so confident? Aren't you just deceiving this young master's feelings?" The old man grinned and said, "Although this old master doesn't have the ability, someone else does." "Who?" Xianxia frowned and suddenly glanced around before his eyes finally fixed on Hyoji. If there was anyone here who could reseal the divine spirit soul, it would be the children of the 2 great emperors who shared the same status as Mo Shaoqi. Lan Sun definitely couldn't do it, but Hyoji didn't know if he had the ability. Seeing Xianxia looking at him, Hyoji said lightly, "I can kill people, but saving people is not my strength. Do you want to try?" Xianxia glared at him before turning to the old man and saying, "Don't be so fussy. Hurry up and find that person to help." The old man chuckled and said, "Young people are always impatient. Don't worry, it will take some time for this seal to be completely undone. After all, this is the first time it has been undone, so the divine spirit soul will need to fuse with this little girl for a while before it can move freely." Wu Mengchuan claimed to be a descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Xianxia had guessed that the surname of the heaven-devouring great emperor was Wu, but he never expected to learn the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor from this old man. How did he know? Xianxia said with a bitter expression, "Old sir, who the hell are you?" As soon as she left, among the cultivator who were watching in the distance, many elites from the Southern Territory summoned their artifacts and left. It could be seen that Star Soul Palace's appeal in the Southern Territory was still very great. No one else could have such an effect. Thousands of people were reduced by a few hundred. Xiaosheng, Xiaobai Yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao whispered to each other for a while. They seemed to feel that the old man was not deliberately mystifying them, so they secretly sent a message to Yang Kai and quickly left. If it was just Xiaxing alone, he might not have left. After all, he was also from the Emperor realm. However, Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao were with him at this moment, so he had to consider their safety and did not dare to take their lives lightly. Hyoji, you go too. The old man turned his head, looked in the direction of Hyoji, and shouted lightly. Hyoji raised his brow and said indifferently, "This young master will go wherever he wants. No one can order me around." As the son of the great emperors, he was naturally extremely proud. Although the old man's performance before was somewhat shocking, it was still too early for him to order him around. Hearing this, the old man sighed and suddenly waved his hand, sending a stream of light toward Hyoji as fast as lightning. Hyoji's expression changed, and he hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi, at the same time retreating quickly, trying to avoid this attack. But what shocked him the most was that this stream of light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. Even his protective Emperor Qi didn't have the slightest effect on it. The stream of light blasted directly on him. Hyoji could not help but take a few steps back, his face pale. "Old man, how dare you sneak attack someone?" Xianxia was angry and shocked. He was angry because this old man was too shameless, attacking without any warning. He was shocked because even Hyoji could not resist his sneak attack. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Qi Gui, Wu Chong, and the others from the Emperor realm also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea and thought that they would be able to roam the star boundary freely from now on. But before they could even leave the Shattered Star Sea, their morale had been crushed by an old man one after another. If he could sneak attack Hyoji so casually, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak attack them? In the future, when they encountered a Dao Source Realm Master, they could not underestimate him, or they would die without even knowing how. On the other side, Xianxia was furious and had already summoned his spear, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the old man. Earlier, Hyoji said that he was his friend, which touched Xianxia very much. Now that Hyoji was in trouble, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Before he could do anything, Hyoji suddenly stretched out his hand, stopped him, and shouted, "I'm fine, don't be impulsive." Xianxia turned his head and looked at Hyoji in astonishment. Although he was confident that his strength was not inferior to any new cultivator from the Emperor realm, he was still only a Dao Source realm cultivator. Without a high enough realm, one could never be called an emperor. He had been looking for an opportunity to break through, but unfortunately, this kind of thing could not be rushed. When the opportunity came, it would naturally come naturally. If the opportunity did not come, it would be useless to force it. And at this time, this opportunity suddenly fell on Yang Kai. If it were anywhere else, Yang Kai would have been ecstatic. He had long been mentally prepared to break through to the Emperor realm. His source Qi also showed signs of transforming in an Emperor Qi, so it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Emperor realm. But there were two great emperors not far from here in a life and death battle. So how could he break through with peace of mind? If he was caught in the middle of the battle between these two, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wanted to suppress it, but found that he could not at all. The feeling of breaking through was getting stronger and stronger. If he forcibly suppressed it, his foundation would be destroyed and his cultivation would be lost. It was extremely terrifying. Primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchen's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "You have lost your physical body, but you can still use the primordial astral wind." Wu Kong smiled contemptuously. The primordial astral wind is the power of the elemental sources. It is invisible and formless, and it is connected to this king's mind. Who told you that you can't use it after losing your physical body? Ha ha ha! You dare to look down on this king? You will pay the price. Even if this king is only a skeleton left, he is still not someone you can look up to. As he spoke, the primordial astral wind had already arrived in front of Duan Hongchun and was about to engulf him. At this moment of crisis, the panic in Duan Hongchen's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn look. He formed a seal with his hands and suddenly rose from the ground as he shouted in a low voice, "Prison circle! Asterisk Walala!" Asterisk a dark green light suddenly bloomed and enveloped Duan Hongchun. At the same time, the phantom image of a huge tree appeared and stretched across the world. This dark green phantom image was similar to the primordial astral wind, exuding pure elemental sources. Bang! 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 The primordial astral wind rushed over and caused the dark green tree to sway unsteadily, causing its leaves to rustle, yet was unable to invade Duan Hongchun in the slightest. All of its might was actually resisted and didn't injure him in the slightest. Divine Wood Barbarian! Wu Kong cried out in shock when he saw this scene, and he seemed to look at the dark green phantom image with slight disbelief. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Duan Hongchun, you dare to play tricks on this king?" Earlier, Duan Hongchun revealed a panicked expression, and Wu Kong thought that Duan Hongchun was unable to do anything against his primordial astral wind. But never had he imagined that in the blink of an eye, Duan Hongchun actually utilized the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian to completely block off the primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchun was obviously toying with him, causing him to experience a huge drop from joy to disappointment. It was simply unforgivable. Duan Hongchun urged his Emperor Qi to support the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with a grin, "You really scared this old master to death." Fortunately, this old master was prepared, otherwise, I'm afraid I really would have failed miserably. "Bastard, how dare you slander this king? Duan Hongchun, you've got guts. And isn't this primordial astral wind from that bastard Iron Blood? He has always regarded it as a treasure. So how could it have fallen into your hands?" Wu Kong roared again and again, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, "Could it be? Iron Blood has fallen." At the beginning, he was dismissive, but now he had to treat this battle seriously. Duan Hongchun had waited for tens of thousands of years to enter this place to deal with him. How could he not be prepared? And, judging from the results, everything that Duan Hongchun had displayed was deliberately aimed at him. The two great emperors were fighting fiercely here. Although they knew that Yang Kai was still advancing to the Emperor realm, they did not intend to pay attention to him. They did not even deliberately restrain the aftermath of their attacks. Wu Kong did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but Duan Hongchun had no choice. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had the idea of protecting him as much as possible, He could not spare the slightest thought to consider other things when fighting the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. He could only do his best to fight against Wukong. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.